Hello everyone, welcome to Paranormal M. I'm glad you're here for another video. Tonight we'll start with a story from a high school library that was built right above a church. Before we begin, please turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos. And if you have a paranormal experience you can't explain, you can send it to me. This first story happened late at night when a priest was alone in the teacher's room, just trying to finish grading papers. Let's get into it, and I hope you all have a good sleep tonight. Hey, I want to share with you this eerie experience someone told me about a library that's right above a church at their high school. It's a pretty small library, roughly the size of a basketball court, nothing grand or overwhelming. At the back of this cozy library, there's a small room reserved just for teachers. Now, this one night, a priest who also taught there went into that teacher's room to grade papers. The night was quiet, the kind of silence that makes you almost hear your own heartbeat. He settled down, closed the door softly behind him, and started grading. As the hours passed, the weight of fatigue began to pull at his eyelids. The papers blurred, and before he knew it, he'd nodded off. But then, something stirred him awake, faint rustling coming from the other side of the teacher's room. At first, he thought it might be some students sneaking around, messing about when they shouldn't be. So he called out firmly, "Hey, no one's supposed to be here this late. You're going to get in trouble if you don't leave." For a moment, the rustling stopped, but then the door started shaking violently, like someone was trying desperately to get in. His voice rose, more urgent. "I said, no one's here. Leave now." But the shaking only grew stronger, more insistent. A sinking feeling crept over him. This wasn't just some prank by students. No, it felt darker, something sinister lurking just beyond the door. In that tense moment, he began to pray quietly, but fervently, words tumbling out in a desperate plea for protection. Slowly, the shaking ceased. Gathering his courage, he crept over and peered through the keyhole to see who, or what, had been behind the door. What he saw stopped him cold. The room was empty, but bathed in a strange, deep red glow, like a shadow painted in blood. He stumbled back, heart pounding, and fell to his knees, praying until the first light of dawn. When the sun finally rose, golden and warm, he opened the door and bolted through the library, down the stairs, and out of the church as fast as his legs could carry him. Outside, he ran into the security guard and, breathlessly asked, "Did you see anything strange last night?" The guard nodded grimly. "Yes, I saw a demon with glowing red eyes peering through the library window. That's why I didn't dare go near." After hearing that, the priest never set foot in that library again during his entire time at the school. And honestly, hearing this story made me avoid that library too, and I barely made it through graduation without stepping inside. It's one of those stories that just lingers with you, the kind of fear that creeps up your spine and doesn't let go. Hey, I want to share this really strange and kind of creepy experience I've been having at the school where I work here in Germany. It's a school for grades 5 through 13, but the building itself has quite a history. You see, it used to be a different school before, but after a fire in the gym, they changed the whole setup, and now it's the school I work at. I'm a social assistant for the afternoon classes, and ever since I started working here, I felt this unusual presence, but only in one particular part of the school, Building C. It's like something is always lurking in the halls there. It all began with the cleaning staff complaining about the faucets in the bathrooms running by themselves. What's weird is that on those days, no one was even using the bathrooms. It was baffling. Then, things started to get even stranger. Doors and windows would mysteriously lock and unlock. Most of the windows have these little locks you pull down so nobody can open them, but multiple times, the cleaners found them unlocked after they had been carefully secured. And the lighting. There's this one particular light near our office that seems cursed. No matter how many times the janitors fix it, it keeps breaking again and again. It's as if something doesn't want that light to stay on. But that's not all. Things, mostly keys or keychains, vanish without a trace, only to reappear hidden in the oddest places later on. We're still hunting for one key that completely disappeared. Then there's this glass door right in front of our bookcase. When we close it, it's usually found wide open a few hours later. What's even creepier is that it often has dirty handprints on it, but no children have been near it. I've tried telling people about this, but most don't believe me. I honestly think we're dealing with a trickster spirit. It loves to mess with us. Since the students came back from their online classes, it's been more active again. During quarantine, it was pretty quiet, only locking and unlocking a few windows here and there. I even hear knocking sounds in the bathrooms, mostly the girls' bathrooms in Building C. It's like it's there often, knocking against the tiles or locking the doors and faucets randomly. Sometimes I wonder if it's trying to get our attention, or just playing some kind of haunting prank. It's unsettling, but also strangely fascinating. I don't know what this spirit wants, but I'm starting to think it enjoys the little chaos it causes in the school. Whenever the halls are quiet, I almost feel it watching, waiting for the next chance to stir things up. It's like living with a ghostly trickster who just can't resist having a bit of fun with us all. Hey, I want to share a story with you that really stuck with me from a time when I was working as a CNA on the third shift at a senior care facility up in northern Michigan, near the beautiful shores of Lake Huron. It was one of those quiet night shifts where the halls are mostly silent because everyone's either asleep or settling in, and the day's meals were all done. The job itself involved a lot of cleaning, mopping, dusting, and prepping breakfast for the early morning crew. But it also meant being alert, especially during those death watches every 15 minutes for residents who were nearing the end of their journey. It was tough work, emotionally draining, and honestly, the pay wasn't great either. But it was real life, the kind of experience that reminds you how precious and fragile life can be. I was working alongside one of my favorite coworkers, Val. She had this upbeat attitude that made those long nights a little easier to bear. We knew our tasks well and often split them up to keep things moving smoothly. On this particular night, while Val needed to use the employee restroom for a while, I took to mopping the hallway opposite the nurse's station and the bathroom she was in. I have this habit of mopping backwards, pulling the mop instead of pushing it, so I don't leave footprints behind. It's a little quirk of mine because I like to be neat, but it means I sometimes miss seeing exactly where the carpet starts or where I need to change direction until my shoe heel feels the edge. As I was dipping the mop to turn around, a shape caught my eye right at the archway of the hallway leading to the nurse's station and the bathroom where Val was. I thought it was Val coming back from the restroom, maybe refreshed and ready to get back to work. But then, everything changed in a heartbeat. What I saw stopped me dead in my tracks. A dark human silhouette stretched across the ceiling, about 15 feet long, like a smoky shadow without eyes, just this ominous, formless presence. It lingered for a few seconds, maybe 2 to 4, and then zipped back into the hallway like it was slipping through the walls. I was frozen, unable to move or even scream, my mouth hanging open in silent shock. Then, the bathroom door suddenly opened, and I heard Val scream before slamming it shut again. She called out my name through the door, and I slowly edged toward the hallway, heart pounding, to see what was going on. But the hallway was empty. just the doors to the nurse's station, the bathroom, and the break room across from the utility closet where we kept supplies. Nothing was there. I called Val's name and knocked on the bathroom door. She asked in a shaky voice, "Is it gone?" I whispered back, "Yes." "What did you see?" "Because I saw something." "Get out here. Don't leave me alone with that." When Val stepped out, she grabbed me in a tight hug, shaking like a leaf. She told me that when she opened the bathroom door, she saw something blocking the doorway. This huge, smoke-black haze that filled the wall and covered most of it. It had no face or clear shape, just this dark mass pressing against the door, seeming to leak inside. She slammed the door shut fast and screamed my name. We stuck together for the rest of the shift, never leaving each other's sight until it was finally time to clock out. The morning supervisor noticed we both left in a hurry, and Val later told her she was taking the day off because she was too shaken up. I'm still not sure if what we saw was the Reaper or some other entity, but right after we left, a resident passed away just 5 minutes later. It was an experience that left a deep mark on both of us, a chilling reminder that sometimes, when you're on the edge between life and death, the veil between worlds feels thinner than ever. So yeah, don't fear the Reaper, but maybe respect the silence of the night and the shadows that move within it. Hey, I want to share a story with you about something that happened in a house my family lived in. A story that completely changed how I see the world, especially the paranormal. It's a bit long, but I promise it's worth hearing. Every detail. So, back in the early 90s, my parents moved from Ireland to the Midlands in England. They settled into this beautiful old Georgian semi-detached house, built way back in the early 1900s. Now, next door to us, there was this older couple who became like our grandparents. The woman, let's call her Maeve, actually grew up in our house before it was split up. Their house was built right on what used to be our garden, just so they could take care of Maeve's aging mother. Maeve's mother came from a wealthy background, upper class for her time, and had a live-in maid. But life had been tough for her children. Her eldest son died tragically young at 4 years old. Maeve herself suffered from diabetes and was among the first to receive insulin treatment back in her late teens, which saved her. Then there was the youngest son, who was severely disabled, nonverbal, and physically challenged. My granddad, Jim, thought he might have had something like locked-in syndrome, with hidden intellectual abilities trapped inside, and also battled with mental illness. I want to take a moment here to share something personal. I lost my granddad, Jim, last year. He was my best friend and soulmate, 101 years old, a war veteran. He passed alone due to COVID, which felt so unfair. If anyone reading this wants, I'd love to tell you more stories about him and his incredible life someday. Okay, back to 2011. I was in my early 20s, totally burnt out from my first job after university, 6 years of intense studying, then working 60 hours a week. I needed a break badly. So I moved back home for a bit to catch my breath and look for something new. Just 3 weeks after I got back, the youngest brother, my granddad's brother-in-law, passed away. He was in his 90s, and that's when things started getting weird. Within days of his death, I began feeling like I was being watched constantly. It was this eerie sensation creeping over me. I thought maybe it was anxiety kicking in, since I'd had panic attacks when I was a teenager. But then, strange noises began. Scratching sounds that we'd never heard before. No birds, no mice, nothing that made sense. I asked my parents if we should call pest control. Dad was often away for work, but was around sometimes. They figured maybe some pigeons had nested nearby, but still, it felt off. Then, I started hearing tapping and rapping noises, like someone knocking gently from inside the walls themselves. It was subtle but persistent. I got so used to these odd sounds that I stopped trying to figure them out. Old houses creak, pipes shift, right? But we'd lived there for 20 years, And this was new. One morning, around 5 a.m., I woke up with a start. The old TV in my brother's old room, where I was sleeping, was clicking like mad. The walls were scratching and knocking in a frenzy. It was summer, heating was off, so pipes couldn't be the cause. I just froze, terrified, realizing straight away that this wasn't normal. It felt like some kind of paranormal energy, frenzied and chaotic, almost like a quiet cacophony of sounds. I even recorded it on my old phone. I know people say you can't capture ghosts on video, but I have proof. I had no knowledge of the paranormal back then. I used to laugh at horror movies. So why did it hit me so hard that this was something beyond explanation? It was odd. This went on for days. I told my mom, who's incredibly practical and smart, an accountant who hates drama. She just laughed it off. But I started Googling and found an article describing exactly what I was experiencing. Scratches, taps turning into deliberate knocks, the sounds getting louder and more purposeful. It all matched perfectly. What scared me most was the fear I felt. I could be having a great night with friends, then wake up between 3 and 5 a.m. with this overwhelming dread. It was unlike anything I'd ever felt before, and it didn't feel like it was coming from me. Then came the nightmares, always the same. I'd wake up unable to move, caught in sleep paralysis, with a dark presence in the room. Sometimes a large male shadow stood in the corner, radiating danger and terror unlike anything I'd imagined. I'd never had nightmares before or since. Nothing like this. I told my mom I wouldn't sleep in that room anymore, and she offered to swap rooms with me. So I moved to the sofa. For a few days, things calmed down, but then one morning, my mom came down looking pale as a ghost. She told me she'd experienced sleep paralysis for the first time in her life. The same male shadow in the corner, and the same terrifying feeling. She hadn't known what sleep paralysis was until then. And this was Maeve's old room, where all this was happening. Things escalated. Every night, just as we were about to fall asleep, there'd be a huge bang on the bed's headboard. It felt like an incredibly strong man was shaking us awake. And it wasn't just that room. This was happening throughout the house. We started suffering from insomnia, 3 months of barely sleeping. I was exhausted and on edge, desperate to get out of there. But before I left, I had a carbon monoxide inspector check the house. No leaks. A week before I moved out, things got worse. Even during the day, strange occurrences happened. My dad, who had been dismissive and stubborn about this whole thing, he's a working-class Irish scientist and hates anything mystical, finally agreed to get spiritual help, maybe even a priest. That night, I woke up to one of those massive bangs. Then, I found books lying on the floor. I hadn't touched them. I didn't even get out of bed. I screamed, and my parents rushed in. That was the first undeniable proof for them. The last few days were terrifying. I recorded growling noises, smelled this strong, foul scent, like male sweat mixed with ammonia. My sister was visiting, and we were both so scared we ran almost to the neighbors. I was explaining how the knocks were intentional, like 1, 2, 3 knocks. As soon as I said 3, there were 3 loud knocks right on the door. My name was whispered countless times. It was like whatever was there wanted us to know it could hear us. My mom even got pushed across the landing against a wall in broad daylight. I left soon after. My mom started going back to church for the first time in 20 years. She only went a few times, but said it helped. When I came back 3 months later to visit, one morning I heard my mom come downstairs. We looked at each other and said in unison, "It's gone." And that's the story. It changed me from someone who never believed in ghosts or spirits to someone who still has a ton of questions. Because some things just can't be explained away. Thanks for listening. Hey, I want to share a story from my childhood, something that's been with me for years and still lingers in my memories. It all began when I was really young, about 4 years old. My dad had just come back from the military and was trying to adjust to civilian life, but things got rough. He started drinking heavily, and sadly, he became physically abusive to my mom. That was the backdrop to everything that happened next. The very first strange thing happened when my aunt and cousins came over to our house. We were all hanging out in the living room, chatting and laughing, when I suddenly needed to use the bathroom upstairs. As I walked down the hallway, I saw a dog, what looked like a Doberman, standing there. I was so excited. I thought my aunt had brought a new dog with her, so I ran back to the living room to ask them about it. But when I told my mom and aunt, they just looked at each other, surprised and confused. They searched the whole house but found no dog. In the end, I got smacked on the butt for lying. The dog had vanished into thin air. The next morning, though, my cousin told us she'd seen the same dog when she went to the bathroom the night before. It was downstairs, looking up at her. Later on, my mom was home alone, cleaning the kitchen. She saw the dog standing in the hallway too. Without hesitating, she opened the front door and told it to leave, to get out. And just like that, the dog went outside and we never saw it again. Then, things got weirder. One morning, when I was eating my cereal before school, I told my mom the cereal tasted strange. At the time, I didn't know what sour milk was, but the milk we had was always fresh, delivered every morning by the milkman. Our neighbor's milk was fine. Even fresh fruit would start rotting and turning brown just a few hours after being in our kitchen. It was like something was spoiling everything around us. One night, the kitchen door handle, the one that led outside, started shaking on its own. My dad got up to check it out. He held onto the door handle and the shaking stopped. But as soon as he went back upstairs, the shaking started again. It was eerie, like the door was alive or someone was trying to get in. At this point, I began feeling scared in my own bedroom. The fear was so intense that I didn't want to sleep there alone. I'd sneak into my parents' room and stay with them through the night. Then, there was this one night during a New Year's party. I was sent to bed with my cousin Alex. He was known as a tough kid, kind of the local bully. We were both in my bed, the room pitch dark. Suddenly, I heard him start to cry quietly. He whispered, "Are you awake?" I nodded yes. He said, trembling, "There's a shadow man in the corner of my bedroom watching us." Then he screamed for his dad. Our fathers came running, took us downstairs to where the adults were celebrating, and soon after everyone left. I never saw the shadow man myself, but I remember feeling that same deep, creeping fear in the room that night. After that, my dad was kicked out of the house. One day, my half-brother was playing in the park with a neighbor kid. My mom took me to the shops and told my brother she'd be back in 30 minutes with candy. From the park, my brother saw our living room blinds moving and thought my mom and I had returned. So he went inside the house with the neighbor kid and found the TV on, the radio playing, and the gas fire on full blast, even though it was the middle of summer. When my mom and I came back, we found them waiting outside the house, too scared to come in. Now, this next part is something I only learned much later, when my mom finally opened up to me about it after I turned 20. She had kept it hidden all those years. One day, she was vacuuming my bedroom. There was this large storage compartment built into the wall with a door that led into the walls. When she entered the room, the door was closed tight. But as she was vacuuming, she turned her back on the door and suddenly felt this overwhelming, pure evil presence behind her. A dark, heavy negativity that made her skin crawl. She spun around and saw the door wide open. She dropped the vacuum cleaner and ran straight into the garden, screaming. Our neighbor, a retired police officer, heard her and quickly jumped over from his garden. She tried to explain that something was in the house, not a person, but something else. He misunderstood at first and thought she meant an intruder. He grabbed his old police baton, cut the electricity outside to turn off the vacuum, which was still running, and tried to calm her down. My mom ended up in their house, having a cup of tea with his wife, breaking down emotionally. The neighbor said he checked the house and found no one inside. But then my mom told him about the time when me and she were away on vacation in England with my future stepfather. While we were gone, the lights in my room would flicker on and off at night, along with the sounds of footsteps. The neighbor went over with his flashlight and his dog Toby, thinking maybe my dad was sneaking back into the house. But Toby growled at the door and refused to go inside. The neighbor checked every corner, but he found nothing. Oddly enough, when he returned to his own house, the footsteps and flickering lights started again. They decided to keep it a secret from us. They didn't want to scare my mom or me. After all this, we moved to England. Years later, when I started working at sea, I had these vivid, terrifying dreams that connected back to those childhood experiences. I was on a container ship sailing around Asia, and in my sleep, I found myself trapped in this old house with other people from different countries. The house had red wallpaper, lanterns hanging on the walls, and oil paintings of stern-looking people. The ceilings were ridiculously high, and it all looked very Tudor, like from the 1500s or 1600s. I could interact with the other people in the house until it came. Then everything would change. We'd be paralyzed, helpless, thrown around this massive room. I'd wake up frozen, unable to move, drenched in cold sweat on the ship's bed. The fear was exactly the same as what I felt back in my childhood bedroom in Scotland. On the last dream, I actually confronted it. I was in complete darkness, except for a circle of light around me that felt like a safe space. To my left were faintly lit wooden stairs leading up to a door with light seeping around its edges. Then, the entity called my name in this croaky, raspy voice, like someone who's been smoking for decades. It laughed and told me to come into the dark, to join it. I fought back. I told it to fuck off, said, "I'll never be like you," and called it a pathetic piece of shit. It snapped back quickly. "Come with me, now." I said, "No," and bolted for the stairs. I got to the door, but felt my right leg being yanked back. I kicked as hard as I could, breaking free from whatever was pulling me into the darkness. I burst through that door and found myself in the same old house from my dreams. The red wallpaper, the lanterns, the oil paintings. Then I woke up. But this time, I wasn't paralyzed. I was free. Deep down, I believe I heard, the thing I fought, was the same dark presence that haunted my childhood bedroom all those years ago, even though I was halfway across the world at that time. It's a scary thought, but also kind of liberating, knowing I stood up to it. Thanks for listening. It's not an easy story to tell, but sharing it feels like lifting a weight off my chest. You know, a couple of years back, I had this sleepover at my friend Mia's place. There were 5 of us in total: Mia, 3 other friends, and me. Now, Mia's house had this reputation among us for being a little haunted. I mean, people would say the garage door would slam shut all on its own, and there were other little things that just gave off an eerie vibe. But being teenagers, we were curious and adventurous, so we decided to just go with it. We all agreed to crash in her game room upstairs. It was a cozy spot, and we planned to watch some Batman before turning in for the night. Let me paint a picture of how we arranged ourselves. There was this big couch where 2 of my friends settled down to sleep, and then 2 others laid out on the floor right in front of that couch. I found this beanbag chair to the right side of the group and made myself comfortable there, with the TV directly in front of us. The closet was pretty close to where I was sitting, just off to my side, and the room's entrance was the farthest point from me. So we finished watching Batman, turned off the TV, and were all starting to drift off. The house was quiet except for the soft hum of the AC and the occasional creak of the old house settling. It was one of those peaceful yet slightly unsettling silences. Suddenly, about 5 minutes into this calm, I heard a voice. It was deep, really deep, and it clearly said my name from my right side, the direction of the closet. My heart kind of skipped because the voice was so unexpected, but I thought, oh, it's probably one of my friends messing around. So I kept my eyes shut, trying not to freak out. Then, out of nowhere, Mia starts whispering frantic-like, calling my name and urging me to wake up. She sounded tense, nervous. She asked me to come with her downstairs to the bathroom. So, still half in disbelief, I followed her down. As soon as we stepped into the dimly lit hallway, she whispered, "Did you hear that?" I nodded, telling her I definitely heard it, and that it wasn't any of the other friends. Mia looked visibly shaken and told me that everyone else was out cold upstairs. That realization put both of us on edge, and for the rest of the night, I ended up sleeping right next to her. We kept listening for any more strange sounds, but nothing else happened. The house was silent, except for our quiet breaths and the occasional distant creak. Morning came, and as we all gathered, I asked everyone if they had heard anything. They all swore they hadn't. What really convinces me that it wasn't one of my friends' voices is that none of us had hit puberty yet, so there was no way that deep voice could have been any of us. Plus, Mia and I are certain it wasn't her dad, because I would have heard him come in. The voice was just too deep, too unnatural. Years have passed since that night, and Mia still insists it wasn't her making the call. I think if it was, she would have admitted it by now. It still gives me chills when I think about it. That deep, low voice, calling my name in the dark, from the closet side of the room, when everyone else was fast asleep. It's hands down one of the scariest things I've ever experienced. Hey, I want to share with you a story that's been a part of my life for as long as I can remember. It's about this strange entity that visits me every 5 years, and honestly, it's been both terrifying and puzzling. I'm going to tell you everything, so grab a seat and listen closely. My very first memory of this thing was when I was about 5 years old, but my mom says it might have been even earlier. She told me that when I was just a baby, maybe around 8 or 10 months old, she was sitting on the couch holding me. Suddenly, I turned my head and pointed down the hallway, saying, "Man." She looked, but there was nothing there, just an empty hallway. She thought it was just baby babble, but it stuck with her. Fast forward to when I was 5. It was a weekend night, around 11 p.m., and I was lying in bed, restless. I could hear my parents snoring softly in their rooms, and the light from the living room TV spilled gently into my open bedroom doorway. That's when I noticed it. A shadow of a man slowly crossing the light and moving down the hallway toward my room. I knew it wasn't my parents or my sister because of the snoring and the shape. I was frozen with fear as it methodically made its way closer. Then, just as it reached my door, the shadow passed through, but there was no body following it. It was like the shadow was all there was. After that night, my nightmares became more vivid, and I started developing all sorts of fears. Before this, I had some nightmares, but they really intensified after this encounter. Then, after my 10th birthday, one night when my mom had just tucked me in and left, I couldn't sleep. I felt like I was being watched. My eyes slowly scanned the dark room, finally resting on my closet door, which was slightly open. Standing there, in the shadows, was a tall figure. I could barely make out its shape, but it was like a tall humanoid, lurking just off to the side of the doorway. My mind instantly went back to the shadow from years ago. I was paralyzed with fear, eyes wide open, just staring at it. We had this silent, eerie staring contest that felt like it lasted forever, until finally, its form melted back into the darkness. I didn't sleep a wink that night. Let me describe this thing a bit more. It's about 7 feet tall, with a slight hunch. Its body looks like that of a very old man, sickly, with every bone visible beneath pale, leathery skin. Its smile is unnerving, stretched far too wide and filled with short, needle-like teeth. Instead of eyes, it has dark, sunken pits. And it always smells like old leather and body odor, like something ancient and decayed. The next visit came the summer after my 15th birthday. I kept my room freezing cold during summer and often played on my phone under my blanket before going to sleep. One night, I was lying on my side, scrolling, with a small gap in the blanket in front of my face to let some air in. Suddenly, I caught movement through that little peephole. I looked up from my phone and saw it smile first, unnaturally wide and terrifying. Its black, empty eyes stared right into mine. It was just inches from my face. My body locked up with dread and terror, and my mind scrambled for a way out. We detained locked in that terrifying gaze for what felt like forever. Finally, I threw the blanket off and prepared to leap out of bed towards the door. The moment I did, it vanished. The feeling of its presence lingered, but I couldn't see it. I turned on the lights and stayed awake all night, too scared to sleep. By now, you might have noticed a pattern. It shows up every 5 years, and each time it's a bit closer. I was really scared when I realized that. If it got any closer, it would be touching me. Around this time, I also started suffering from migraines that could last for days or even weeks. They were intense and debilitating. When I turned 20 and moved out of my parents' house, I thought maybe I was free of it. My new place didn't have that heavy feeling my childhood bedroom did. But about 6 months after my birthday, the fear hit me again, stronger than ever. One night, I fell asleep easily, but woke up suddenly, feeling that familiar weight of being watched. When I tried to reach for my phone, my body wouldn't respond. I've had sleep paralysis before, so part of me felt a little less scared. I knew it wasn't real. But then my body began shaking uncontrollably, and my vision darkened. When it came back, I wasn't in my bed anymore. I was strapped to a stone table in a dimly lit room. I could barely make out the carved stone walls and an iron door beyond my feet. The air smelled like iron and rot. The creature was there, looming over me. It looked at me with hunger and malice. Slowly, it dragged its claws over my body, tearing into my flesh. I could feel every motion, every slice. Then, suddenly, my vision flashed back to my bedroom, me shaking and seizing violently. Then back to the dungeon, then the bedroom, then a cave floor where there was a fire's light somewhere I couldn't see. The creature was there again, doing the same terrible things. This cycle went on for what felt like days. Finally, there was a flash, and I was back in my room, no longer seizing, sunlight coming through the window. My body ached everywhere. My mind was mush, and my blankets were tossed around. It felt like I'd been hit by a train, a demon train. After that night, I knew I was marked. This thing had me now. I kept wondering what it wanted, if it would come more often, and if it was satisfied. I had no answers. From then on, I had nightmares every single night. I was used to nightmares by then, so I wasn't too shaken, knowing they were only dreams. But when I was 22, that changed. I thought it only came once every 5 years, but that night, I was pulled into another nightmare. I found myself on the cold stone floor of that cave again. Before I could even process it, the creature appeared at the tunnel's mouth and lunged at me. It grabbed my neck, its grip surprisingly strong, and dragged me across the cave floor. I couldn't move or fight back. My airway was crushed, but I never blacked out. No relief from the terror. It dragged me deeper into an endless cave filled with flickering firelight and distant screams I couldn't place. I don't remember how it ended. Maybe I blocked it out, or maybe there was no end. I'm 24 now, and I'm honestly at a loss. The nightmares and migraines continue, and sometimes I can feel it nearby, even when I'm alone. I can tell when it's with me in a dream. It's a completely different feeling. So here I am, sharing my story, hoping for some insight. What is this thing? Why does it visit me? And what should I do? At times, I don't even know if I want it gone. It's become such a dark part of my life. Thanks for listening. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Hey there. I want to share with you a collection of stories that have haunted me and others. Stories where the veil between the living and the unseen feels thin, and where the ordinary bends into the extraordinary. So settle in, maybe with a warm drink, and let me take you on a journey through some haunting moments and eerie experiences. Let's start with a visit to the infamous Winchester Mystery House in San Jose. Last October, my friend, let's call her Lila, and I decided to take a nighttime flashlight tour during the Halloween season. The house was dark, lit only by our flashlights, and they played some fake, spooky sounds like footsteps and children's voices, which at first felt cheesy to us skeptics. But as we moved through the second floor, a chill hit us, not just from the cold, but something else. The temperature dropped sharply in certain rooms, though no fans or vents were visible. Then, in one room filled with glass doors and windows looking into locked exhibit rooms, I noticed something strange. I shone my flashlight into a small glassed corner, just a foot away, and there it was, a shadowy face of an old woman with deep wrinkles and piercing dark eyes, wearing a black cloth over her head. We locked eyes through the glass, and I was frozen, caught in a trance-like moment. The face wasn't solid, more like a shadow but clearer. Only the face floated there, no body. Seconds later, I snapped out of it, screamed for Lila, and rushed to her. We checked the room thoroughly. It was empty, no workers, no projectors, nothing to explain that chilling visage. I was trembling, anxiety creeping in, knowing what I saw was no mere trick of the mind. As we continued, I looked at old photos of the house, seeing eerie faces hidden in the pictures, almost demonic, unsettling me even more. Later, I took some photos with flash, most blurry, but one showed a vague shape of a woman in a dress, and a live photo caught an orb drifting across the frame. My boyfriend, a skeptic, shrugged it off as dust or coincidence, but that face, the old woman's shadowy gaze, remains vivid in my memory. Now, picture this, an abandoned hospital, vast and empty, where a group of friends, including me, decided to play hide and seek as dusk settled. I'd been there before, but never after dark. I was the seeker first, and as I found one friend, we wandered down a main corridor when faint knocking echoed from a nearby room. The rhythm was steady but soft. We entered, seeking the source, but found no one. The knocking ceased as we searched, only to resume louder and more aggressive once we left. Suddenly, a friend bolted from the room opposite, screaming profanities, and we all dashed for the exit. Outside, trying to catch our breath, we pieced together what happened. The friend who fled had been hiding across the hall, hearing the knocking throughout. When it intensified, he knew something was off. We called for the last friend still inside, but he was far from the eerie room, oblivious to the chaos. That was our first and last hide and seek there. Returning weeks later, the hospital was demolished after a fire. Standing among the rubble, a heavy sorrow hung in the air, as if hundreds of lost souls lingered, mourning their lost home. Then, an unexpected scent filled the air, a sharp, masculine aftershave, strong and inexplicable in the empty lot. It felt like a lingering presence, a reminder that some spirits never leave. On a more personal note, my family has had moments that make me think my late grandparents are still watching over us. After my grandmother's sudden passing in a hit-and-run in 2019, and my grandfather's death from COVID a year later, the house felt emptier. One day, while my mom and sister were out shopping, I noticed the dishwasher wide open when I went downstairs, though I was alone. Later, at 2 a.m., I found the living room fan on full blast, something only my grandfather used to turn on during his late-night TV watching. Turning it off, I caught a familiar floral scent, the very perfume my grandmother used to wear. It was so vivid, I almost ran upstairs in disbelief. That night, loud creaking footsteps echoed near my door, heavy and deliberate. It wasn't sleepwalking or imagination. It felt like them, their presence palpable, filling the room with a bittersweet mixture of comfort and eerie mystery. Moving into a new apartment brought its own strange experiences. In the first week, every morning was freezing cold, our breaths visible in the air despite the heater being off. Over months, only I sensed a growing unease, especially in the bedroom. My son began to show fear without cause, running to me, clinging tightly. The landlord dismissed our concerns, but my mother came over, sprinkling holy water and saying prayers, bringing peace back. One night, while enjoying drinks with my girlfriend, I inexplicably snapped, unleashing harsh words and anger out of nowhere. Later, after a loud bang in the bedroom, my son's drawer slammed against the wall, leaving marks. I confronted the dark energy invading our home, demanding it leave. We packed up and left soon after. Oddly, my aunt next door reported hearing dragging noises and footsteps in the empty apartment, confirming that whatever we faced lingered even after we left. Speaking of the mystical, my mom is what some call psychic, though she just calls it a gift. She often enters a trance-like state, eyes closed, arms lifted as if flying, communicating in ways beyond words. One time, after I watched a video about waking up early and imagined a green long-sleeve shirt I never owned, she later surprised me with that exact shirt, ordered weeks before. Coincidence? Maybe, but with her, these little wonders never cease. In my own home, built decades ago by its first owner, strange things happen. Motion lights on opposite sides of the house flash simultaneously in the dead of night. Once, a stranger appeared, telling me the house was haunted by a friendly spirit named Mina, who liked to play with the lights. Then, when sick one day, I found my stereo mysteriously turned on in the bathroom. No one else was home, and the stereo sits atop a tall cabinet, impossible to switch on by accident. I'm hoping Mina is just a playful presence, not a darker force. A few trips to Niagara Falls brought experiences both beautiful and chilling. On New Year's Eve 2018, a spontaneous decision took me and my new boyfriend to the falls at 3 a.m. The park was desolate, the cold biting, the darkness almost complete. Walking alone near the river, I was overwhelmed suddenly by a terrifying wave of hysteria, desperation, and an urge to end it all. A crushing sense of anguish that felt like absorbing the despair of someone who had jumped there before me. As the surge faded, the lamp above me popped and went out, plunging me into deeper fear. I ran back to my boyfriend, shaken, trying to explain the intensity of emotions I felt as if I'd touched the spirit of a lost soul. Years later, during a daytime visit, I took photos and noticed strange orbs floating in the river, their ethereal glow dancing in ways that defied explanation. These moments remind me how thin the line is between the living and the beyond. In another house, a friend and I once encountered moving pictures and toys activating on their own. We fled, only to hear a chilling voice warn us to get away from the pool. Whether it was the TV or something else, the fear was real. Her sister later recounted seeing shadows and feeling grabbed in the baby's room, and even glimpsing a terrifying face inches from her own. I wasn't there, but after that, I believed. Some houses hold secrets that refuse to stay silent. Graveyards often carry a solemn stillness, but some have darker reputations. In my hometown, a small cemetery is rumored to hold the grave of a witch, marked by a strange symbol. Teen ghost hunts there yielded countless photos filled with orbs, some particularly attracted to my ex-boyfriend, who had been abusive. One night, in the adjacent woods, I saw a huge animal-like figure with glowing red eyes vanish in an instant. Whether beast or spirit, the fear was undeniable, and I often wonder what secrets that graveyard keeps. Some places just emit bad energy. My husband's father's house is one. Though no one there has seen ghosts, the atmosphere is heavy, oppressive. His mother died upstairs, and his father's longtime girlfriend passed in the living room. I felt sick and terrified in that house, while my husband tries to rationalize it. Good people don't always leave good vibes, it seems. One night, lying in bed, I saw a thick shadow crossing the ceiling, moving from one corner to another. It was opaque and stayed only on the ceiling, not on the walls. Christmas lights surrounded my room, so it couldn't have been a trick of light or a bug. I was frozen, heart pounding, feeling peaceful yet unsettled, caught between fear and calm. When I was a child in a small Indian town, after playing near two graveyards, I saw something terrifying, a cow-like creature sinking into the ground. The next day, I awoke with scratches on my legs I didn't remember getting, and, more frighteningly, had screamed in an unknown language during the night. An Oja, a local spiritual healer, was called to calm me with holy water. To this day, I avoid graveyards and wear a protective locket. My daughter once moved into our family's weekend house, where urns of ancestors rest under spotlights. She found the lights mysteriously turned on at night and heard piano notes from a locked room. She felt watched, scared. I told her to speak kindly to our ancestors, and while we're used to such things, it's still uncanny how spirits can channel energy to be noticed. Growing up in a family aware of spirits, I experienced terrifying hauntings. At age 3, after moving to my grandmother's house, I was plagued by a demon in my closet. Growls, shaking beds, and voices whispering horrible things. My mother denied it publicly, but confided she saw spirits too. A mirror blessed by my grandmother, a white witch, became a gateway for apparitions, some malevolent. Even now, in my 20s, shadows haunt the place when the mirror's seal weakens. The woman who dismissed my experiences will be the hardest spirit to face. As a child in Southern California, I lived with unexplained noises and shadows, doors opening, footsteps pacing outside my room, voices arguing upstairs, and loud thuds. Once, a TV turned on by itself after I'd switched it off. My parents dismissed my fears, but the phenomena continued, eventually involving my younger sisters. In my studio apartment, I felt watched, earrings moved, and one night, something heavy pressed on my arm, breathing close, hands on my head. I was awake, not paralyzed, and when I jerked awake, no one was there. I wondered if my boyfriend had come in, but he hadn't. The presence left, but the mystery remains. Once, my sister and I made a DIY Ouija board at home. While recording on my phone, a dark-haired humanoid figure appeared briefly by the laundry room door, closed and locked. The figure only showed on the camera, not to our eyes, and terrified us enough to stop playing. At a friend's house, playing a twisted game of hide-and-seek at 1 a.m. in darkness, we heard banging on a locked bathroom door with no one inside. Fear overtook us, and we fled to safety, confirming no one had been there. Finally, a story about taunting a ghost. My friend and I were cleaning when the familiar knocking began upstairs. She mocked the entity, daring it to do more. Suddenly, a deafening growl and thunderous footsteps stormed down the stairs. We fled, barefoot and unprepared, not daring to return for some time. That day, we learned some spirits don't take kindly to provocation. Each of these stories, whether shadowy faces, mysterious knocks, or unexplained feelings, remind us that there's more to our world than meets the eye. Sometimes comforting, sometimes terrifying, the unseen whispers to us, and maybe, just maybe, it's worth listening. Hey there. I want to share with you this eerie experience that happened to me and a couple of friends a while back. It's about this old, abandoned house near where we used to live in southwestern Virginia, a place that still sends shivers down my spine whenever I think about it. So, picture this. It's the middle of a hot summer, the kind where the air feels thick and every little noise seems louder than usual. I was just your typical teenage kid craving a bit of adventure, and I convinced my buddy and his girlfriend's brother to come along with me to check out this creepy old house just at the edge of a wooded area near our neighborhood. Now, this neighborhood always gave me a weird feeling, like something was just off. I'd only lived there for about 6 months, but already I'd experienced things that made me uneasy. Anyway, we packed up, I grabbed my trusty buck knife, just in case, and off we went. Before we even reached the house, there was this small field we had to cross. The grass was tall and wild, never cut, and every step we took was slow and careful because we didn't want to accidentally step on some hidden snake. With each step forward, I could feel a growing weight on my chest, like the air was getting thicker. And honestly, I thought about turning back a few times. But I didn't want to seem like a scared kid, especially since my friends were joking around and having a good time. So I kept pushing forward, trying to match their lighthearted energy. When we finally reached the house, it was clear that no one had touched it for decades. Boxes of old newspapers from the late 1960s and early 70s were still stacked in corners, untouched, as if the owner had just vanished without a trace. We started exploring, just messing around like teenagers do, when suddenly, we all paused and looked at each other. It was like we were waiting for something, though none of us knew what. My buddy cracked a joke to break the tension, and we tried to shake off the feeling and continued our exploration. We found some interesting things: an old Bible that looked like it had been read regularly, a few broken glasses scattered about, and a shattered black and white photo of a couple. I was drawn to that picture and reached down to pick it up, but just as my fingers brushed against it, a faint whisper floated through the air, clear as day. "Get out." We froze, thinking maybe it was just our imaginations running wild, but I was suddenly very careful not to touch anything else. We moved on and opened the door to what I assumed was a bedroom. The moment we stepped inside, I noticed the floor was completely gone, just bare dirt stretched out beneath our feet. And then, when I looked up, my heart nearly stopped. Hanging from a beam was a noose, swaying gently as if moved by an unseen breath. The darkness of that room felt suffocating. We all just stared at each other, speechless. I quickly shut the door, and none of us wanted to go anywhere near that room again. The house was 2 stories, and the stairs were still there, creaking softly under the weight of years. But as we looked closer, we noticed shards of glass glittering on the steps, and worse, there was dark, dried blood smeared across them. That was the moment fear really gripped us. I decided foolishly to step up the stairs anyway, and just as I did, an old mason jar sitting on the step in front of me suddenly shattered into pieces. At the same time, a low, menacing whisper echoed right next to my ear. "Leave. Now." I don't think I've ever moved so fast in my life. I bolted out of that house with my friends right behind me, not even caring about the snakes we'd been so cautious about earlier. We ran across that field, lungs burning, until we reached the safety of the road. When we turned back to look at the house, we saw something that still haunts me, an apparition. A ghostly figure standing at the front door, slowly fading away into the night. Since that night, which was 6 years ago now, we made a pact to never, ever go back to the Kemp house. We still joke about it sometimes, calling the spirit the Kemp house ghost, but deep down, I get chills every time I remember those chilling words. Leave now. That house holds secrets I don't want to uncover again, and maybe some things are better left alone. You know, growing up, my grandma May would tell me this story over and over, and it always stuck with me. She grew up in this tiny little dot on the map called Nolan, way out in rural Mingo County, West Virginia. Life was tough back then. Her family was dirt poor, and most days, she and her brothers and sisters didn't know where their next meal was coming from. The only neighbor nearby was an old woman folks just called Aunt Katie. She lived all alone in a creaky little house with peeling paint, and folks said her eyes were milky white, like she couldn't see well, probably cataracts. Her husband? Well, he was locked up in the state penitentiary down in Moundsville for murder, which only added to the whispers about Aunt Katie. Now, because food was so scarce, Grandma May's dad took it upon himself to plant a vegetable garden. They found a patch of land right on the old family homestead, a little clearing tucked between towering trees and wild brush. It was hard work, especially in the blazing summer heat that year. Grandma May remembered that summer like it was yesterday. The air was thick and heavy, and the copperhead snakes seemed to be everywhere, slithering through the underbrush, almost daring anyone to step outside. She adored her daddy and said she followed him everywhere, like his little shadow. One hot afternoon, Grandma May and her dad were pushing this big, heavy wooden cart out to the garden. The wheels creaked and the sun beat down mercilessly, making the sweat bead on their brows. They gathered up the vegetables that were ripe, green beans, corn, maybe some tomatoes, and piled them into the cart. By the time they were heading back, both of them were worn out, muscles aching from the heat and the weight. As they neared the house, they had to pass by Aunt Katie's porch. And just as luck would have it, there she was, sitting in her rickety rocking chair, her white eyes catching the sunlight. She called out, "Harrison, give me some of those beans." My great-grandfather, proud and tired, replied, "We worked hard for these beans, and I ain't giving them away." Aunt Katie just let out this soft, eerie giggle and said, "Well, you'll wish you did." Now, they didn't think much of it at the time. Just old lady talk, maybe a little joke. But that night, things got strange. Grandma May shared that she had 6 or 7 siblings, and on most nights, the older ones would push the younger kids onto the floor to sleep. That night, she found herself lying flat on the cold wooden floor, a little scared but too tired to fight it. Just as she was drifting off, she heard it. A slow, deliberate set of footsteps coming down the hall. She knew the sounds her mother and father made moving around the old slat-board house, every creak and shuffle. But this was different. Something was walking down the hallway, and it stopped right outside her room, right where her head lay on the floor. She pulled the blanket up over her head, trying to hide, but she could feel it just there, silent and waiting. After a long pause, the footsteps turned and padded back down the hallway, fading into the shadows. But then, a little while later, they came back, stopping once more by her bed. This went on all through the night, this haunting rhythm of footsteps coming and going. Grandma May said she was paralyzed with fear, too scared to move, too frightened to call out. When the first light of dawn crept through the window, the footsteps vanished. She heard her dad moving around, getting ready for the day. She jumped up and ran to him, her heart pounding. When their eyes met, she just knew where those footsteps had been going all night. Without a word, her dad grabbed a big handful of green beans, tied them into a little poke, and headed out the door with Grandma May close behind. As they got closer to Aunt Katie's porch, the old woman was there, sitting as if she'd been waiting for them. Her dad tossed the beans up onto the porch and said, "Old woman, take your booger back." Aunt Katie smiled, a strange, knowing smile, and said, "Don't worry, Harrison. It won't bother you again." Grandma May always said she lived her life by her faith. She was a devout Christian, never cursing or drinking, always insisting on going to church whenever the doors were open. And she never doubted the story of old Aunt Katie. She swore it was true, and you know what? I believe her too. Hey there. I want to share with you this little story from my life. Something that's been happening at the print shop where I work, up here in north central Arkansas. Now, I'm pretty sure the place is haunted, but not in some scary horror movie way. It's more like a playful spirit, a friendly presence that just sort of tags along. I wouldn't say it's exactly Casper, but it's definitely there, and it's got a quirky sense of humor. So, I usually get to work about 30 to 45 minutes before the other guys show up. And that's when the little pokes start. You know that feeling when someone taps you on the shoulder, but when you turn around, there's nobody there? That's exactly what I get. It's like this invisible finger just nudges me, and I'm left wondering if I'm losing my mind. But it's not just the pokes. There are times when the lights flicker on or off by themselves. Doors slowly creak open or close without a breeze, and boxes of paper just tumble off the shelves like gravity has a mind of its own. One of the strangest things is this sudden smell of coffee. Rich, warm coffee aroma, wafting through the air before I've even brewed a single cup. It's like someone's brewing a pot just for me, but no one else is around yet. This all started happening more noticeably after my mom passed away a couple of years ago. Before my dad took the recliner out of one of the office rooms, the one that used to rock back and forth on its own, it would sway gently without anyone touching it. And it's not just me seeing this happen. My daughter and one of my coworkers have witnessed it too. It's like some little sign or a memory hanging around. Now, here's where it gets a little spookier, but still kinda sweet. One night, my daughter and I had to go to work late to finish up a big project. I got there about 15 minutes early, hoping to get a head start before she and her friend arrived. As I was setting up, I started hearing whispering voices coming from the back rooms of the shop. I froze because I knew my daughter hadn't arrived yet, so it couldn't be her. My heart was pounding a little, but I told myself it was just the sound of pipes or something else harmless. About 5 minutes later, my daughter walked in the door, and we settled down to work. Then she looked up and said, "Mom, I just heard Papa's chair rolling across the floor. Is anyone else here?" Now, I was too chicken to check it out myself, so she got up and went to see. She grabbed the chair and sat down to keep working like nothing was wrong. And then, just 10 minutes ago, she saw a shadow by the back door. Remember, it was just me, my daughter, and her friend in the entire building. Nobody else. Then, out of nowhere, there was this huge bang, like something heavy falling in the front office, which was completely dark at the time. We didn't stick around to investigate. We hurried through the last bits of our project, eager to get out of there and head home. What's strange is that all this seems to only happen in the evening. When I come in the morning, before anyone else arrives, I don't get that eerie feeling of being watched. There's barely any noise, no weird shadows, and certainly no overwhelming sense of darkness or doom. The light outside is about the same at 7:30 in the morning as it is at 7:30 in the evening, So it's not just the darkness making me feel this way. I guess I'll never fully understand why this little presence chooses the evenings to stir things up. But honestly, I don't mind. It's like having a quiet companion in the shop, a reminder of those who've passed but still linger in the spaces we hold dear. Thanks for listening to my story. Maybe if you ever find yourself alone in a quiet print shop, you'll keep an eye out for the friendly ghost who just wants to say hello. Hey, I want to share this little story with you. It's about the time I had one of the worst migraines ever, and my rescue parrots decided it was the perfect moment to all scream at once. Loud, piercing screeches that felt like they were drilling into my head. There were 6 of them at the time, all chattering and screeching, totally ignoring my pleas for them to stop. I kept asking, really begging them to be quiet, but they wouldn't listen. I felt so awful, like I was going to throw up any second, so I had to sit down just to keep myself from falling over. Now, here's where it gets interesting. My house? It's got a bit of a reputation for strange happenings. So in the middle of that migraine madness, I just said out loud, "Okay, if someone is really here, please make them stop. I can't take it." And you know what? Within seconds, everything went completely silent. Not a single squawk or squabble from the parrots. It was like someone flipped a switch. The relief was instant and overwhelming. I whispered a thank you because honestly, it felt like a friend was there helping me out. The parrots stayed quiet for the rest of the day, which was unusual. A friend of mine said she would have just run out of the house if she were me, but honestly, it felt nice to have that calm. A sort of invisible presence that I think my animals could sense, but they weren't afraid at all. Oh, and just to add, those parrots? All 6 of them have since been adopted and are living their best, happiest bird lives now. So, no worries there. Here's another little detail that made me believe there really was someone here with us. It only happened to close family and friends who visited a lot. Sometimes, when someone was using the bathroom, the door would just refuse to open. No matter how hard you pulled or pushed, it felt like it was cemented shut. No give at all. It was really frustrating until someone said out loud, "Please, let me out." And then, suddenly the door would open with ease. The first time it happened, it was hilarious. Everyone was stuck in there, and none of us knew what to do. But you know what? At least whoever was doing this wasn't cruel. They locked us in, not out. So it was more like a prank than anything mean-spirited. That's why I said that day, if you're here, please stop the birds. It was a real moment of reaching out, and I think that's when the silence came. So yeah, it's nice to have a friend, even if I can't see them. I think my animals see whoever it is, but they're never scared. Maybe they know it's a kind presence. And honestly, that's comforting, knowing you're not alone, even when everything feels overwhelming. Hey there, I'm Nancy Poitou, pronounced Poitou, just like that. And I want to share a story with you about one of the most memorable ghost-busting experiences I ever had. It all began when a colleague referred a case to me. The story revolves around an old apartment building where a mother and her little daughter had lived in a loft. One night, the daughter woke up to a frightening sight, a shadowy black man standing over her bed. Naturally, the mother was alarmed and confided in her therapist, who, in turn, mentioned me. The mother shared my contact details with the apartment manager, and though the mother and daughter had already moved out by then, the manager reached out to me. Funny enough, the date I was asked to come out and do my ghost work landed exactly on Halloween. It felt fitting, don't you think? I asked my friend Maria, who is very intuitive and spiritually gifted, to join me. I always bring someone like her along for these jobs. When we arrived, the apartment manager met us and led us up to the loft. Walking inside, I immediately sensed that this wasn't just one ghost haunting the place. It felt like maybe a dozen spirits were there, I told the apartment manager, and her face went pale. She said something like, "Oh, hell no," and practically ran out of there. I chuckled because I know better than to be afraid. Fear only feeds the negative energy. My goal is always to bring peace to both the living and those who have crossed over but somehow haven't moved on. The first step was investigation. Maria and I walked around the loft in this altered state of awareness, tuning into whatever energies were present. She agreed. There were definitely multiple spirits, probably around a dozen. What I saw in my mind's eye were what used to be called hobos, men who were homeless, especially during the Great Depression, who traveled by secretly hopping onto trains. I remember my mother warning me as a little girl to stay away from railroad tracks. At the time, I didn't understand why, but later I realized it was because of those hobos. Some could be dangerous, just like some homeless people today. Alongside these hobo spirits, there was also a policeman. I could see the outlines of a jail cell, and these hobos and the policemen were chatting and laughing, sharing stories. It didn't feel like the typical prisoner-guard relationship, which you'd expect to be tense. Instead, it was friendly, almost like the guard was looking out for them rather than keeping them locked up. This made me wonder, if there were so many earthbound spirits there, did they all die in that jail? The apartment manager's research hadn't indicated any such tragic event. The feeling I got was that they'd come back because that place, even as a jail, must have been a warm and welcoming refuge in otherwise hard, lonely lives. Later on, I learned that in the 30s and 40s, police stations sometimes opened their jails to homeless men as a place to sleep and get a meal. That explained the sort of camaraderie and warmth I felt during my visit. After figuring out what was going on, I moved into communication. I enter an altered state, like stepping into their world. Maria performed a ritual to open a portal, and I lay down on the cold cement floor, focusing my mind to connect. Usually, spirits know I'm there to help, so I don't face much resistance. I spoke with the policeman first. He was wearing an old-fashioned uniform, complete with that flat-topped hat with sharp edges and a shiny brim. I explained to him that they seemed stuck and that I was there to help them move on. He hesitated, telling me he felt responsible for the men and wasn't sure they'd all follow him through the portal if he went first. I suggested he let them go first so he could make sure they all made it through safely. To my surprise, the hobos lined up obediently, each placing a hand on the shoulder of the man in front of him. I guided their attention to the light Maria had opened, telling them to keep their eyes on it, even if it looked small at first. Slowly but surely, they began to walk through the portal, one by one, with the policeman last. That's usually when spirit guides and loved ones take over, guiding the souls to the afterlife. I've been a hospice volunteer, so I've witnessed people's deathbed visions where guides come to escort them. Sometimes, though, earthbound spirits just can't see the light or their guides because their vibration is too low. That's where someone like me comes in. Once they were through, it was time to clear any lingering negative energy and raise the vibration of the loft. I started with a smudge stick, a Native American tradition using dried sage, sometimes mixed with cedar. You light it until it smokes, then blow out the flame, and the smoke is used to cleanse the space. Since I'm not Native American, I use a turkey feather to guide the smoke. Native Americans use eagle feathers and other types, but those are reserved for them. I carefully walked around the walls, smudging the entire space. Next, I sprinkled unrefined salt along the inside walls. Salt absorbs any leftover negative energy and needs to be vacuumed up after a few weeks. To raise the vibration, I burned resin incense, again using the feather to send the fragrant smoke through the rooms. Other things that can help raise energy include classical music, spiritual symbols, or artwork with positive images. I also blessed the doors and windows with frankincense oil, making a cross shape as I did so. Since the loft was empty, I didn't leave a burning candle, though I usually use a white candle in a tall jar, anoint it with frankincense oil, and say a prayer of protection while lighting it. When the place is occupied, I instruct residents on how to safely burn the candle down completely, placing it in a bathtub or shower when they leave to prevent fire hazards. Because this loft was unoccupied, Maria and I did the meditation together, focusing on sending a protective white light enveloping the space. The more people involved, the stronger the energy. I always offer a money-back guarantee for my services because I want to ensure that what I'm doing is actually helping. After the session, I spoke with the apartment manager and explained everything I found and did. I told her about the guarantee and asked her to reach out if any more problems arose. It's been years since, and I haven't heard from her, so I believe the ghost busting was a success. Honestly, I couldn't think of a better way to spend Halloween than helping restless souls find peace and bringing comfort to those still living. It's a reminder that sometimes, even the most unexpected places hold stories of connection, kindness, and hope. Hi everyone. I want to tell you about something that happened during one of my hospital shifts. Well, technically, it didn't happen to me directly, but I was there for it. I saw enough of it with my own eyes that, even now, I still don't really know what to do with it. Before I begin, I want to be clear about something. I'm not here trying to convince anyone of anything. I'm only sharing what I lived through. I don't know what it meant. I don't know if there was some rational explanation we simply never found. I'm a doctor, and because of that, my first instinct is always to look for the medical, scientific answer. I'm not an especially religious person. I did go to church when I was younger because my mother used to take me, mostly on Sundays, but that was a long time ago. So when strange things happen in a hospital, my mind doesn't immediately go to the supernatural. I usually try to pull the whole thing apart logically, but this one stayed with me. This happened about 4 years ago in a small public hospital in the interior of Brazil. I was working in the emergency department where, honestly, you end up seeing a little bit of everything. That day, a young woman was brought into the high-priority area by her family. She was somewhere in her early 20s, maybe 23 or 24. Her family said she had been fainting on and off. She was weak, constantly exhausted, losing weight quickly, and becoming confused at times. According to them, all of it had started suddenly, maybe 2 months earlier. Before that, she had been healthy. She worked, exercised, had a normal routine, and nobody could point to anything obvious that had changed. Naturally, we started thinking of serious possibilities. Cancer, infection, autoimmune disease, something neurological, something metabolic, something hidden. She stayed hospitalized for almost 2 weeks, and those 2 weeks were awful for the whole team because every test kept coming back normal. Imaging, blood work, kidney function, liver function, pancreatic markers, infectious screening, serologies, everything we could reasonably investigate in that setting. The only thing we found was a very mild anemia, the kind of thing that did not explain what was happening to her. And still, she kept getting worse. She became sleepier, weaker, feverish. Then she deteriorated to the point where we had to intubate her to protect her airway. That is the part that still makes my stomach tighten when I think about it. We had a young woman dying in front of us, and we still had no diagnosis. I spoke to her family many times, trying to find some clue in her history. A medication she had forgotten to mention, a trip, a toxin, an animal bite, anything. But they kept saying the same thing. She had been perfectly fine until shortly after an argument with another woman who lived nearby. Now, this is where the story becomes strange, and I'm only repeating what the family told me. They believed the woman she argued with had some connection to spiritual practices in the community. They were convinced that something had been done to her after the disagreement. As a doctor, I couldn't base my decisions on that. I couldn't treat a patient according to fear, rumor, or spiritual suspicion. At the time, I thought the family was probably desperate. And honestly, who could blame them? When someone you love is fading away and every medical answer comes back empty, the mind goes searching in darker corners. Then came the intubation. I performed it myself. Clinically, the procedure went smoothly. No complications. Nothing unusual from a medical point of view. But as soon as it was over, I looked up and saw one of the nurses standing completely still. She was pale. I mean truly pale, like all the blood had left her face. This nurse was not new. She had years of experience. She had seen emergencies, deaths, trauma, chaos. She was not someone who startled easily. We helped her sit down and gave her water. After a while, I asked her what had happened. She told me that while I was passing the tube, she looked behind the bed, near where I was standing, and saw what looked like a small child run into the bathroom inside the unit. A child. There were no children there. This was not pediatrics. It was an adult critical care area. No child should have been anywhere near that room. I tried not to react too much. I told myself she was exhausted. Maybe stress. Maybe a trick of the light. Hospitals at night can do strange things to the mind. But about 4 hours later, something happened that I saw myself. There was a movable privacy screen near the young woman's bed. Out of nowhere, it started moving. Not shaking a little, not shifting because someone brushed past it. It moved as if it were being dragged. I immediately went to check. I looked for a draft, a slanted floor, someone nearby, anything. But there was nobody close to it. It was just the patient, me, and 2 nursing technicians in that area. And both technicians were standing beside me. They had not touched it. After that night, the atmosphere in that part of the hospital changed. People started reporting strange noises. A few members of the team said they saw a figure near the room. Some said they couldn't sleep properly during those shifts. I don't want to exaggerate or pretend I witnessed all of those things myself. What I personally saw was this: that nurse, terrified and pale after the intubation, and that privacy screen moving by itself. And unfortunately, this story does not have a peaceful ending. The patient died a few days later. 2, maybe 3. We never found the cause. No clear diagnosis. No final explanation. Just a young woman who declined in front of us while every answer we searched for slipped through our fingers. And even now, whenever I remember that shift, I still feel the same uneasiness sitting quietly in the back of my mind. I've always thought of my mom as deeply, deeply spiritual. She's the kind of person who charges crystals in the moonlight, gives readings, trusts her intuition, and talks about energy like it's something she can actually feel in the room. And then there's me. I've always been more science-minded, more skeptical, more show me the evidence. My mom and I are incredibly close, but every now and then, her spiritual beliefs and my logical brain bump heads a little. Nothing dramatic, just those tiny debates where neither of us fully convinces the other. But for years, my mom has told me she thinks I have some kind of gift too, something similar to hers. Her reasons are, honestly, a little eerie. For one, I was born under unusual circumstances, still inside the amniotic sac because of complications during delivery. She always treated that like it meant something. Then there was the fact that when I was little, I used to see what I called the Hat Man all the time. And I mean all the time. A couple times a day, I'd catch this dark figure out of the corner of my eye, shaped like a man wearing some kind of cowboy hat or maybe a fedora. He'd be there for a second, just moving past the edge of my vision, and then gone. It terrified me as a kid. The strangest part is that I stopped seeing him after we moved out of my childhood home when I was a teenager. But that's a whole different story. The story I actually want to tell happened a few months ago, when my mom took me and my stepdad, Darren, on a ghost hunting tour at a small museum owned by some friends of hers. The museum was focused on local history, and it had all kinds of objects connected to people who had passed away. Old high school football jerseys, military items, personal belongings from soldiers. Things that felt like they carried little fingerprints of the lives attached to them. When we got there, it was my mom's friends running the ghost hunt, two older women who were incredibly sweet and somehow even more into the paranormal than my mom, and then the three of us. We started in the employee break room, where they handed out equipment. There were EMF readers, a few devices I don't remember the names of, and other little ghost hunting gadgets that looked like they belonged in a very haunted toolbox. At one point, they asked us to move everything into the main hallway, including the chairs. And for some reason, my chair felt ridiculously heavy. Not normal heavy, not old wooden chair heavy. It felt like something was tugging back on it, like I was dragging it through invisible mud. I remember thinking it was strange, but I didn't say much at first. Once we were in the hallway, the husband of the couple leading the tour brought out a spirit box with noise-canceling headphones. He tried it first, but he didn't get much from it. Then I asked if I could try. The second I put the headphones on, things got weird. I started hearing words. Not sounds, not random noise, but actual words. Barracks. Guns. Shots. Then a name came through. Jake. Or maybe Jack. It was quick but clear enough that it stuck with me. Then, near the end, the letter I started repeating over and over again. Just I, again and again, and the intensity of it hit me so hard that I yanked the headphones off and said I needed a break. When I took them off, the women in the group looked almost stunned. They told me they hadn't gotten answers that clear from the spirit box in a long time. Since so much of what I heard seemed connected to war or soldiers, we went upstairs to the military exhibit. One of the men pointed to a board with photos of local men who had served in the military. Some of the names were written beneath the photos, some were engraved properly, and some were still unidentified. He explained that he had spent years trying to figure out all of the names on that board, but one had been giving him trouble for a long time. Then he pointed to a young black soldier in one of the photos. He said maybe the name I heard, Jack or Jake, had something to do with him. I didn't know what to say to that. My skeptical brain was still trying to build a little fence around the whole thing, but the fence was definitely wobbling. Later, we ended up in a storage room because somehow an old ashtray they had recently acquired seemed important. I honestly can't remember exactly how we landed on the ashtray, but everyone felt like we should bring it out. They set it up with dowsing rods and one of those proximity alarms that lights up and plays music when something gets close. At first, we asked questions and nothing much happened. Then I spoke up. I had been quiet for most of the night, but when I started asking questions, the responses became noticeably clearer. I asked whatever was there to make the proximity alarm blink 4 times. It blinked 4 times. I asked yes or no questions, and the rods responded. But the strange part was, they only seemed to respond when I asked. Eventually, the older ladies encouraged me to keep going. One of them said something like, "They can tell you have a connection." And I'll be honest, what had felt scary for a minute started to feel almost fun. Nervous fun, but still fun. If there was something there, it didn't feel threatening. It actually felt like there were several presences, and they seemed friendly. Eventually, we wrapped up and went home. I still wouldn't say I'm fully convinced. The skeptical part of me is alive and well, sitting in the corner with a clipboard and a suspicious expression. But I haven't been able to stop thinking about that night. So I guess my question is, based on what happened, do you think there might actually be something to what my mom has been saying all these years? Could she be right that I have some kind of connection? Or is there another explanation I'm just not seeing? I want to tell you about a place called Iron Memory Care, where I helped take care of my grandmother for a few months back in 2023. And before I get into it, I just want to say this clearly. I was not on anything. I do not use drugs, I do not take medications, and I had never really experienced anything paranormal before this. I have ADD, but nothing that would explain what happened there. I know how strange this all sounds, but to me, it was real. From the very first day we moved my grandmother in, the place felt different. Not just sad or heavy the way a memory care home can feel, but almost charged, like the air had a secret in it. When I arrived, there was a woman from the staff standing outside near the entrance. I had never met her before, but she greeted me right away like she knew me. She called me Mr. and used my name, and she seemed to already know why I was there and what was going on with my grandmother. It felt like she had been waiting for me. Inside, things only got stranger. There were not many people around. A staff member was sitting with a resident near the front, and when I walked down the hallway to find my grandmother, I saw an elderly woman in a wheelchair at the very end. She was making these sounds I cannot really describe. It sounded like distress, but also not quite human. I know residents in memory care can be confused or upset, but this felt different. It had a strange, almost supernatural weight to it. I asked her if she needed help, because it seemed like she did. Then I went back and told one of the staff members, whose name was Kat. Kat went to check on her, came back, and said the resident was fine. Then her face changed in this way I still do not know how to explain. It was quick, but it looked wrong somehow. Her voice also shifted into this odd, almost playful tone, and she said, "Thanks though, I really appreciate that," while smiling up at me. That was the first moment where I thought, something is off here. Later that same day, my grandmother's physical therapist came by. He had worked with her at her previous assisted living place, and he was helping her do exercises in her room. After a little while, I stepped out to get some water. I was only a short distance away, and I could see the door the whole time. I drank one small cup of water and went right back. They were gone. My grandmother and the therapist were not by the bed. They were not in the bathroom. There was no other exit. I remember panicking immediately because after everything that had already happened, this felt impossible. I actually jumped and said, "No way," because my mind could not make sense of it. Then I walked back out of the room, and there they were, coming toward me from the exact direction I had just come from. He was guiding her with her walker, and both of them were acting completely normal. That made it even worse, because they were somehow coming from the place I had just been. I still do not understand how that could have happened. A few days later, something else happened with a small refrigerator in her room. For the first couple of days, I was absolutely sure there was no fridge in one corner near the front of the room. It was just empty space. Then suddenly, there it was. I asked my grandmother if my dad had brought it in that day, and she said it had always been there. At first I thought, okay, that is probably her dementia. But then my dad said the same thing. He told me it had been there since day one. So I checked the pictures I had taken of her room from the first days. And in the pictures, the refrigerator was there. That scared me more than I expected, because I knew what I remembered. I knew I had seen that space empty, but the photos showed something else. Then there was Angel, another staff member I met on the second or third day. She was friends with Kat. One afternoon at lunch, My grandmother's little Maltese, Benny, needed to go outside. Angel offered to take him, so I handed her the leash. She walked out, and within just a few seconds, she was already coming back inside. It was too fast. Not, wow, that was quick, fast. It was impossible fast. She said Benny had gone potty, but there was no way she had enough time to take him out, let him go, and come back in. The way she appeared again had this strange, almost floating quality to it. I do not have better words for it. A few days later, my dad was upset because Benny had been causing trouble. He barked a lot, and it was bothering the residents and staff. My dad asked me to go back and give Benny some calming medication. When I entered the building, another staff member was sitting on the right. She looked at me like she had been expecting me too. I explained that I was there to give my grandmother's dog medication, but that it might be difficult because he resisted pills. She laughed and said, "Well, good luck with that." But her voice changed in a way that honestly disturbed me. It sounded unnatural, almost theatrical, but not in a normal human way. I tried to brush it off and went to the room, but that voice stayed with me for a long time. I did eventually get the medicine into Benny's food, but not without a fight. He snarled and resisted, and I was relieved when it was done. There were smaller things too. Sometimes I would hear Benny barking inside my grandmother's room, loud and clear, while we were nearby in the dining area. Then the barking would suddenly stop, and when I went into the room, he would not be there. Someone had taken him somewhere else, apparently, but the timing always felt strange. There were also these knocking sounds, crystal clear, but fake somehow, like the sound effect of a knock in a video game. It did not sound like a real person knocking on a real door. Even the entrance had this strange feeling. After the outside door, there was another locked door where you had to ring a bell and wait for staff. The doorbell played this melody that sounded oddly magical and mysterious. It fit the place too well, like the building had chosen its own theme music. At some point, I started thinking of Iron as a real-life Hogwarts, except instead of a school, it was a memory care facility. That sounds ridiculous, I know, but that is how it felt to me. Like normal rules were thinner there. One day, I asked Angel if I could order pizza and let my grandmother eat it in her room. She said she would go ask. After a few minutes, I stepped out to see what was going on. I looked around a corner and saw Angel standing there with Kat. They were facing my direction, talking to each other, almost like she had forgotten she had gone to ask for me. The moment they noticed me, they both turned and smiled. But their faces looked distorted again, just for a moment. It was that same impossible, unsettling expression. I kept walking and eventually asked someone else, who told me my grandmother could not eat in the room because they had been having ant problems. Another time, I walked into my grandmother's room, and after I went toward her bed, I heard the door close and lock behind me. It happened instantly, with this sharp click. I knew nobody had been there. I even went back to check. It did not feel like a normal door closing. It felt staged somehow, like the room was making a point. The strangest thing might have been the time jump. I was sitting with my grandmother on her bed, talking with her. It felt like less than an hour had passed. Then I looked at her clock and saw that 4 or 5 hours had gone by. I checked my phone, and it said the same thing. It was like we had skipped ahead. I remember feeling cold inside because I was supposed to be there for several hours helping her, but I had only experienced maybe 1 hour. Somehow it had gone from around 2 in the afternoon to about 5:30. I left after that. I could not sit there and pretend it felt normal. There were other little moments with Angel too. One day I passed her in the hallway and gave her a sideways look because of all the strange things I had seen around her. She turned her head, smiled this enormous grin, said hi, and kept walking. It felt like she knew exactly what I was thinking. Another time in the cafeteria, someone told me nobody was available in the kitchen and that I would have to wait. Then, within a minute or two, a woman I had never seen before appeared out of nowhere. She had bright reddish-orange hair and asked if she could help me. She got a meal from my grandmother like nothing unusual had happened. Weeks later, I think I saw that same woman with her daughter in the TV area. The little girl was running around with this wild, cartoonish energy, and my grandmother seemed to know her and thought she was cute. There was also the air conditioner incident. My grandmother's room had been too warm, and the AC was not working. Staff said the maintenance man would come, but nobody had shown up. I checked the room and could tell no one had worked on it. Then, right as I decided to leave the room, I heard a TV somewhere in the distance say, with perfect timing, "The maintenance guy is here to save us." Later, when I came back, the AC was working. The room was cool. My grandmother was comfortable. But I never saw anyone come in to fix it. I know all of this sounds impossible. I know how it would sound if someone else told me this story. But I lived it. I was there, day after day, watching these little breaks in reality happen around me. I wish I had recordings. I wish I had proof I could hand someone. All I have is my memory of that place, and the feeling that Iron Memory Care was not just a building. It felt like a place where something was hiding in plain sight. I grew up in a house that always felt normal, at least at first. My parents and I moved there when I was around 9 years old. It was an older place, built not long after World War II. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a living room, dining room, pool, garage, and this extra little room behind the garage. Nothing strange happened for the first couple of years, so none of us had any reason to think the house was anything but ordinary. Then my cousin Mira came to stay with us from Europe. She was supposed to be there for a few months, and about a week after she arrived, she brought something up at breakfast. She looked at me and said, "Can you please stop knocking on my door at night? And stop trying to open it?" I remember staring at her, completely confused, because I had no idea what she was talking about. I told her it wasn't me. A few weeks later, she said it had started again. The knocking, the doorknob turning, someone trying to get in. Then after a while, she stopped mentioning it. Eventually, she went back to Europe, and life went quiet again. At least for a little while. About 2 months after she left, when I was 12, I had one of those nights where I just could not fall asleep. I tossed and turned for hours. I turned on the radio, I tried reading, nothing worked. It was close to 3 in the morning, and the wind outside was really strong. From my bedroom, I saw what I thought was my mother coming out of my parents' room. She was wearing a pale pink robe and a little pink bonnet. That immediately felt strange to me, because my mom never wore a bonnet to sleep. I didn't even think she owned one. And I knew her robe at the time was blue, not pink. Still, I thought maybe she was going to the kitchen. She would sometimes check the stove at night to make sure the burners were off. So I got up and followed her. I went down one hallway, then another. I checked the bathroom. Nothing. The family room. Nothing. The dining area. Nothing. The kitchen. Nothing. I kept thinking, okay, she has to be in the living room, or maybe the second dining area. But there was nobody there. That was when the chills hit me. Not just a little shiver either. It was that deep, cold feeling where your whole body knows something is wrong before your mind catches up. I went back to my parents' bedroom and woke my mom up. I asked her how she had gotten back to bed so fast. She looked half asleep and told me she had never gotten up. I told her, "No, I saw you. You were wearing a pink bonnet and a pink robe." She said, "I don't own a bonnet, and my robe is blue." Then she told me to go back to sleep. But I couldn't. I knew what I had seen, and I knew it had not been my mother. I went and turned on the hallway light, then closed my bedroom door. My dad woke up, came out, and turned the light off. so I got up and turned it right back on. The next morning, when everyone was awake and actually listening, I told them everything. My mom said I must have imagined it, which made me really upset because I knew I hadn't. I described exactly what I saw. My dad believed me. Later, he told our next-door neighbor, Mr. Harris, what had happened. And that was when we learned the story. According to him, back in the early 1950s, a single man who had been a soldier lived in our house. A married couple lived nearby. While the husband was away on business trips, the wife and the soldier started having an affair. One day, the husband came home early to surprise his wife, but she wasn't there. A neighbor across the street told him what had been going on and said he had seen it happening for months. The husband went home, got a gun, and came to the house we lived in. He found his wife there with the soldier. She ran, and he chased her outside, all the way toward the driveway beside my parents' bedroom. That was where he shot her. After hearing that, I couldn't stop thinking about the woman I saw in the pink robe. I wondered if maybe she was still there. Maybe she didn't even know she was dead. We stayed in that house until I was in my early 20s, and I was honestly relieved when my parents finally sold it. I never saw the woman again, but later I moved into the room where my cousin had stayed. That was when the knocking started for me. Something would bang on the door and try to turn the handle. Glasses would shatter for no reason. Some nights, I would feel something shove me off the bed. Years later, I looked the house up online. After my parents sold it, it had been sold 17 different times. And when I saw that, all I could think was, maybe every family after us eventually felt what we felt. Maybe that house never let anyone stay for long. I only ever captured one ghost photo that truly felt real to me. It was on an old iPad years ago, and the strange part is, I don't have it anymore. It was deleted completely by accident when my little boy, who was only a toddler at the time, entered the wrong passcode too many times. Back then, the security settings were brutal. These days, you usually have to turn that kind of data wiping feature on yourself, but at the time, it was just built in. 6 wrong attempts, and the whole thing basically self-destructed. 2 years of photos and memories vanished. No backup, no iCloud. And tucked in there with everything else was the one image I still think about. The ghost photo. I remember thinking, of course, the strangest, most impossible thing I've ever captured, and now there's no proof of it. It felt almost ridiculous, like the universe had handed me something extraordinary, then quietly taken it back before anyone could properly see it. This happened about 9 years ago at Barry Pomeroy Castle in southwest England. I'm Australian, so it's not exactly somewhere I can casually revisit on a weekend and try again. It was the middle of the afternoon, in summer, with clear skies. Honestly, the most unbelievable part of the story might be that it was actually sunny in England. I had taken the photo because of a wall. Not a dramatic doorway, not a tower, not some gloomy underground passage. Just an old wall inside the grounds. The light was falling beautifully across the handmade bricks, and I thought it would make a good reference for a watercolor painting later. But there was also this feeling about it. Nothing obvious, nothing theatrical. Just a quiet pull, like some small, invisible hand had tugged at my attention and said, "Here, look here." So I took the picture. That night, when I was looking through the photos, I saw her. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. You know how the mind can make shapes out of shadows and stone? But the longer I looked, the clearer she became. A woman. She seemed to be sitting with her arms out beside her. She was terribly thin, with sharp collarbones, long dark hair, and pale skin. Her face looked hollow, with dark shadows around her eyes, and her mouth was open in this silent, awful expression. She blended into the stones almost perfectly, but once I saw her, I couldn't unsee her. It was like one of those magic eye pictures from childhood. One moment there's nothing there, and then, suddenly, the image rises out of the pattern, and your brain can never go back to not knowing. She looked anguished. That was the part that stayed with me. Not just the shape of her, but the feeling that came through it. Deep sadness. Real suffering. I sat there staring at the image, and it genuinely shook me. I handed the iPad to my partner and only said, "Do you see her?" They looked for a moment, then went very still and said, "Yes, I do." And that was enough. I hadn't explained what I thought I was seeing. I hadn't pointed anything out. They saw her too. Now, Barry Pomeroy has its own ghost stories, of course. One of the best known is about the Green Lady's Tower. The story goes that a woman was imprisoned there by her jealous sister and left to starve to death hundreds of years ago. Whether you call that history, legend, or something in between, it's one of the hauntings people often talk about when they mention the place. When I visited the tower, it was covered in ivy, with green light filtering through the leaves. It was easy to understand the name. It had that soft, mossy, storybook kind of atmosphere. But the strange thing is, I didn't feel afraid there. I'd expected to. I went in half prepared to be spooked, but the tower felt peaceful to me. Beautiful, even. I remember wondering whether all the ghost stories had just been exaggerated over time for tourists. Then I tried to go down into the dungeon. There were 2 entrances, one on either side. I started with the left one. The stairs were well lit, the walls were plain, and there was nothing visually frightening about it. But halfway down, I was hit with this sudden, overwhelming terror. It wasn't a thought. It wasn't imagination. It felt physical, almost animal. A hard, primal fear that grabbed me in the chest and told me, very clearly, not to keep going. I tried to push through it, because I'm stubborn and I really did want to see everything. But I couldn't. The feeling was too strong. The place felt claustrophobic, hostile, and terribly wrong. So I turned back. A little while later, I tried the other dungeon entrance, thinking maybe I'd just startled myself the first time. The same thing happened. Halfway down, that heavy dread came over me again. Not exactly fear this time, but despair. A thick, sinking feeling that made it impossible to continue. So I gave up. I remember thinking it was strange that everyone made such a fuss about the tower, when the dungeon was the place that felt truly awful to me. Maybe the old story had shifted over time. Maybe the wrong place had inherited the legend. Or maybe places hold more than one sorrow. After that, I went back up into the sunlight and walked around the grounds, trying to shake off the feeling. I started photographing the stones and walls again, just to settle myself. That was when I took the picture. Not in the tower, not in the dungeon, just near an ordinary wall, maybe 20 feet or so from the tower. And somehow, that was where she appeared. I wish I could show it to you. I really do. But another part of me has always wondered whether it was never meant to be kept. When I still had the photo, I remember feeling uneasy about sharing it publicly. Not because I was afraid people would mock it, though I'm sure some would have. It was more that the image felt private somehow. There was such pain in her face. It didn't feel like a trophy. It didn't feel like something to wave around online and invite strangers to pick apart for entertainment. It felt like I had witnessed something terribly sad, something that deserved respect. I know that may sound strange, but if you've ever felt something like that, you'll understand. Some hauntings, if that's what they are, don't feel like performances. They feel like wounds. and wounds shouldn't be paraded. Still, I wish I had it. I wish I could show it to the right people, quietly, respectfully, and say, "Here, this is what I saw. This is what I felt." But I can't. The photo is gone. And maybe that's part of the story too. Maybe she allowed herself to be seen once, just briefly, and then the image was taken back. Maybe it was never mine to keep. I know people say trust your gut all the time, and it can start to sound like one of those internet phrases that gets passed around until it loses meaning. But a few months ago, at Reagan National Airport, my body reacted to a stranger so strongly that I still think about it. My husband and I had just gotten off an overnight flight from Seattle. We were exhausted, in that weird, foggy way you only get after sleeping badly on a plane. Everything felt too bright, too loud, and slightly unreal. The pickup area downstairs was packed, so we took our bags up to departures instead. It was early, still cold outside, but the air felt good after being trapped in airports all night. We stood near one of the concrete barriers while my husband called his aunt, who was coming to get us. Traffic was crawling, so we knew we'd be waiting a while. That's when this man walked over. At first, nothing about him seemed strange. He looked completely ordinary. Late 20s, maybe early 30s. Clean jacket, earbuds in, groomed. The kind of person you'd assume worked in tech or finance or something like that. He complimented my husband's coat. My husband said thanks. Then he complimented mine too, and I kind of laughed and said, "Thanks, man, appreciate it." He smiled, but it didn't quite land right. He said, "Yeah, I'm sure you do." It was such a small thing. Not enough to be rude exactly, just a little off. Still, we kept talking. He asked where we were headed, and we said family was picking us up. Then he started talking about family too, but every sentence had this sourness underneath it. Like he was joking, but not really. At one point, he said something about family and friends only pretending to matter. We tried to be kind. Just polite stranger conversation while waiting for a ride. And then, suddenly, everything changed. I don't know how else to explain it except that the air around us felt different. My whole body went cold. Not regular nervousness, not social discomfort. It was fear. Deep, physical fear. The kind your body seems to understand before your brain catches up. His face had changed. He was still speaking in a normal voice, but his eyes were different. There was this anger in them that hadn't been there before. He was looking at us in a way that felt almost hateful, like he was imagining something terrible and we were part of it. That was when I noticed he didn't have a suitcase, just a backpack, which stuck out to me because he had been talking like he'd just come off a long trip. Then, very casually, he said, "I don't really have anywhere to go." Written out, I know that doesn't sound terrifying, but standing there with him, every instinct in me was screaming that something was wrong. My husband is usually the kind of person who gets drawn into conversation and tries to be friendly even when things get awkward. So I knew I had to get us away without making it obvious. I said I needed to use the bathroom and started walking back inside. The man looked at me and said, "Bathroom, huh?" That made my skin crawl, but I kept moving. Once I got inside and down toward arrivals, I called my husband. I tried to keep my voice calm, but I said, "You need to come inside right now. Something is seriously wrong with that guy." While I was on the phone, I heard the man in the background say, "Is that him? Tell him to come back out." My husband ended the conversation politely, something like, "Good talking to you, man." And the stranger said, in this cold, mocking voice, "Yeah, I'm sure it was." A minute later, my husband came inside. The second I saw him, I felt this huge wave of relief. Before I could even explain, he looked at me and said, "No, I know. That was really scary." That was when I realized I hadn't imagined it. We waited inside until his aunt pulled up. When we got into the car, she was happy to see us and asking about the flight, and I remember feeling so grateful she was there. Not just because we were tired and wanted to go home, but because it felt like she had unknowingly pulled us out of something we didn't understand. As we drove away from the airport, I tried to explain what had happened. I was talking too fast, stumbling over the details, trying to make it sound as frightening as it had felt. But the more I explained it, the weaker it sounded. He never threatened us. He never yelled. He never followed us. Technically, nothing happened. But I have never felt my body warn me about someone like that before. As we pulled away, we passed him sitting alone farther down the terminal. He didn't look at us, but I stared at him through the window, still shaking inside, with the strongest feeling that we had narrowly avoided something I'll never be able to prove. I've never really told this story before, at least not like this. It's been about 7 years now, and even thinking about it still makes my skin tighten. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts. I'm not religious either. I've always been the kind of person who tries to explain things logically. But this? I still don't know what to do with it. Back in 2019, my girlfriend at the time, Lena, and I had just started dating. We were living in Northern California, and for weeks we'd been talking about going camping together. Just one night in a tent, somewhere quiet, somewhere a little wild. It felt exciting, like one of those early relationship adventures where everything is new and you want to make a memory. It was March, so a lot of the campgrounds up near the Sierra Nevada were still closed for the season. We knew that going in. I honestly can't remember the name of the place anymore, which bothers me a little now. We packed the car, drove a couple of hours from the Bay Area, and arrived sometime around late afternoon, maybe 4:30. The front gate was closed, so we parked there and walked the rest of the way in, about a mile down the road to the actual campground. And I want to be clear about this. We didn't see another person the entire time. No cars, no campers, no voices. Not even any sign that someone else had been there recently. Before we left, I had checked the weather. It was supposed to be cloudy, maybe chilly, but no rain. Lena felt completely fine too, which matters because of what happened later. At first, everything was beautiful. We set up the tent, walked around the empty campground, and found this quiet stretch near the water. We took pictures. We laughed. It felt peaceful in that strange, off-season way, like the whole place had been set aside just for us. Then, around early evening, Lena told me she didn't feel right. It came on suddenly. One minute she was fine, and the next she looked pale and tired. I remember joking that maybe the elevation was getting to her, trying to keep things light. We decided to eat something and rest. That was when I noticed how dark it had gotten. Not just sunset dark. It felt heavier than that. The clouds had rolled in fast, and the air had changed. I could see the trees starting to move in the wind, and the campground didn't feel quiet anymore. It felt awake. I put the rain fly over the tent, just in case, and while I was doing it, I got this feeling so strong that I actually stopped moving. Someone was watching us. I don't know how else to say it. I didn't hear a voice. I didn't see a figure. There was no obvious reason for it. But every part of me suddenly knew we were not alone out there. I looked around, shining my flashlight toward the trees, the road, the empty campsites. Nothing. But the feeling stayed. Then Lena started getting worse. Within maybe 30 or 40 minutes, she went from feeling off to coughing hard. Then she told me her chest felt tight. Then she said she was having trouble breathing. That was when the rain started. We got inside the tent. The wind wasn't terrible at first, just enough to shake the fabric a little. But after maybe 10 minutes, there was this violent blast of air, sudden and sharp, and it ripped the rain fly right off the tent. I jumped out immediately. There was nobody there. No person running away. No movement. No sound except the rain and the trees. And the strange thing is, I never felt another gust like that the rest of the night. Not even close. Standing outside in the dark, soaked and confused, I felt it again. That same watched feeling. Only this time, it was stronger. I looked back at Lena inside the tent, and she was wheezing. And something in me just snapped into focus. I had camped plenty of times before. I'd been in the mountains in snow, in freezing weather, in stupid situations where I should have planned better. Usually, I liked that kind of uncertainty. I liked the challenge. But this was different. This didn't feel adventurous. It felt wrong. I looked at the rainfly on the ground, the darkness pressing in around the campsite, and Lena struggling to breathe, and I had one clear thought. We are in danger. I told her, something isn't right. We need to leave right now. I packed everything as fast as I could. I didn't fold anything. I didn't organize anything. I just shoved it all together, grabbed what mattered, and got us moving. The walk back to the car felt much longer than a mile. The rain got harder, but the wind stayed strangely calm. And as we walked, both of us kept looking over our shoulders because we could hear something behind us. Not close enough to see, not far enough to ignore. It sounded almost like footsteps on the road, or maybe in the brush just beside it. Every time I turned the flashlight back, I could only see a short distance. The beam felt useless, like the dark was swallowing it after a few dozen feet. We started walking faster. Then we were almost jogging. By the time we reached the car, we were both scared in a way I still have trouble explaining. We threw everything inside, climbed in, and I started driving. And the moment we pulled away from that campground, the feeling faded. Not slowly, not gradually. It was just gone. Lena kept getting worse, though. Once we got back toward the Bay Area, we stopped at an emergency room. She had developed a sudden respiratory infection over the course of just a few hours. I know how that sounds. I know there are probably explanations for pieces of it. Weather changes, bad timing. Fear-making sounds seem closer than they were. But all these years later, my body still remembers that place. Even now, living far away, nowhere near that campground, I can feel the hair rising on the back of my neck when I think about it. Something was wrong there that night. And whatever it was, it did not want us to stay. I don't mind sharing this at all. I'll tell it the way I remember it, one piece at a time, because this particular thing happened more than once. And honestly, it was the thing that really scared my brother. At the time, my brother and I shared a bedroom in this old ranch-style house. We had a bunk bed, and like a lot of kids, we were usually not asleep when we were supposed to be. We'd stay up late playing Nintendo with the sound turned all the way down, trying not to get caught. I was probably around 10 or 11, sometime in the mid-90s. The strange part always started about an hour after everyone else had gone to bed. We'd hear this loud bang from the side of the room where the closet was. And I mean loud. Not a little knock, not a house settling sound, not a door shifting. The inside of that closet shared a wall with the kitchen, so we knew what the cupboards sounded like when someone shut them. And that's exactly what it sounded like. A cupboard door being slammed shut. But not from inside the closet. from the kitchen side. It would happen again and again, with no real rhythm to it. Sometimes there would be only a few seconds between bangs. Sometimes it would be closer to a minute. But every time, it sounded angry, intentional, like someone was standing in the dark, slamming a cabinet door over and over. My brother Marcus would immediately whisper for me to turn everything off, the TV, the game, all of it. Then we'd just lie there in the dark, completely still, barely breathing. The odd thing about fear is that eventually, somehow, sleep still gets you. So I honestly don't know how long the banging usually went on. It could have been 10 minutes. It could have been much longer. I just remember that it happened a lot. Sometimes once a week, sometimes every other night, and sometimes several nights in a row. I tried to explain it away. We lived out in the California high desert, and the wind could get pretty intense out there. So for a while, I told myself maybe the wind was rattling something. But there was never any pattern. It didn't only happen on windy nights. It didn't stop when the weather was calm. That explanation never really fit. The layout of the house made it even stranger. All the bedrooms were on one side, connected by one hallway, and our room was right near the entrance to that hallway. If anyone got up and walked toward the kitchen, we would have heard them. We would have seen something. But we never did. A few times, curiosity got the better of me. I'd quietly get out of bed and check. First, I'd look in my parents' room and my sister's room, just to make sure everyone was actually asleep. And they always were. Then I'd head toward the living room and kitchen. Every single time, the house would be dark and silent. No cabinet moving, no footsteps, nothing out of place. What unsettled me most was that sometimes the banging would still be happening right up until I left our room. Then the second I stepped into the hallway, it would stop. Like whatever was doing it knew I was coming. After that happened a couple of times, I stopped wanting to check. Eventually, Marcus moved out to live with his biological mother. Once he was gone, I had the room to myself, and the banging stopped. I don't remember it happening even one time after that. Not while I was trying to sleep. Not while I was up late playing games. Not once. Years later, I heard people talk about the idea that poltergeist activity can sometimes be connected to emotions, especially around teenagers. Anger, stress, tension, that sort of thing. I have no idea whether there's any truth to that, but I'll admit, it made me think of Marcus. He had a lot going on back then. He was insecure, angry, jealous, always wound tight. So maybe that had something to do with it. Or maybe it didn't. The part I still can't really explain is that no one else in the house ever heard it. I asked my parents and my sister about it while it was happening, and later on too. They all said they had no idea what I was talking about. That still seems impossible to me, because those bangs were so loud, I could feel them in my ears. But yeah, that house was something else, and that was only one of the things that happened there. I grew up in a house where, after a while, seeing someone who wasn't really there became almost normal. It happened to all of us. Family, visitors, everybody. Someone would catch a person moving through the house or walking past the front yard, especially near the big windows outside my parents' bedroom. We ended up calling him Benny, mostly because a few people said the figure looked blonde. To me, though, he was always just this dark shape. At least, that was true until the day I saw him in the bedroom I shared with my brother. I was walking down the hallway when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone in our room. Blonde hair, red shirt, about my brother's height and build. So I didn't even stop. I just assumed it was him. Then I stepped into the living room, turned toward the kitchen, and there was my sister talking to my brother. The same brother I thought I had just seen. I immediately backed up, leaned into the hallway, and looked into our room. Empty. Now, I know the obvious explanation is, maybe it was just a real person. And sure, sometimes that would be possible. But a lot of the time, it really couldn't have been. One side of our house had this tall brick wall between our yard and the neighbor's property, and there was a narrow path along it that wrapped around the house. That was usually the direction we'd see the figure walking. The problem was, that path was basically blocked off. There were sticks, scraps of wood, old boards, and random junk piled through there. You couldn't just casually walk through it. You'd have to climb over things, shove stuff aside, probably scrape yourself up, and make a ton of noise doing it. But when we saw the figure and ran outside to check, there was never anyone there. One sighting still sticks with me because it happened on one of the rare days it rained out in the high desert. We had this flower bed in front of a large bay window, though there weren't actually any flowers in it. That spot was one of the places the figure seemed to pass through all the time. The blinds were drawn that day, but the light coming in was bright enough that you could clearly see the shape of a person walking past the window. So I jumped up and went straight out the front door to follow. As usual, I found nothing. But then I noticed the ground. The desert soil was damp, and my own footprints were sharp and clear behind me. I could see exactly where I had stepped. But around that flower bed, where someone had supposedly just walked moments earlier, there were no other footprints. Not one. Then there was the night my sister had a sleepover. She and a few of her friends took over the living room, which meant it was officially off limits to us boys. As far as I knew, nothing strange happened that night, but my parents told it differently. They said they woke up to banging, girls talking, footsteps, and the sound of a whole living room full of teenagers getting loud. At first, they tried to ignore it. They wanted my sister to have fun, but after several minutes, my dad got fed up. It was the middle of the night, and their bed shared a wall with the living room, right where the TV stand was. So he got up, ready to tell them they'd had enough fun and needed to go to sleep. He opened the bedroom door, and the house was silent. The hallway was dark. No voices, no footsteps, no banging. He walked the short distance to the living room and looked in. The room was dark and quiet. The girls were all asleep, stretched out across the couches and floor. My parents said the noise continued right up until the second my dad opened the door. And the hallway was so short that there's no way those girls could have shut everything down, turned off the lights, and thrown themselves into convincing sleeping positions in the couple of seconds it took him to look in. The strangest part is, nobody else heard anything. Our bedroom also shared a wall with the living room, and I was always an extremely light sleeper. The smallest shuffle could wake me up. If there had really been that kind of noise, I absolutely would have heard it. But I heard nothing. So that's where I'll leave it for now. There were more things that happened in that house, a few that I still remember clearly, and probably some my parents could remind me of. But those moments were the ones that made the place feel less like a normal family home and more like somewhere we were quietly sharing with someone else. I think whatever this thing is, it knows I've been talking about it. And I don't think it likes that. The newest thing it started doing is mimicking my dogs. The other evening, I was inside the house when I heard something out in the yard that sounded almost like one of them. Almost, but not quite. It was warped somehow, like the sound had been copied badly and played back through something that didn't know what a dog was supposed to sound like. The second it happened, both of my dogs went absolutely frantic. They started barking, whining, crying, the whole thing. My younger dog kept racing between the back door and the big front window that looks out toward my parents' place, like he couldn't decide where the danger was coming from. And I know the dogs around here. I know their barks. I know which ones are deep, which ones are yappy, which ones echo from down the road. This wasn't any of them. There is one neighbor's dog that sometimes wanders into my yard, but she's tiny for her breed, and her bark is sharp and high-pitched. This wasn't her. This was coming from somewhere close, somewhere in my yard, and it sounded wrong. A couple nights later, I accidentally ended up sleeping at my boyfriend's apartment. I'd been sick and had slept through most of the day, then woke up around 5 in the morning, which is usually when I'm finally going to bed. I never really got back to sleep before my shift at 2 that afternoon. After work, I went over to my boyfriend's like I usually do. We grabbed food with one of his friends, hung out for a while, and after she left, we went into his room to watch something. My bed at home has been awful lately because I'm waiting on a new frame, and it's been messing up my back, so I was already hurting pretty badly. I guess I was more exhausted than I realized, because I fell asleep almost right away. When I woke up, it was around 4 in the morning. I decided to head home. The drive is only about 15 minutes, and honestly, everything seemed normal at first. I saw a possum near the edge of the road and a few rabbits sitting in someone's yard, but that's not too unusual around here. Then I pulled into my driveway. It was still completely dark. The sun wasn't even starting to come up yet. When my headlights swept across the front yard, I saw something huge crouch near the old stump where we cut down the holly bush. And it was watching me. I don't know how else to say it. It was hunched there, low and still, like it was trying to blend in with the stump. But it wasn't in the right spot. There aren't any decorations there, no plants, nothing it could reasonably be mistaken for. And whatever it was far too big to be any animal we normally get around here. We don't have bears. Nothing in this neighborhood is that size. So I did what I always do. I ignored it. I didn't look directly at it again. I didn't acknowledge it. I just pulled under the carport, got out of my car, and went inside like nothing had happened. But the whole neighborhood was silent. That's the part that really got to me. At that hour, the morning birds usually start up. And it had been warm, so there should have been frogs, crickets, something. But there was nothing. No sound at all. It felt like the whole area was holding its breath. I went through my normal routine as quickly as I could. I fed the dogs, fed the cats, checked what I needed to check. But the dogs were already on edge. My younger dog completely lost it. He barked and paced and would not settle down for almost 30 minutes. My older dog was even worse. He has started screaming whenever I go outside without him, and I mean screaming. It sounds horrible, like he's being hurt, even when he can see me clearly through the window. He won't stop until I come back in. And it's not just the dogs. My cats have been acting strange too. Out of nowhere, they'll stiffen up and stare out the windows. They don't even react like that to dogs. Feral cats have started gathering around my yard more often too, which feels strange because it's like all the animals know something is there. Everything about the animals has been off. The neighborhood dogs don't go out barking at night anymore. Usually there's always at least one dog making noise somewhere, but for weeks now, they've all been quiet after dark. I haven't done anything to invite this into my space. I don't want it here. I'm going to reach out to my best friend and have her help me make protection jars, and I'm going to bury one in each corner of the yard. Whatever this thing is, it is not welcome here. I deserve to feel safe in my own home. I have proof. Real proof. At least to me. I was incredibly close to my grandmother. She had fought cancer for a long time, and before she passed, I tried once to talk with her about the idea of communicating after death. I told her about a family friend who was a gifted gardener and how she always felt her late husband reached her through little changes in her plants. My grandmother was not really open to that conversation. She kind of brushed it away. And not long after that, she was gone. At the time, I worked in tech, so I was constantly on my computer. This was years ago, when I had just started a new job and had a newer iPhone and a Mac desktop. I did not have many photos on my phone, maybe 60 or so, and my screensaver was set to rotate through them. I knew every single picture by heart. I had moved out of state for that job, away from my grandmother, but I had gone home for the holidays shortly before she died. During that visit, I took a handful of photos with 3 generations of women in my family gathered around her. Those pictures became precious to me. After she passed, I looked at them all the time. A few weeks later, I woke up at around 3 in the morning because my computer suddenly lit up. It had been asleep. I lived in a studio apartment, so the glow filled the whole room and woke me right up. The screensaver was running, but something was strange. It was only showing pictures of my grandmother. Not just the photos from my phone either. It was pulling images from everywhere. Old folders, my hard drive, online albums. Every picture had her in it. And I knew. Immediately, I knew it was her. Of course she would choose my computer. That was my world. That was where she could reach me. Some photos lingered longer than others, cycling across the screen again and again, almost like she was choosing favorites. Then the slideshow reached the holiday pictures, the ones with the women in my family surrounding her. Those 5 photos repeated over and over. And then new pictures appeared. Pictures I had never taken. They looked like the moments between the original shots. Someone leaning forward laughing. Someone turning away from the camera to talk. Motion blur, shoulder shifting, faces changing. Little in-between seconds that should not have existed. But in every single one, my grandmother was still right in the center, looking straight at the camera. This went on for maybe half an hour. I just stood there, frozen, watching it happen. Eventually, my partner came over and asked what was going on. The second he got near me, the slideshow snapped back to the normal photos from my phone. He said I had been out of bed for so long that he was worried. I told him my grandmother had visited me. I told him everything I had just seen. He gently said I was grieving, and maybe I had been dreaming or sleepwalking. And then my computer fully woke up. The screensaver stopped, and a hard drive error popped up. It said there were 45 new files that could not be reconciled. They were newly created, but somehow backdated to the holiday visit, when the original 5 photos had been taken. I opened my photo library, and there they were. A whole grid of images. 5 rows. Each row started with one of the original holiday photos, followed by 9 new ones. All those impossible in-between moments I had just seen on the screen were now sitting there on my computer. I took a screenshot of the error. I took a screenshot of the photo grid. My mother even printed that grid later and had it put on pillows and blankets for the family, as a reminder that my grandmother was still with us, still watching over us in her own quiet way. For me, proof does not get much stronger than that. And after that night, my life became different. Stranger, honestly. I had always been sensitive, and I had experienced things here and there that I could never explain. But that visit felt like it opened something. Or maybe it simply erased the last bit of doubt I had. Since then, I have had many more encounters, not just with her, but with other spirits too. But she was the first one who came through clearly. And she came through the one place she knew I would notice. My screen. I can't say what happened to you, because I wasn't there. but I can tell you what happened to me years ago. And honestly, I still think about it. I was a teenager then, still living in the old apartment with my family. We moved out a couple of years ago, but back then we lived on the 10th floor, and everything started so suddenly. The first thing I remember was my desktop computer turning on by itself. I was in my room, bending down to pick up my phone charger, and the computer was behind me. I wasn't touching it. I wasn't even close to it, maybe 1.5 meters away. Then it just powered on. That scared me badly, and that was the beginning of everything. Nothing ever hurt us, thankfully, but it was still frightening. After that, kitchen cabinets started opening on their own. Not all the time, but enough that you couldn't just laugh it off. Then, a few weeks after my dog passed away, something else happened. I was home with my sister, Lena. She had gone down to the basement, so she wasn't even in the apartment. I was alone upstairs, watching TV. I got up from the couch to change the channel, and suddenly there was this loud bang from the kitchen. It shook me. I just froze there. After that, for maybe 2 or 3 weeks, I started hearing scratching sounds at night from the kitchen floor, right where my dog used to sleep when he was alive. And the worst part is, the sound was exactly the same as the scratching he used to make. Years later, I found out my mother and Lena had heard it too, at the same time as me. They just didn't want to talk about it because it made them uncomfortable. There were other things too. One night, I felt this strange swirl of air brush against my feet. I don't really know how to describe it properly. It was like when people on ghost shows say they feel something touch them, or cold air move around them. That's the closest I can explain it. It felt deliberate, somehow. But the thing I remember most clearly, even now, was the shadow. One night, I woke up because I needed to use the bathroom. I shared a room with my sister, and she was still asleep. I could hear her snoring, and I could see her lying in her bed. Then I looked toward the balcony doors, and there was a shadow figure standing there. At that moment, my brain didn't really process it. I saw it, but somehow I didn't react the way you'd think someone would. I just went to the bathroom. When I came back, it was gone. It wasn't until the morning that it hit me properly. I had seen something standing in my room, right in front of the balcony. The strange part is, I didn't feel afraid when I saw it. Not in that moment. It was almost like my mind refused to understand what was happening until later. That ended up being the last experience I had. I don't know if that shadow was responsible for everything, or if there was more than one thing in that apartment. I really don't know. But personally, I've always felt like whatever it was wanted to be noticed. It wanted to be seen, heard, acknowledged. And I had been trying so hard to ignore everything. Maybe that's why it finally showed itself. After I saw it, everything stopped. I know some people won't believe me. Some people will say I imagined it or that I'm lying. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw. I know what I experienced. And nobody can take that away from me. I really think your emotional state matters when you tell something to leave. That night, I was beyond angry. I do not even have the right words for it. I was so furious that my brain almost clicked into autopilot. I wasn't scared anymore. I wasn't careful. I was just done. And this is embarrassing, but my boyfriend Mason was laughing at me the whole time because I started throwing random little things around the room. Nothing dangerous, just small stuff nearby. I am lucky he finds my dramatic moments funny instead of alarming. At one point, I remember saying something ridiculous like, "Look at me, I'm throwing things. I'm a terrifying ghost now." Then I marched into the hallway and started opening and slamming doors. "Wow, so scary," I said. Doors opening and closing. Very impressive. Truly haunting behavior. By then, I was talking to the whole house like it had personally offended me, which, honestly, it had. I went back into the living room and said, "Do you see how stupid this looks? If you have something to say, then prove you have a brain and quietly write me a note. Otherwise, shut up and get out." Then I put a pen and a piece of paper on the table. Mason, still laughing, called out something like, "Yeah, you tell it." And no, it did not write me a note. Before that night, I had tried being polite. I had asked it to calm down. I had asked it to leave. We even tried sage once. But all of that came from this shaky, uncertain place. It felt like I was saying, "Please stop, please listen. Look, I have sage now, so maybe this will work?" I didn't really believe myself then. But that night was different. I had hit a breaking point, and there was no question in my mind anymore. This was my home, my space. Whatever it was only there because I had allowed it to be there. I remember feeling like a parent scolding a child, and I think that is because, in my mind, it had started acting like one. It felt childish, needy, like it was doing things just to get attention. The thing that finally pushed me over the edge was how often it kept waking me up right as I was falling asleep. That was the part that got under my skin. I have a cat who will sprint into the bedroom and leap onto the bed when she wants breakfast. And for some reason, that is exactly where my brain went. Once I started thinking of this thing as an attention-seeking pet, I could not unsee it. I should also mention that I have experienced exploding head syndrome a few times. For me, it usually sounds like an extremely loud electric zack or arc, almost like static cracking right next to my head. Sometimes it is just one sharp pop. A couple of times I have heard voices too, though I suppose that could be interpreted in more than one way. These days, things are mostly quiet, but one thing still happens now and then. Maybe twice a month, the kitchen trash can lid ends up on the floor. We even started putting the lid on upside down so it sits inside the rim of the can, and somehow it still gets knocked off. It always happens during the day, and always when one of us is home. You know how, when two sound waves line up just right, they can make each other stronger? That's kind of how poltergeist activity has always felt to me. I don't mean that in a dramatic way. It's just that, in my experience, it seems to flare up more around younger people, especially teenagers, or around anyone carrying a lot of emotion under the surface. When it's happened around me, I was usually dealing with a lot internally. Not always showing it maybe, but definitely feeling it. There was this old place I used to spend time in, a little bar on the edge of town, and it had that kind of energy. Things would shift, noises would happen, people would feel watched. I've known a couple of bars like that, honestly. Places where it felt like the building already had something in it, and certain people just made it louder somehow. And I want to be really careful saying that, because I don't mean it's anyone's fault. I don't think it works like blame. It's more like a person can sometimes become an amplifier for whatever is already there. Strange, yes, but not something to feel guilty about. With paranormal things, it's easy for our minds to run off into the fog and start building castles out of guesses. And at the same time, it can feel cruel when someone immediately dismisses an experience as fake or ordinary. People can be harsh. If someone has been mocked enough, they can start doing that same mocking to themselves, turning doubt inward until it feels like proof. So I'm not here to tell you what your experience definitely is. It's yours. I believe you had it. I've had poltergeist activity happen around me too, but I do think it helps, when you can, to look at the experience from every angle. Keep room for the strange, sure, but also keep room for things like a draft, a loose shelf, a floorboard settling, or something simple hiding in plain sight. I've had enough paranormal experiences that I can't honestly say I know what's true. I'm not sure anyone really can, but I can say that I believe the paranormal is real. A while back, my sister, Marla, bought a house. She had worked hard to get there, and buying a house now is no small thing. It can feel almost impossible these days. I don't say that to make us sound fancy or anything. We're not. She went through a lot to reach that point. But that house was wrong from the beginning. There were dark presences in it, and there was also this very strong feeling of children being there. Not living children. Something else. The basement was empty when we started renovating. No boxes, no furniture, no little corners where something could be hidden. The house had been vacant for a while. And in that basement, there was this small, green plastic ball. At first, we didn't think much of it, but every time we came back, the ball would be somewhere else. Not rolled a little bit across the floor. Moved. Like it had been placed in a new spot. The childlike energy in that house was so strong that Marla and I finally decided to throw the ball away. It felt connected to whatever was making itself known. We tossed it out, and the trash was taken. Then we came back, and there was another green ball in the basement. Same kind, same color. We got rid of that one too. Then another one appeared. After the third one, it stopped. The balls stopped showing up, and that childlike presence quieted down a lot. It didn't vanish completely, but it wasn't so loud anymore. Months later, we found a green ball outside the house. Same type, but crushed. The others had already been taken away with the trash, so it wasn't like they had just rolled back. Now, could someone have been breaking into the house to play some long, weird prank? Sure. Stranger things have happened. But we checked. We set little tricks to see if anyone was getting inside while we were gone. Nothing. No signs of entry. No evidence of anyone coming or going. And honestly, when paranormal activity has been normal for both you and someone close to you, Occam's razor starts looking a little different. That house had a lot going on. More than just the green balls. So whatever is happening around you, I hope you're able to stay calm with it. That's helped me more than anything. A lot of paranormal things don't seem to need fear from us. Sometimes they're just there, moving through their own strange day, while we happen to be nearby. I've always been the kind of person who questions stories like this. I still do, honestly. I hear a lot of paranormal stories, and my first instinct is usually to look for the reasonable explanation. But there's one thing that happened to me when I was younger that I've never been able to explain. I was about 19 at the time, sitting alone at my buddy Darren's house, playing a skating game on his old PlayStation while I waited for another friend to finish his shift. We were supposed to go look at apartments afterward, so I was just killing time in the living room. While I was playing, the front door opened behind me. I could see it in the reflection of the TV. Someone walked in. The door shut, and I heard footsteps coming across the room, right behind the couch. It sounded completely normal, like somebody had just come home. I assumed it was my friend, so without turning around, I said, "What's up?" No answer. Then I heard the footsteps keep going, and a second later, his bedroom door slammed shut. That's when I looked at the clock and realized he wasn't supposed to be off work for almost 2 more hours. My first thought was that maybe he'd gotten fired or had some kind of bad day, so I got up and went to check on him. But there was nobody in the bedroom. There wasn't really anywhere to hide either. He had a mattress on the floor and barely any furniture. I checked the closet. Nothing. Then I started thinking maybe someone had come into the house who wasn't supposed to be there, so I checked the windows. Every one of them was closed and locked. I went through the whole house, confused and getting more uneasy by the second. And then it hit me. Nobody could have walked in, crossed that room, slammed that door, and disappeared. That was when I got genuinely scared. I left the house and walked straight to the fast food place where my friend was working. I told him what had happened, and that was the first time anyone told me the house had a reputation. He said he'd never experienced anything himself, but apparently it was part of the reason his mom had moved out and left him the place. She used to say that at night, while she was trying to sleep, she would feel fingers running through her hair, even though nobody was there. A few of our other friends had experienced small things in that house too, but nothing as clear as what happened to me. Nobody laughed when I told them. Nobody acted like it was some big joke. They were serious, and honestly, that made it feel even stranger. I stayed at the restaurant until my friend got off work, and after that, I never stayed in that house alone again. I'm not religious. I'm not superstitious. I've always thought of myself as pretty grounded and scientific-minded. But I also think there are things we just don't understand yet. I'm sure there's some explanation, but I've never found one that actually fits. An intruder is the only normal explanation I can even imagine. But where would they have gone? I checked everywhere. There was nowhere to hide. And the thing is, I wouldn't have searched the house like that if it had felt vague or dreamlike. It didn't. It was clear. I saw the reflection, heard the door, heard the footsteps, heard the bedroom door slam. It was real enough that I reacted like anyone would. Years later, after my friend had sold the house, I drove by out of curiosity. A family was living there then. They were all sitting outside in front of the house, not playing, not talking much, just sitting there, quiet, like they didn't want to be inside but had nowhere else to go. I still think about that sometimes. I'm going to take you back a little bit because this story really starts with my Nan. I was mostly raised by her. She was my safe place, really. Toward the end of her life, she came to stay with my mom and me in our little flat, and that's where she passed away. At home, with us. There's a lot of history behind that. I grew up with different kinds of neglect and abuse, and my mental health was already in a fragile place from a pretty young age. My mom had her own serious struggles with addiction and mental illness, so when my Nan died, I was left to grieve her almost completely on my own. One night, not long after she passed, I remember sitting on the edge of my bed, facing the window. I was absolutely broken. I looked up at the sky and said out loud, "I need you. Please, I just want to see you." I was begging into this huge, empty nothing. Eventually, I calmed myself down enough to sleep. And honestly, because very low nights weren't unusual for me back then, I sort of buried it and moved on. A few weeks later, I had another awful night. I don't remember calling out for my Nan that time, but I must have fallen asleep at some point because suddenly I was jolted awake by 3 clear knocks. Not vague noises, not the building settling. 3 distinct knocks. They came from the right-hand corner of my room, where the door to my little walk-in wardrobe met the bedroom door. I remember staring straight at the door, completely startled. But strangely, I didn't feel scared. I felt this beautiful rush of relief, like she'd come to me somehow, like she was letting me know I wasn't as alone as I thought. After that, I felt better, lighter somehow. Then the 3 knocks happened 2 more times. What really unsettled me was that they came at almost the same time each night, somewhere around 3:10 in the morning. So, of course, I started looking it up. I wanted to know what my Nan might have been trying to tell me. At first, I was excited. I honestly felt protected, like my own little guardian angel had found a way through. But then I read that 3 knocks can sometimes be seen as a mockery of the Holy Trinity. And that made my stomach drop, because my Nan was deeply religious. When I was little, I used to share a bed with her, and every single night I'd see her clasp her hands and whisper her prayers, without fail. That was who she was. So the idea that she would mock something sacred didn't feel right, not even slightly. Then I kept reading, which was probably not my finest idea, and I saw people saying that darker spirits can be drawn to people when they're vulnerable. And I started thinking about the nights I'd cried out, the nights I'd begged for someone to come. I wondered, did something hear me? Not her. Something else. For a while, I tried to push that thought away. I didn't want to give it power. But then one night, around the same time again, I woke up suddenly. My eyes just snapped open. And this time, there was no comfort. My whole body reacted before my brain did. My heart dropped, my stomach twisted, and I felt threatened. Completely threatened. I sat upright in bed and shouted, "Go away!" And after that, the knocking stopped. Years later, I moved out of that flat. I was 23, and for a while I sofa surfed and stayed briefly with my dad. Eventually, in 2018, I finally got my own space. It was a house share, but I was lucky. I lived with 2 kind, easygoing women, and for the first time in my life, I felt like I could breathe. Around then, I started seeing someone. I'll call him Jay. He's actually the father of my children now. Back then, I was happy. Properly happy. I felt free. I thought of my Nan only with love, and I'd built a much healthier relationship with my faith. Then one night, Jay stayed over. Nothing unusual about that. We watched TV, fell asleep, and everything felt completely normal. But the next morning, I rolled over for those early relationship cuddles, and the look on his face stopped me cold. He looked terrified. Not half asleep, not confused, terrified. I asked him what was wrong, and at first he was quiet. Then he said, "I don't know. I think it was a dream." Obviously, that didn't calm me down. I kept asking, and eventually he said, "I don't think you want to know." Well, of course that made me want to know immediately. So he told me. He said, "I heard someone knock at the bedroom door, and it woke me up." I opened my eyes because I thought it might be one of the girls. Then I saw something. It was tall and dark, standing in the corner of your room behind the mirror. It walked out, went around the bottom of the bed, came up the left side, leaned over you, and said your name. I asked him what he did. He said he just closed his eyes because he thought it had to be a dream, and he was too frightened to move. But here's the thing. I had never told him about the 3 knocks. Never. And honestly, why would I? It's not exactly first date material, is it? By the way, during one of the worst periods of my life, I started hearing knocks in my bedroom at 3 in the morning. No thank you. So I just sat there for a moment, trying to absorb what he'd said. Then I asked him if he wanted to hear something strange. I told him the whole story, and he went white. Since that morning, I've never been disturbed by the knocks again. I do believe something came to me when I was weak, when I was calling out into the dark and desperate for comfort. I don't think it was my Nan. Not anymore. I also later found out that some people say you shouldn't sleep with mirrors facing your bed, so apparently I really did leave the spiritual front door on the latch there. But that's my experience with whatever else might be out there. These days, my mental health is much better managed. I'm stronger, more grounded, and much more resilient. My faith is still important to me, and I'm also deeply interested in spiritual things, but I don't feel helpless around them anymore. If I ever had to face something like that again, I genuinely believe I'd know how to stand my ground. So yes, that's my strange little glimpse into something I still can't fully explain. I still think about this night more than I probably should. This happened before COVID, around 2018 or 2019, so I was maybe 13 or 14. I grew up in western Pennsylvania, right near the edge of the Appalachian Mountains. So when I say certain places out there already have a strange feeling to them, I mean that in the most serious way. My uncle, Rick, lived about 5 minutes down the road from us. His house was big, kind of tucked away, with woods on one side and a field on the other. I had already had a few strange experiences there before, but this one is the one that stayed with me. My mom and I were house sitting for him while he was away for work. He didn't have pets or anything, so it was just the two of us in this large, quiet house. That night, we were down in the basement watching a movie. The layout matters here. Across from the TV, the whole wall was basically windows, with French doors leading out to the back patio and pool. Since my uncle wasn't home, none of the outdoor lights were on, so beyond those doors it was completely black. Not dim, not shadowy, just black. We were sitting on this L-shaped couch with our backs to the windows. At some point, I heard this very specific sound. It was that hollow little tap you hear when someone knocks once on a big glass door. Just one knock. I sat up and looked over the back of the couch, but there was nothing there. Just darkness. I told myself maybe I had imagined it and went back to watching the movie. My mom didn't react at all, so I figured she hadn't heard it. Then it happened again. This time, when I looked back, I saw my dad standing outside. And I don't mean something that sort of looked like him. I mean it looked exactly like him. He was wearing his work hat and this old, faded gray Steelers crew neck he used to wear all the time. He was looking down at his phone, and the screen was lighting up his face and part of his chest. I could only see him from about mid-torso up. He wasn't moving. He wasn't knocking again. He was just standing there, staring down at his phone. I turned to my mom, completely confused, and said something like, "Dad's here." It was around 1:30 in the morning, so that already didn't make sense. My mom looked back at the doors and saw nothing, but I could still see him. Clear as day. She told me he was at home asleep and had work in the morning. I looked back toward the TV for a second, then turned around again, and he was still there. Same position, same clothes, still looking down at his phone. Still not moving. At that point, I wasn't even scared yet. I was more confused than anything. I told her again that he was outside and that we should let him in. I don't remember exactly what she said after that, but eventually I just turned back around and acted like I didn't see anything. I don't remember falling asleep, but somehow I did. The next morning, I called my dad and asked if he had come over the night before. He said no. But the strange part is, he didn't laugh it off. He said he believed me, and that he believed I really saw something. I told my uncle about it too, and asked him to check the cameras, but he never did, or at least he never told me what was on them. So I'm guessing he didn't really believe me. But I know what I saw. And whatever was standing outside those glass doors that night, it looked exactly like my dad. I've told this story before, and I always feel like I need to say up front that it isn't scary in a dramatic movie trailer kind of way. It's more unsettling, because even after all this time, I still don't have a clean answer for what happened. I'm not going to say exactly where it was, because the place has always been very firm about being officially not haunted. And honestly, I understand why. It was a living history museum, the kind of place where people come to see old buildings, demonstrations, crafts, schoolhouses, train rides, all of that. They already got enough ghost questions every year without me adding fuel to the little lantern. But despite the official line, there were stories. Plenty of them. Some were the kind you could shrug off. A lot of the buildings had employee-only areas, and most staff were in period clothing. So if someone said they saw a figure in an upstairs room or passing through a doorway, well, it might have just been someone working. Not every shadow gets to be a ghost. Other stories were harder to dismiss. I knew people who had seen or heard things themselves. One of the security supervisors, a guy I'll call Martin, had a few stories that made even the most practical employees go quiet. 2 guards under him apparently quit after experiences of their own. I also had one coworker who left after hearing too many stories, which sounds funny until you've worked in those old buildings after the guests thin out. Anyway, one summer day, I was working as a break person. That meant I rotated through a few buildings so the staff there could take lunch, bathroom breaks, or 15-minute breathers. One of my buildings that shift was the one-room schoolhouse. It was a quiet weekday. The kind of quiet where you can hear the old woods settle and suddenly become very aware of every little tick and creak. Most of the guests were off riding the train, on the boat, eating, or scattered somewhere else in the museum. So when I relieved the schoolhouse interpreter, I had about 30 minutes to myself. That summer, the schoolhouse was being used as a craft station. I don't remember the exact craft anymore, but I remember construction paper and glue sticks being involved. Lots of glue sticks. Now, I had been watching ghost hunting shows around that time, and I knew the schoolhouse was one of the buildings people whispered about. So, because apparently I had the self-preservation instincts of a wet paper bag, I started talking out loud. Not loudly. Just casually. I said something like, "All right, if you're here, knock over one of the glue sticks." I was standing near the front of the classroom, by the teacher's area. The entrance was at the opposite end of the room. At the front, there was a little raised platform, actually 2 levels, with a flag and chair on one part and the teacher's podium desk on the other. One thing about that building, a lot of the nails in that front section were these long, flat, old-fashioned nails. I only mention that because it matters. So I'm standing there, facing the teacher's podium, talking to the supposed ghost like a fool with a name tag. I look around. Nothing weird. Nothing on the floor. Nothing out of place. Then I turn around toward the entrance, partly to check the glue sticks and partly to see if any guests are coming in. No glue sticks have moved. Nobody's walking by. Nothing. I turn back around maybe 30 seconds later, and now there is a long, flat nail lying on the floor. Right there. It had not been there before. I know it hadn't. And the way it was positioned made absolutely no sense. The only place it could have come from, as far as I could tell, was the teacher's desk or the platform area. But I checked. Nothing looked missing. No loose spot. No obvious hole where a nail had just dropped out. It was just suddenly there, like the building had politely decided not to knock over a glue stick and instead offered me something much worse. I stopped talking after that. When my coworker came back, I didn't mention the ghost at all. I just showed her the nail and said, "Hey, I found this on the ground. I'm not sure where it came from." She looked just as confused as I felt. We agreed we'd tell either a supervisor or someone from maintenance, whoever we saw first. And that wasn't the only strange nail incident I had in that schoolhouse, but it's the only one I've never been able to explain away. The schoolhouse had a wood-burning stove, though it wasn't used anymore. It was just decorative by then, since the building had a modern heating system installed after it was moved to the museum. During December shifts, we'd often find little screws or nails sitting on top of the stove. Our best guess was that either guests were putting them there or maintenance was leaving them behind somehow. We always checked the stove at the start of the shift, and by halfway through the day, something would sometimes appear on it. That was odd, but not impossible. Later that same year, during a December shift, I found another long, flat nail in a weird place. This time it was sticking halfway out of one of the student desks. I always checked the desks at the start and end of a shift, mostly for things guests had left behind, or craft supplies that had gotten shoved inside. That month we were making ornaments, so there were always bits and pieces to clean up. But this nail wasn't just lying there. It was partly pulled out of the desk, like anyone had started removing it and then stopped. I don't know if maintenance had done it while cleaning before opening. Maybe they had. Maybe there's a perfectly ordinary explanation tucked away somewhere. But the coworker with me that day had been laughing earlier when I mentioned my little habit of checking for strange things in that building. After I found the nail, she stopped laughing. And not long after that, she quit. I used to leave my body when I was little. That's the simplest way I know how to say it, even though there's nothing simple about it. I would float up near the ceiling, kind of drifting in this slow figure-8 pattern above my parents while they talked downstairs or moved around the house at night. And the next morning, I'd tell them what they'd said. I'd tell them where they hid the cookies or which cabinet they'd tucked the chips into, little things I shouldn't have known. They'd just stare at me, completely confused, because there was no way I could have heard or seen any of it from my room. One night, I had an experience that stayed with me for the rest of my life. I left my body and found myself moving through this tunnel. When I came out the other side, I was in a dark, empty place. One side looked dead, like nothing could grow there, nothing could breathe there. But farther away, across what looked like a bridge, everything seemed alive. Not just alive, but pulsing with life. Then I was told, very clearly, that I wasn't supposed to be there. And just like that, I was pulled back through the tunnel and into my house. But I was still out of my body. I started looking for my family, but nobody was inside. Then I realized they were all outside dealing with the animals, because part of the fence had come down on the farm. Behind the barn, I saw one of our horses caught in the wire. I tried to tell my mother. I was right there near her, trying to get her attention, but she couldn't see me. She couldn't hear me. I remember feeling this awful helplessness, like I was shouting underwater. So I went back into the house, laid back into my body, and woke up. I ran straight to the door, but it was locked. I pounded on it until my mother came inside. I told her about the horse, and she asked me how I knew. So I told her everything. I told her I left my body. I told her that was how I knew what happened at night, how I knew where things were hidden, how I knew conversations I shouldn't have heard. She looked stunned. Then she told me never to talk about it again. Later, when I was older and living in a different house, I started hearing my name being called in my mother's voice. Loud and clear. But she wasn't there. And it wasn't just me. Friends heard it. Roommates heard it. They'd look up and say, "Did your mom just call you?" But it wasn't her. Other things happened too. I felt my feet get pulled hard while I was in bed. I felt someone press down beside me, like they were sitting on the mattress. My grandmother, my roommate, and a couple of friends all saw what looked like a person walking up the front path toward the house. But no one was there. There was nowhere for that person to go either. It was right in front of a big picture window, not even 10 feet away. One moment they were walking up, and the next, nothing. In the early 70s, I had an experience that felt like some kind of download. It came through as automatic writing, and it looked like binary code. At the time, I didn't even really know what I was looking at. Years later, when I saw binary code for the first time and understood what it was, I screamed. There was a message attached to that experience too, but I don't share it. I don't have proof. I don't have a witness. And honestly, some things feel too heavy to hand over casually. My family had their own experiences. My grandparents and my mother, who was pregnant at the time, saw a UFO in the mountains of Pennsylvania in the mid-60s. They were driving near a ridge when this object appeared and just hung there in the trees in front of them for several minutes. Because of where they were on the crest of the road, it was almost level with them. My grandfather contacted authorities he knew, and apparently other people had reported seeing it too. I didn't find out about that until I was around 19. They never talked about it. These were serious, practical people, not the kind who went looking for attention or strange stories. My grandmother had something happen too. In the middle of the day, a person came to her and asked her to go to a certain mountain and say a specific prayer so he could go home. She was told never to reveal his name or who he was. She did what he asked. Even on her deathbed, she wouldn't tell me his name. She wouldn't say what he looked like or what he wore. She kept that promise all the way to the end. And these are just a few things. I could keep going. I know how all of this sounds. Believe me, I do. I spent about 15 years refusing to think about any of it because it felt impossible. It felt crazy. It felt easier to lock it all away and live like none of it happened. But it did happen. I have no reason to make it up. I have a family. I have a successful business. I live a normal life in every visible way. I'm just trying to understand what has been going on. So if anyone else has experienced anything similar, you can message me. Or if you want to hear more, I can tell more. Because at this point, I'm tired of pretending the strange parts of my life were never real. I want to tell this the way I remember it, because for a long time, I tried to explain it away. For more than 10 years, my family saw things in our house. Shadow figures mostly. They didn't start right when we moved in either. We had already been living there for about 4 or 5 years before anything really began happening. At first, my husband, Daniel, was the one who saw them. Then my 2 kids started seeing them too. One of them described a man who looked completely black, like a shadow, but shaped clearly like a person. He wore what looked like an old-fashioned hat and a dark suit, and he would stand in the doorway of their room, just staring. There were other things too. Some looked like shadowy shapes with eyes or teeth. Some had no face at all. I kept telling myself they were dreams, or fear, or kids' imaginations running wild. Then one night, I saw one too. My younger son, Noah, was about 10 at the time. He's older now, but I still remember that night so clearly. He was sitting beside me on my bed, and the kitchen light was on behind the doorway to my room. Suddenly, I saw what looked like a child standing there. Not a flat shadow on the wall. It was standing there, 3-dimensional, right in the doorway. It looked like a small child made entirely of darkness. I couldn't see a face. I thought it might have been wearing a little shirt, but the strangest part was the light behind it. The kitchen light should have touched it somehow, should have shown something, but it didn't. The light just seemed to stop around it. I blinked, and it was gone. For a second, I was ready to tell myself it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. But then Noah jumped beside me. He started crying, completely terrified, and he was staring at the same doorway. I asked him, "Did you just see a shadow that looked like a kid?" He couldn't even answer out loud. He just nodded. That was the moment everything changed for me. We had both seen the same thing. I immediately started praying over us, over the room, over the house. I prayed for protection, for God's presence, for anything evil to leave. We didn't see anything else that night, but we also didn't sleep. We left the lights on and stayed in that bed until morning. The next day, I told Daniel what had happened. He had slept in the living room that night because his back was bothering him, and when I told him, he admitted he had been seeing that childlike shadow and other figures in the house for a while. He just hadn't told me. Around that same time, I found out something else. Daniel had been having hallucinations for years, even before we were together. I knew he had always had strange experiences, things he described as spiritual or supernatural, but I didn't know how much he had kept hidden. Later, he was diagnosed with schizoaffective bipolar disorder, and he also lived with CPTSD. But that still didn't explain what happened to me and Noah. It didn't explain why more than one person saw the same things. And honestly, that was what shook me. Before that night, I had been quietly dismissing what my family was saying because I hadn't seen it myself. Once I did, I had to rethink everything I believed about mental health, spiritual warfare, and the paranormal. I do believe some hallucinations are the brain misfiring. I really do. But I also believe there can be something spiritual behind certain experiences, especially when more than one person is seeing or hearing the same thing. For years, it continued. Daniel would see people or creatures standing around the house or running through rooms. Sometimes he heard whispering. Sometimes he could understand it. Sometimes he couldn't. When he could, the things being said were awful. My son began struggling too. He was seeing and hearing things, and at one point, the voices were telling him to hurt himself. He did try to take his life, but thank God he survived. He's okay now, and I don't say that lightly. I'm grateful every day. We tried so many things to get peace back into our home. I recommitted myself to Jesus. I prayed protection over the house. I prayed out loud. I played worship music during the day and listened to the Bible at night. I memorized scripture and spoke it when I felt afraid. A lot of the time, it helped. But it didn't always feel permanent, especially when we kept bringing dark things back into the house through what we watched or listened to. That's what I believe now. I think certain things can open doors spiritually, even if we don't mean for them to. Eventually, it got bad enough that we asked a Catholic priest to come bless the house. He prayed, read scripture, and blessed the rooms, especially the beds. About a week later, some Carities ministers came and prayed through the house too. I truly believe those prayers helped. I would tell anyone dealing with something like this to stay proactive. Don't erase. That part matters more than people realize. Isolation can become dangerous, especially when someone is already struggling mentally or spiritually. You need prayer, support, community, and people who will take you seriously without feeding fear. Daniel passed away last year. Since then, the house has felt different, much quieter. I hardly sense anything now. He had told me before that he believed dark things had attached themselves to him because of things that happened to him earlier in life. He felt like they thought they owned him, but they didn't. We also stopped watching and listening to the darker stuff. I know not everyone will agree with me, but I believe scary movies, dark music, occult content, and even just being curious can invite things in. I've noticed it in my own life. Anytime I start digging into creepy or spiritually dark things, the fear and heaviness seem to come back. Could someone say it was imagination? Sure. I understand why people would think that. But too many things happened that more than one person witnessed. Too many moments lined up. Too many times someone else saw what I saw before either of us said a word. And for anyone who says these things are just spirit guides, I don't believe that. I believe they're deceptive spirits. I believe they pretend to be harmless or helpful or mysterious, but they are not. When I sense something now, I speak out loud. I tell it to leave in Jesus' name. That has worked for me, but I also believe you have to actually trust the name you're using. It isn't a magic phrase. It's faith. I'm sharing this because when it was happening, I tried to research shadow figures and couldn't find much that helped me. Maybe hearing our story will help someone else feel less alone. This is only my family's experience, and it's my honest opinion. Take it for what it is. I want to tell you a story my father used to tell, about a weekend he spent with his closest friend Marlon back around the early 90s. They were both musicians at the time, and because they each had young families, finding peace and quiet to actually write music was almost impossible. There was always noise, always someone needing something, always life tapping them on the shoulder. So they came up with what seemed like a perfect idea: rent a little cottage somewhere remote, bring their keyboards and recording gear, and spend the whole weekend writing songs. They ended up finding this old stone miner's cottage near Minehead in England. It was tucked away in the countryside, very pretty in that lonely sort of way. Hardly any cars passed by. There weren't really any neighbors close enough to notice, and the whole place looked peaceful from the outside. But the moment my father stepped through the door, he felt something was wrong. At the time, both he and Marlon were involved in spiritual mediumship, so they were used to picking up on odd atmospheres. And this place had one. My father always described it as heavy, cold, and unfriendly, almost like the cottage itself didn't want them there. Still, they had already paid for the weekend, so they tried to brush it off. They set up their keyboards in the front room and got to work. The cottage itself was simple: a small wooden front door, a kitchen at the back with another door leading into a little garden, and upstairs there were 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. For the first part of the night, nothing dramatic happened, just small things. A glass of water that seemed to empty itself without explanation. That thick, unpleasant feeling in the air getting worse. The kind of silence that doesn't feel quiet, but watchful. Then, while they were sitting downstairs talking through a piece of music, there were 2 loud bangs on the front door. My father thought it might be the elderly woman who owned the place, since she lived a little way up the road. So he went to answer it. Nobody was there. Just darkness, fields, and the stillness of the countryside. He came back inside, and a few minutes later, the banging started again. This time, both of them rushed to the door and opened it quickly. Again, nothing. And then, almost straight away, the same banging came from the back door. Marlon grabbed a flashlight and ran through the kitchen into the garden, but there was no one there either. No footsteps, no figure running off, nothing that could explain it. That went on for a while. Front door, back door, silence, then more banging. By then, neither of them felt brave. They packed away what they could, decided the music could wait, and went upstairs to try to sleep. My father took a book to bed because he wanted to calm himself down. He managed to drift into a light sleep sometime around 1 in the morning. Then he woke up to Marlon screaming. Not shouting, screaming. The kind of scream that makes your body move before your mind catches up. My father ran into his room and found him curled up in the corner, shaking. Marlon said he had woken to see a large, rough-looking man climbing into the bed with him. They searched the entire cottage, every room, every cupboard, behind every door. There was no one there. Marlon was badly shaken, so my father said he'd stay in the room with him for the rest of the night. And because my father always tried to cut tension with humor, he made a silly joke. Something like, "Maybe the ghost just likes you and wanted a cuddle." The moment he said it, Marlon's heavy walking boots lifted from across the room and flew straight at my father, hitting him on the head. That was enough. They both went downstairs and stayed there until morning, not sleeping properly, just waiting for daylight to arrive. The next day, before leaving, they told the owner what had happened. She seemed genuinely surprised and said she had never heard of that cottage being haunted. Apparently, she owned another property nearby, and that one was known for strange activity. Which is funny because the following year, my parents actually rented the same miner's cottage for a family holiday. And nothing happened. No banging doors, no flying boots, no shadowy man in the bedroom. Just a quiet little cottage in the countryside. But my father never forgot that first weekend. To him, it always felt like the place had made its point very clearly. It wasn't in the mood for music. Hey there. I want to share something really personal about my son Jake, who's 9 years old. Lately, we've noticed he's been having trouble sleeping in his own room. Now, this didn't just start overnight. It gradually became clear when he began asking for one of us to stay with him, or would just end up in our bed. What's unusual is that Jake has never been afraid to sleep alone since he was a baby. But recently, he's been making excuses, playing little games, anything to avoid going to his room by himself. Jake's never been one to fear the dark or have nightmares. When we moved into this new house, he adjusted really quickly. The only time he had bad dreams was last year during the whole pandemic scare. He was worried about us getting sick, and it really shook him up. We had to make a rule to turn off the news because it was affecting him so much. Last night, it really hit a peak. My wife was putting away clothes in Jake's closet, and he suddenly freaked out about the closet doors being open. That's when it hit me. I realized I'd hardly ever seen those doors open before. I asked my wife if she always closed them, and she said no, Jake didn't want them open. That scared me because it wasn't like him at all. I sat down with Jake on his bed and told him he could tell me anything. For nearly 45 minutes, he just shook his head, avoiding my questions. So I said, "If anyone or anything is telling you not to tell me, it's okay. I'm your dad, and I can fix it." I thought maybe a kid at school, a cousin, or even something he saw on YouTube was scaring him, but he said no one had scared him about the closet. I tried to explain that sometimes old houses make noises because the wood expands and contracts, and it's normal. Then I asked if there was something in the closet that scared him, something I could get rid of. That's when he started crying quietly. I held him close and told him it was okay, that he wasn't in trouble and that it was my job to keep him safe. I looked him in the eyes and gently asked him to tell me what it was. With tears rolling down, he looked down and said, "The skulls come out at night from the floor and watch me while I sleep." I wasn't expecting that, and honestly, my stomach tightened. I told him it was okay. Sometimes our imagination plays tricks on us and makes us scared. I asked when this started, and he said it wasn't nightmares. They come after he wakes up and sees them. I explained to him that imagination can give us good ideas, but sometimes, especially when we're trying to sleep, it can give us scary thoughts. I promised that when I sleep in his room, he can tell me or show me if he's scared, and I'll check it out. But he still insists on keeping his closet doors shut. It's been tough, but I'm grateful he trusts me enough to share this. As a dad, I'm doing everything I can to help him feel safe and loved. Hey, I want to share this little story from when I was a university student working as a cleaner. I had this job cleaning offices overnight, which was perfect because they didn't really care what time you came in, as long as the work was done between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. One particular place I cleaned every Thursday was a law firm on the top floor of a heritage building downtown. It was a 6-story building with a rich, eerie history. They said it used to be a brothel, and that the site was once the town square where hangings happened. So you can imagine how that made me want to wrap up my cleaning quickly each night. The law firm's floor was designed in a circle, with reception by the elevator, washrooms to the right, individual offices around the edges, a big boardroom in the center, and the staff break room on the opposite side. Every time I stepped off the elevator, I'd get this odd feeling like someone was there, even though the place was empty. The later it got, the stronger that feeling became. One night, I got to the office pretty late, close to midnight, after staying late at school. As soon as the elevator doors opened, I heard voices, laughter. It sounded like some women were chatting away in the break room, and honestly, I felt relieved. I was a bit scared being alone so late, so I walked toward the break room, calling out a friendly hello to let them know I was there. But when I turned the corner, the voices stopped, and the room was completely empty. I stood there, frozen for a moment, then figured maybe they were in one of the offices on the other side. So I kept calling out as I went around the floor, but no one was there. The whole building was empty. Yet that chatter I heard was so clear it gave me chills. When I finally made my way back to the elevator, it opened on its own. I didn't stick around after that. I just got my card on the elevator and left as fast as I could. Honestly, that night was hands down one of the creepiest experiences I've had. Just thinking about it now gives me the chills. No way am I ever going back there after dark alone again. Hey, I want to share something a little strange that happened to me when I was a kid. Maybe you've experienced something like this too. So, there were 2 times I just fell into this really deep, almost unconscious sleep. The first time was during summer break when I was home alone because my parents were at work. I heard a noise coming from their bedroom and went to check it out, thinking maybe it was a mouse or something. But when I got there, everything looked normal. Nothing was out of place. Then, as I was walking back to my room, I saw this full-sized shadow of a man on the hallway wall. The thing is, the hallway lights are on the ceiling, and normally shadows only fall on the floor, never on the walls. Plus, it was around 11 in the morning, so no lights were on, and the rooms around the hallway don't cast shadows in that spot. It was weird. I went into my room, faced the hallway wall, and just lay down on the bed, and I fell asleep. I woke up about 6 hours later when my mom came back and shook me awake. She'd been ringing the doorbell and calling out, but I didn't respond at all. This was odd because I'm usually a light sleeper. Any little noise would wake me up. The second time was when my dad was out of town and my mom and sister went out to get groceries. I took an afternoon nap after they left, feeling pretty fresh. I told them I'd answer the door if anyone came, but they still took the keys just in case. After they left, I was reading my favorite book when I heard the doorbell. It was one of our neighbors asking for my dad, and I told him he wasn't home. After he left, I locked both the wired screen door and the wooden door with the key. I started feeling uneasy, and somehow I fell asleep in the living room without realizing it. Hours later, my sister woke me up, telling me that people had been ringing the doorbell, my dad was calling on the landline, and neighbors were shouting my name. The neighbors even had to climb up the balcony, cut the screen door, and let my family in through the house. My parents were really worried about these incidents, even though they happened years apart. They took me to the doctor and ran tests, but there was no explanation. I don't know what to make of it, but these experiences have always stuck with me. Have you ever had something like this happen? It's like your body just decides to shut down completely, even when the world is trying to get your attention. Hey there. I want to share a story from when I was about 13, spending the Christmas holidays at a boarding school that, well, had quite the reputation for being a bit haunted. So my parents were too busy to have me home for the holidays, which was a bummer, but I stayed put. Most of my friends had gone home, so I was pretty much on my own, just reading and trying to rest, since boarding school life was pretty intense with classes 6 days a week and church on Sundays. Only one afternoon off? Yeah, not much downtime at all. Now, the strange things seemed to get bolder when fewer people were around. Only a handful of boys stayed over the break, none from my dorm, which I thought was great at first. The first nights were fine until odd noises started, screams and moaning from the courtyard. I figured it was older boys playing tricks, but it was still unnerving. Then, one morning, I woke up to find all the beds in my dorm pushed to one side except mine. Freaked me out, but again, I thought it was a prank, so I just moved them back. Later, in the shower room, I met this older boy. Let's call him Toby. He was planning a sneaky midnight feast in the kitchen and invited me to join. I'd never broken any rules before, but he seemed confident he'd never been caught, so I said yes. I even dressed in all black to sneak around better. Toby thought I was a bit of a nerd for that, but hey, I wanted to avoid getting caught. We got to the kitchen and started helping ourselves to ice cream, but suddenly, a whole shelf of canned food crashed to the floor, and the kitchen doors slammed shut. We grabbed what we could and ran. On our way back, we heard footsteps, so we hid, but no one appeared. Then, out of nowhere, something grabbed my leg and yanked it. I got up, looked around, no one there. We sprinted away, but Toby got yanked too, falling and hitting his head, giving himself a bloody nose. Luckily, he was tough and got up quickly. We made it back safely and promised not to talk about it. That night, I was too scared to sleep in my dorm. Suddenly, all the beds slammed to the far side of the room again, and I'd had enough. I went to Toby's dorm, told him what happened, and he understood. He let me crash there for the rest of the holidays. The good news? Toby watched out for me while he was there, and we're still in touch today. So yeah, that holiday was a mix of fear, friendship, and a little bit of mystery I'll never forget. Hey, I want to share something deeply personal with you. You know, I've always believed in spirits and the idea that those we've lost might still find ways to reach out. Recently, I had this dream that felt so real, so different from any dream before that I just have to tell you about it. So, let me set the scene. My uncle Eric, well, in the dream, he was sitting there beside my grandma Marie. Both have passed on. Eric back in 2008, and Grandma just a couple of years ago in 2021. I remember Eric was such a strong guy. Even when he was battling a brain tumor, losing parts of himself physically and emotionally, he never really let it get him down. Grandma Marie, she was the heart of our family, and her sudden passing hit us all hard. In the dream, it was like a calm camping spot, the kind of place where my family would gather every summer. I was walking toward these two chairs, and there they were, sitting side by side. I was stunned. I even asked someone, "Can you see them too?" And they said yes. Eric had this peaceful look on his face, so vivid I still can't quite put it into words. He had his arm gently around Grandma's shoulder, and she looked genuinely happy, something I hadn't seen in a long time. They didn't speak, but their presence was so comforting. When I reached out and touched Eric's knee, I realized they looked different from anyone else, like they belonged to another world, but were there just for me. Waking up was a mix of emotions. At first I thought, just a dream. But as the day went on, I felt this profound sense of peace wash over me. I even shared it with another grandmother figure in my life, telling her how it didn't feel like a regular dream, but more like a true visit. You see, after losing Grandma Marie and our beloved Chihuahua, Milo, so suddenly in 2021, I struggled a lot. The grief was overwhelming, especially since Milo's passing was unexpected too. But this dream, this visit, it was like they came to wrap me in a warm hug from beyond. reminding me that I'm not alone and that they're still with me in some way. So, I truly believe that night, Uncle Eric and Grandma Marie stopped by to give me the comfort I desperately needed. And honestly, nothing anyone says can change how real that felt to me. Hey there. I want to share a story that's really close to my heart. Something from when I was just a tiny kid, barely a year and a half old. See, I've always been a bit sensitive to things that most people might call paranormal or unexplainable. To me, it's just part of life, and a big reason why goes back to those earliest memories. My mom used to say she'd watch me through the crack of my bedroom door because I was always talking to someone. This was usually in the mornings before she'd come in to pick me up. She noticed I'd be having these little baby conversations with something in the corner of the room. When she stepped inside, she could feel there was something else there with us, a presence that wasn't scary or harmful at all. In fact, she always described it as a loving energy, like a guardian watching over me. That made her feel safe, and I think it gave her peace knowing I wasn't alone. Sometimes, when she was feeding me in the living room, she'd say I'd suddenly turn my head as if someone had called my name from another room. She could sense that same presence nearby. She told me about all this many times over the years, but I never really shared my own memories until recently. What's really unusual is that I remember being in my crib, clear as day. Most people don't remember things from that young an age, but I do. I'd see these beautiful, swirling patterns of light, kind of like stars moving around me, like a tiny universe unfolding in the dark. It was mesmerizing, and honestly, it helped me drift off to sleep. But sometimes, I'd wake up at night because something would gently touch and tickle my feet. I'd look down, and there'd be a pale, almost translucent hand reaching out, as if to play with me like a kitten or a puppy. The rest of the arm seemed to disappear into the shadows, so I could only see the hand. I never felt scared. Maybe because my mom's feelings about this presence were so comforting, or maybe because I just hadn't learned to be afraid yet. I'd think something like, "I'm sleepy, stop that," in the way a baby might, and the hand would quietly retreat back into the darkness. The soft glow in my room came from the hallway outside, so although the room was mostly dark, I could see the door's outline. I'd look for whoever the hand belonged to, but they were always just out of sight. It felt like there was a kind, protective presence there, watching over me through the night. Recently, my mom told me she never mentioned any of this to my dad before they separated. But before they split, she finally told him about the strange feeling in our old apartment. And you know what? He admitted he felt it too. He said, "Yeah, there was definitely something there." So that's my story. The story of the gentle hand in my crib, a mysterious, tender presence that kept me company when I was just a baby. Whether you call it paranormal or just a loving energy, it shaped how I see the world, full of unseen kindness and wonder, both day and night. Hey there. I want to share with you a story from my childhood that still stays with me. I'm originally from Puerto Rico, but I grew up in Brooklyn. Every summer, though, I'd escape to my grandmother's house tucked away in the mountains of Yauco. It was a place so remote, the roads thinned out into narrow mountain paths where cliffs pressed close to the car, and if another vehicle came by, one of us had to back up until we found a safe spot to pass. It was nerve-wracking, let me tell you. My great-grandfather, whom I called Papi, was a huge part of those summers. He was almost entirely Taino, Puerto Rico's indigenous people, and farmed the land, looked after cows, and shared stories that felt like a bridge to a forgotten time. He spoke about the Taino who hid in the mountains to preserve their way of life, away from the Spanish who, he said, would kill them if they were found. I remember learning from him how to guide a bull by its horns, to ride it, and even a unique whistle that only he could make. That whistle would call animals to him, calm them, or guide them as if by magic. One summer, when Poppy was nearing 100, he was very ill. Our whole family came to see him, neighbors and relatives gathering at the hilltop house he lived in. I was too young to understand what was happening when he passed, so my grandmother sent me down to her house to wait. As dusk fell, the mountains around me grew shadows, and suddenly, the animals of the mountain erupted into cries I had never heard before. Wild dogs howling, pigs screaming like people, cows mourning with a sound so heart-wrenching it reminded me of a scene from a story I'd later hear about loss and grief. I was alone, scared, and hiding inside, peeking out the window. Eventually, the noise faded, and I asked my grandmother why all the animals had been so upset. She told me it was because Poppy's spirit had left us, and the animals, who had known his strength and protection, were mourning. They just knew. That night, restless and curious, I snuck outside near the edge of a cliff. The darkness was thick, and a wild cry echoed close by, freezing me in place. I was too afraid to call out, so I just listened. Then, out of the silence came that unmistakable whistle, Poppy's whistle. Even though I knew he'd passed, I felt him there, deep in the mountain shadows. No one else could make that sound, and it seemed impossible someone was out there, but I believed he was. Yauco is a land rich with history, the home of Aguebana, the great Taino chief, and the birthplace of a rebellion against the Spanish. Many Taino found refuge in those mountains, living quietly, holding on to their traditions. Some say the Taino are long gone, but I know otherwise. Papi, my family and I carry that spirit with us. In some ways, I am still one of them. Hey there, I want to share something deeply personal with you, something that happened during one of the hardest chapters of my life. Back then, I was going through a lot. My son and I had lost our home because of gentrification, and I had just lost my job. On top of that, a relationship I cared about was falling apart, and the woman I was with wasn't really there for me emotionally. It felt like everything was crumbling around me. Meanwhile, my son's mother was battling her own mental health struggles, so I was the main emotional anchor for my boy. Watching him so unhappy was honestly the toughest part. Every night, I'd lie awake thinking, this has to be what hell feels like. I was so weighed down by it all, I couldn't even cry. I just felt frozen in this heavy sadness. During that time, I started experiencing something strange. Sleep paralysis. I'd wake up halfway through the night, completely unable to move. I was sleeping in our cramped living room because that's all I could afford. Even though I could see the room clearly, I wasn't fully awake. It was like being caught between sleep and reality. And in those moments, I'd sense this presence in the room. It wasn't human, that's for sure. It felt like a dark, swirling mist with a vague shape that slowly moved toward me. It came with this overwhelming feeling of dread, like it was feeding off my fear. I've been through a lot in life, believe me. Growing up in Brooklyn, I've faced some tough people and tough situations. Now, as a social worker, I help others who've been through their own battles. But nothing, and I mean nothing, prepared me for this. It was like this force was from another dimension, a place I only glimpsed during those twilight moments between sleep and wakefulness. I fought every time, trying to either fully wake up or drift back to sleep. But it was like being stuck in a dangerous in-between where that presence had power over me. My whole body would shake with terror until I finally jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, knowing I'd just been face to face with something truly real, but beyond this world. What helped me turn the tide was the same thing that helped me rebuild my life. I started searching for work again, went back to school, and began family therapy. Slowly, hope returned. I also started exploring my spiritual beliefs more deeply, tuning into a lifelong inner voice that reminded me of my capacity for unconditional love, both for myself and others. This fear, I realized, was something external, an illusion I allowed inside. But when I centered myself, stayed calm, and trusted my own strength, I could face it. Then, one night, when that dark presence came again, I did something different. Even while still caught in that half-awake state, I found the strength to stand up, at least in spirit. I didn't back down. It came closer, stronger than ever, but I moved toward it with courage. It was like that exhilarating moment when you watch something epic unfold, goosebumps and all. Without words, just with pure will, I sent it a message. Get out of here. You don't belong. And just like that, it left. I woke up fully or drifted off peacefully. It didn't matter anymore. It tried once or twice more, and I stood my ground every time. It's been years since then. My life has changed so much. We have a nice apartment now. I'm finishing up school. My son is about to graduate high school, and our family is closer than ever. Just a few days ago, I caught a glimpse of that presence again, small and harmless this time. I laughed, walked right up to it, and told it to go away. And it did, just like shooing away a pesky mosquito. Thanks for listening. If you ever want to talk more about this or have questions, I'm here. Hey there. I want to share a pretty strange experience my girlfriend and I had during a camping trip in the Smoky Mountains. For her birthday, I took her to Gatlinburg, Tennessee, which is this bustling little town right by the mountains. We decided to camp our first night out at Elkmont Campground, a really popular spot surrounded by tall trees that reminded me a bit of baby redwoods, and a clear river with rocks scattered all over. There were families around, kids running about. It felt like a perfect little nature escape. We borrowed a tent, but realized we forgot the stakes, so we headed back into town at dusk to grab some supplies: whiskey, hot dogs, and of course, tent stakes. When we got back, most campers were winding down their fires or packing up for the night. Our tent was still up but kind of scrunched since it wasn't properly staked. We fixed it and started a fire to get cozy. A couple hours later, around midnight, we were sitting by the campfire. The campground is pretty tight-knit. Campsites are only about 30 yards apart. Bears are known to wander around, so my girlfriend was a bit nervous. That's why I picked a spot right in the center of the campground for some peace of mind. Almost everyone else had gone to sleep, and all we could hear was the soft crackling of the fire and the gentle flow of the river nearby. The moon was just a thin crescent behind clouds, so it was pretty dark. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a light appeared from the campsite just behind my girlfriend and a little to my left. It was shining straight at us, then darting around like it was searching for something. Kind of like the Eye of Sauron, if you can picture that. We saw the silhouette of a man wearing a headlamp, but his movements were so odd, almost like a weird kind of walk, kind of how Jar Jar Binks moves in Star Wars, if that makes sense. Whenever I glanced at him, he'd immediately flash his light at us. He kept shining the light on his picnic table, barely moving his hands, then stepping back to his tent to shine the light there, then back to the table, then at us again, repeating this over and over for nearly an hour. At first, I thought maybe he was just searching for something, but his behavior was just so strange and repetitive, it felt off. Eventually, when his light stayed on us too long, I shined my flashlight back at him for a while. And that's when things got really creepy. A chill ran down my spine as I watched his outline vanish right before my eyes. The light from his headlamp dropped to the ground and then seemed to move across the ground by itself, almost like it was running or crawling into the bushes diagonally between our campsites. I took my flashlight away and saw the light slowly come back out of the bushes, rising back up to the height of a person. Then the shadowy figure appeared again, walking out and returning to his strange routine, all without making a single sound. Later, we went into our tent to sleep, but the figure kept up his odd behavior through the night. The next morning, we looked over to that campsite and there was no sign anyone had been there. No tent. Nothing. It was like the place had been deserted without a trace. Afterward, I learned there's a small town just a mile away called Elkmont Ghost Town, with abandoned buildings and even a cemetery up a nearby trail. I haven't found any other stories about this mysterious headlamp man, but honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if others have had similar eerie encounters. Hey, I want to share some personal experiences that have been a part of my life since I was a little kid. I'm now 27, and ever since I was about 7 years old, I've encountered things that most people would call paranormal. It all began when my older sister and her friends were messing around with an Ouija board. They were around 11 or 12, and I was just a curious 7-year-old. My grandmother once told me that because I was the youngest and most innocent, something kind of attached itself to me that day. I have lots of stories, but I'll stick to a few shorter ones unless you want to hear more. One time, my mom saw this black figure crawling down the hallway on all fours, almost like a twisted person with dislocated joints. It was wearing one of my Halloween masks, a skull with horns. When my mom turned to look at it, it vanished. She actually screamed my name, thinking I was playing a prank. When she saw me peek out from the living room, her face went pale. She made me find that same mask and insisted it be taken out of the house right away. Another story involves my grandmother waking up multiple nights to see a little boy in an old-fashioned sailor suit from the early 1800s. His skin was pale and had this eerie dark blue-black coloring around his eyes and lips. It was unsettling for her, but she never knew who he was. Once, I was playing with my dog, throwing a blanket over my head and letting him pull it off. Suddenly, he started whimpering and seemed scared. Before I could figure out what was wrong, I heard a deep, raspy male voice breathe heavily right into my ear and then exhale. My dog went into a frenzy, barking wildly. There was also this one morning, around 5:30 a.m., when I woke up because someone whispered my name into my ear. It was a male voice that sounded a lot like my husband, or maybe my brother, but both were miles away at the time. After that, my usually aloof orange cat jumped up on my pillow and stayed close, while my other two cats just stared from the doorway, refusing to come in. It freaked me out, especially since I'm 9 months pregnant and usually pretty tuned in to what's real and what isn't. This felt different. One night, I was driving home early in the morning, around 3 a.m., and everything was eerily silent in the city, like nature had gone quiet before a storm. I saw a jogger waiting to cross the street, but as I turned to drive away, he stepped into the road and started twisting his body in unnatural ways, almost like his bones were breaking. He sprinted at my car with huge predatory eyes and a terrifying mouth. I floored it and didn't look back until I was safely home. When I finally did, he was just standing there, watching me go. These experiences have shaped how I see the world. It's strange living with these moments that don't fit into everyday explanations, but they've become a part of my story, and maybe they'll be a part of yours now too. I grew up in a house with a strange little secret built into it. The upstairs walls were not really solid in the way you would expect. Behind most of them, there were crawl spaces that ran along the upper floor and even connected down toward the basement. When I was little, my brother, my sister, and I thought that was the greatest thing in the world. We would squeeze into those narrow spaces with flashlights, blankets, and snacks, building little forts inside the walls like we had discovered some hidden kingdom. It was filthy in there, dust everywhere, spiders in the corners, old insulation that made our skin itch and left tiny fiberglass scratches on our arms. But when you are a kid, things like that do not matter much. To us, it was adventure. My mom knew we played in there, and she never seemed too worried about it. By the time I was a teenager, though, my siblings had both moved out. It was just me and my mom in the house, and I had long since stopped crawling around inside the walls. That part of my childhood felt packed away, like old toys in a box. Then one night, I was sitting on the couch in the living room watching TV when I heard something shift behind the wall. At first, I barely reacted. Houses make noises, you know? Pipes knock, wood settles, old floors complain for no reason. So when the sound stopped, I just went back to watching my show. But then it happened again. And again. Not every minute, not loudly enough to make me panic, but often enough that I started noticing. A soft scrape behind the wall. A creak from somewhere inside the crawl space. A dull little bump that seemed to come from above us, then beside us. My mom heard it too. At first we joked that we had a ghost. It was easier to laugh than to admit how unsettling it felt. But over time, the noises became harder to explain, and the joke started to feel less funny. One night, my mom and I were both in the living room when there was a heavy thud from inside the wall. Not a creak, not a pipe, a thud. We both froze and looked at each other. I remember her face so clearly, like she was silently asking me, "You heard that too, right?" She got up, walked over to the wall, and gave it one quick knock. A few seconds later, something knocked back. Only it was not a polite little tap. It was a hard bang from the other side. My mom and I screamed and ran straight out of the house into the front yard. We stood there in the grass, shaking, staring back at the windows like the house itself had turned its head toward us. After that, we were convinced it was haunted. We sprayed holy water around the rooms. My mom prayed out loud. I even remember us asking whatever it was to leave us alone or speak or give us some kind of sign. Nothing answered. But the noises kept happening. The walls still shifted. We still heard knocks. And then things started disappearing. At first, it was small. My mom lost her keys one morning and searched for nearly 2 hours before finding them outside in the yard. Then some of my makeup vanished. Food went missing faster than it should have. Sometimes we would come home and find cabinet doors hanging open, drawers pulled out. Things moved just enough to make your stomach sink. After about 6 months, we were both terrified. I usually slept alone, but one night I just could not do it. Something about my room felt wrong. I kept staring at my closet, feeling like something was staring back from the darkness. At that age, I wanted so badly to be brave. I wanted to be the kind of girl who could roll her eyes at fear and sleep with the lights off. But I was not brave that night. I was scared in a way that felt deep and childish and humiliating. So I ran to my mom's room and slept beside her. That feeling of being watched stayed with me for weeks. Then everything finally came out. I was not home when it happened, and honestly, I am thankful for that. My mom came home early from work one afternoon because she was not feeling well. When she got upstairs, she heard movement coming from my bedroom. She opened my door and saw a man sitting on my bed. A thin, dirty, scraggly-looking man, just sitting there like he belonged there. He looked up at her and smiled. My mom ran out of the house and called the police. What they told us afterward was worse than any ghost story we had made up in our heads. That man had been living inside our walls for months. He had been using the crawl spaces to move around the house. He had been coming out when we were gone, taking food, stealing small things, opening cabinets, going through drawers. Every scrape I heard behind the wall, every thud, every strange knock, every time I felt like someone was watching me, it was him. And the part that still makes my skin go cold is this. The only entrance to the crawl space was in my closet. So all those nights I lay there staring at that door, feeling like something was on the other side, I was right. Hi, I'm Jay, and I'm giving full permission for my name and story to be shared. I don't really know why I've been so nervous about sending this in. I've thought about it so many times, and then I'd stop myself. But I think I'm finally ready to just take a breath and tell it. Before I get into what happened that night, I do need to give a content warning because this story is tied to something very painful from my childhood. When I was 10, my best friend lived just a couple houses down from me. Her name was Marin, and she was only 8. She was murdered by her stepfather, along with her mother and baby sister, before he took his own life. It was horrific, and it changed everything. My neighborhood never felt the same after that. Honestly, the energy there had always been strange, and that was not the only tragedy connected to the area, but that is a whole other story. The important thing is that I still live in the same house I grew up in. I've been here for about 25 years, and that house where everything happened is still only 2 doors away. My backyard is pretty large, and it is fully fenced in with a privacy fence. There are 2 regular gates on one side, both with secure latches that can only be opened from inside the yard. Then there is a larger double-door entrance, the kind you could use to bring something big into the yard. That one locks with a metal post that drops into the ground, plus a lock, and again, it is all secured from the inside. At the time, my girlfriend, who is now my fiancée, and I were sleeping in our old bedroom on the first floor. One window faced the backyard, and the other faced that double-door gate. That second window was right behind the head of our bed, which still gives me chills thinking about it. One night, it was probably close to 1 in the morning, and we were trying to fall asleep when we heard this strange fiddling sound outside. Then suddenly, there was a loud bang, exactly like those double doors had been swung open. We both froze. Then we shot up, because there was no reason anyone should have been opening that gate in the middle of the night. And again, the way it was locked, someone should not have been able to open it from outside the yard. I was terrified someone was trying to break in, so I slowly peeked through the window behind us, the one facing the double doors. Nothing. The doors were closed. But I know what I heard. We both heard it. It was the sound of those doors, even the creak of them. So now I'm panicking a little, and I get up to check the other window, the one facing the rest of the yard. And that's when I saw him. It looked like the full black silhouette of a man walking through my backyard. No face, no features, no clothes I could make out, just a solid, dark shape moving across the yard. Then he faded away. Not ran, not ducked behind something. He just disappeared, like he walked straight into nothing. I don't know how to explain what came over me, but I felt this horrible certainty in my body. I felt like it was him, the man who killed my friend. I know that sounds like a huge thing to say, and at the time I didn't have proof. My neighborhood is full of strange activity, and honestly, it could have been so many things. But something in me knew. It was the fear, the anger, the heaviness of it. I just knew. Nothing else happened that night. My fiancé calmed me down, and eventually I went back to bed. But the next morning is when it got even stranger. For a little bit of background, I used to have a small online following. Nothing huge, but enough that I didn't always use my real name online, just to be careful. So a lot of friends I made through social media knew me by my internet name. Some of them did know my real name, but they still mostly used the name they met me with, and I never minded. One of those friends, someone I talked to every day at the time, is very spiritually sensitive. That morning, they texted me like usual to say good morning. I had not told them anything about what happened the night before. But then they said they had a really strange dream. They told me there was a young girl with brown hair, and she kept repeating the same thing over and over. "Tell Jay it's okay. Tell Jay everything is okay." My heart just stopped. My friend was confused because they didn't know who Jay was, or they thought maybe the name meant something else. And I had to remind them that Jay is my real name. The second I said that, it felt like we both understood. They knew about what happened to my childhood friend because it is still a big part of my life, even now as an adult. So I told them about the gate, the sound, the figure in the yard, and that awful feeling I had. We came to two possible conclusions. Either it was not him, and Marin knew I was scared and wanted me to know I was safe, or it was him, and she protected me from whatever he was, or whatever energy came with him that night. For whatever reason, she never seems to come directly to me. She always finds another way, and that actually has a pattern. Back when everything happened, on that last day, we had spent the whole day together. We rode bikes, made little bracelets, and my dad even cooked dinner so she could eat with us. Afterwards, she went home, and later that night, everything unfolded in the most tragic way. The night after it happened, my dad had a dream about her. In the dream, she came to him and said, "Thank you for dinner, and thank you for letting me be friends with your daughter." That has stayed with me my entire life. So that's my story. I know it's a sad one, but to me, there is something soft at the center of it too. Something that feels like love still reaching through, even after all this time. Thank you for listening, and thank you for giving me a place to share it. I have so many more stories about her, my neighborhood, and even a haunted museum I used to work at. I'll definitely share more when I'm ready. I've been turning this over in my head for months now. It happened a little over 5 months ago, but I think I'm only just starting to understand how strange it really was. So, for a bit of background, my younger brother and I live with our grandmother. My mom and dad have their own places nearby. They're not together anymore, but they've always had this quiet, friendly kind of partnership. They still check in on each other, still spend time together sometimes. Nothing dramatic there. But near the end of winter, I started having these dreams. At first, they were just unsettling. I kept finding myself in this empty town packed with traffic. Cars were moving, engines were growling, horns were blaring. Everything felt alive with noise. Except there were no people. Not one. No drivers, no pedestrians, nobody standing in windows. Just this city moving by itself. I'd wake up every night with this awful dread sitting in my chest. It wasn't just fear. It felt more urgent than that. Like there was something I needed to do, something important, but my brain wouldn't let me see what it was. Then the dreams got worse. By the second week, the town looked ruined. Cars were smashed into each other. Some were burning. The streets looked warped and wrong, almost dreamlike in the worst way. And then my dad started showing up. Every night after that, something terrible happened to him. It was never the same thing twice. One night it was a phone call from a hospital. Another night it was a flood. Then a storm. Then a crash. Sometimes it was something completely surreal, but it always came back to the same thing. Me, my dad, and this horrible feeling that I was too late. I'm anxious in everyday life, sure, but my dreams had always been kind of a safe place for me. I almost never had nightmares. So when this kept happening, night after night, it really started wearing me down. I was sleeping badly, waking up sore, snapping at little things. Around the same time, my mom started saying she wasn't sleeping well either, but I didn't really ask why. By the end of the third week, I finally booked an appointment with my therapist. I figured maybe stress was bubbling up in some strange way, and my brain had decided to turn it into a horror movie. I hadn't told anyone in my family about the dreams. I didn't want to scare them. So I went to the appointment, sat down, and started explaining everything. The empty city, the cars, the feeling, my dad appearing over and over. And right in the middle of that session, this wave of pure panic hit me. Nothing had happened. There was no sound, no message, no reason for it. But suddenly I knew, in this deep and terrible way, that I needed to go home immediately. I couldn't sit there anymore. I apologized, left about 10 minutes early, and practically ran to the bus stop. While I was waiting, I texted my dad and told him I wanted to see him that day. That was unusual for me. I don't really text him like that. Usually I just call or walk into his apartment because I have a key. We didn't have plans. I figured he was probably out somewhere playing chess, like he usually did on certain afternoons. I got on the bus and tried calling him a couple of times. No answer. At first, I told myself that was normal. He might have been busy. He might have left his phone in his coat. He might have been in the middle of a game. Then my mom called. She told me she had left work early because she suddenly felt like she needed to check on him. That made me pause. My mom never leaves work early unless something is really wrong. But still, I tried to calm myself down. I told myself we were both just anxious. I told myself it was nothing. About half an hour later, I got back to my grandmother's place to drop off my things before going to my dad's apartment. And at almost the exact same moment, my mom walked in too. She looked shaken. Her face was tight, and I could tell she had been crying. That's when she told us my dad had suffered a stroke. It had happened while I was on the bus and while she was leaving work. Somehow, both of us had felt that same panic at almost the same time. She got to him first because she was closer. She found him, called the ambulance, and then came straight to my grandmother's house to tell us. We sat in the kitchen afterward, trying to breathe, trying to make sense of it. Then my mom told me something that honestly made my skin go cold. She had been having the same dreams. Not exactly the same scenes, but the same pattern. The first week, just strange and uncomfortable. The second week, darker and more frightening. The third week, my dad started appearing in them. She had been waking up scared too. She had been losing sleep too. Neither of us had told the other. And then, on the day I finally said the dreams out loud to someone, everything happened. My dad had no known health problems. He was healthy, active, stubborn in the way dads can be. He had never given us a reason to think something like this was coming. And neither my mom nor I had any normal reason to go to his apartment at that exact time. But somehow, from two different parts of town, we both got pulled toward him. Because my mom arrived when she did, he got medical help quickly. He recovered far better than anyone expected, and I still think about how different things could have been if she had ignored that feeling. I don't know what I believe now. I've always been skeptical about paranormal things. I like explanations. I like logic. I like when the world keeps its furniture where it belongs. But I don't have an explanation for this. I don't know why we had those dreams. I don't know why they grew worse in the same way. I don't know why both of us felt that sudden terror at the same time. The only thing I can say is that something, somehow, got us moving. And honestly, knowing my dad, I wouldn't be surprised if his guardian angel has the same ridiculous sense of humor he does. Maybe it knew the only way to get our attention was to rattle every window in our heads until we finally came running. I remembered this today out of nowhere, and honestly, it still makes my skin go cold when I think about it. My family has always been very Catholic, and during the early part of the pandemic, our parish started doing continuous adoration in front of the Blessed Sacrament. Families could sign up for an hour just to pray, reflect, or sit quietly in the chapel. My parents took the 3 to 4 p.m. slot, but a lot of the time, they would ask either my younger sister or me to go in their place. Sometimes, the two of us went together. That afternoon, we got ready like we usually did. I took my rosary and one of my mom's old prayer books, and before going to the church, we stopped at a small store to buy a candle and a box of matches. The church was close to our house, so we arrived just as our hour was starting. When we walked in, I noticed right away that the person before us had already left. My sister went over to write our names in the attendance log, and I stepped into the chapel. And that was when it began. All of a sudden, I felt this sharp, burning pain across my back. At first, I tried to brush it off. I lit the candle, made the sign of the cross, and sat down. But the pain kept getting stronger. It honestly felt like my skin was burning. After a few minutes, I couldn't ignore it anymore, so I leaned toward my sister and whispered, "Something's wrong. My back hurts really badly. Can you look?" I wasn't expecting her to find anything. I had taken a shower before we left, and there had been nothing there. No rash, no cuts, no marks. My sister lifted the back of my shirt, and her face changed immediately. She just stared. I said, "What? What is it?" She looked frightened. Then she said, "Your back is covered in scratches." I gave this nervous little laugh because I thought she had to be messing with me. I said, "Don't joke like that." But she shook her head and said, "I'm not joking." Then she went even quieter, and she whispered, "More are showing up." That's when I completely froze. I said, "What do you mean more are showing up?" She told me that thin red scratches were appearing across my back while she was looking at them. She said they hadn't been there seconds before. At that point, I was terrified. I could feel myself getting emotional, but we didn't want to leave the Blessed Sacrament unattended. So I did the only thing I could think to do. I started praying the rosary. My sister prayed the responses with me, and we stayed there for the whole hour. But the burning did not stop. Not once. When the next person finally came in for their shift, we finished the prayers and left as quickly as we could. By then, my back felt raw, like it was still on fire. The walk home felt much longer than it really was. As soon as we got inside, we told my parents everything. My mother checked my back herself and cleaned the scratches. To this day, I still don't have an explanation for what happened in that chapel. But I know this much. After that afternoon, my parents never sent me there by myself again. From then on, someone always went with me. And sometimes, when I think about that quiet chapel, that empty hour, and those scratches appearing out of nowhere, I still wonder what was really in there with us. I was pretty young when this happened. I'd say elementary school age, though I honestly couldn't tell you exactly how old I was. It's been too long. I just know I was old enough to understand that something strange had happened, but still young enough that the dark felt enormous. Back then, I had a lot of trouble at night. I had night terrors, the kind where I'd wake up screaming so loudly my family would talk about it the next day. I also sleepwalked. Not once or twice either. It happened enough that my parents would joke, sometimes not fully joking, that they might need to tie me to the bed just to keep me safe. I was that kid who would suddenly appear beside someone's bed in the middle of the night, just standing there. Of course, they'd wake up terrified, and then I'd wake up terrified too, because I had no idea how I'd gotten there or why someone was yelling. One winter, I sleepwalked through the sliding door and ended up on the enclosed porch. It wasn't heated, and I curled up out there and fell asleep. My mom found me in the morning, freezing cold. Another time, at my dad's house, I shared an upstairs room with my sister. My stepmom woke up to banging on the window and came in to find me trying to open it. She panicked and asked what I was doing because I could have fallen out. Apparently, I told her, very calmly, that I was just trying to get a drink of water from the kitchen. So yes, my family had reasons to worry. The thing is, I never remembered sleepwalking unless someone woke me up in the middle of it. And when that happened, I was confused, frightened, and hard to calm down. But this night was different. It was summer at my mom's house, which was my main home. I remember the season clearly because we didn't use the air conditioning until it got unbearably hot. Instead, we'd open the windows and turn on the attic fan. That fan had this strong, steady pull to it, like the whole house was breathing. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up because I heard voices. No one should have been awake. My mom and stepdad were strict about bedtime, and once the lights were out, that meant everyone was done for the night. And that night, every light in the house was off. But I could hear talking. It was muffled, not clear enough to make out words, but definitely voices. Low, steady voices. At that age, I was terrified of getting out of bed at night. I'd hold my bladder until morning, no matter how badly I needed the bathroom, just because walking through the dark felt impossible. If I ever did get up, I would turn on the hall light immediately. But that night, I didn't. I just felt curious. The voices sounded close, almost like they were pulling my attention down the hallway. I got out of bed and walked toward them without even thinking about the light. At the end of the hallway, you could turn left into the dining room or right toward the front door. The attic fan was right above that spot, and when I reached it, I remember the air moving over my arms. It raised the hair on my skin, but not in a scary way. It actually felt good because the house was so warm. I stopped there and asked myself, am I dreaming? And I decided I wasn't. I could feel the carpet under my feet. I could touch the wall beside me. I could feel the fan moving air across my skin. Everything felt solid and normal. Nothing had that strange, slippery feeling dreams sometimes have. Because it was summer, the front door was open, but the screen door was shut and locked. Sometimes my parents left the porch light on, probably to make the porch seem less inviting to anyone outside. So when I turned toward the door, I could see through it clearly. And that's when I realized the voices were coming from the porch. I still wasn't scared. That's the strangest part to me even now. I was a child who was scared of everything at night, but in that moment, I felt completely calm. I thought maybe my mom was outside talking to a neighbor, or maybe two neighbors were talking. Mostly, I remember feeling like I had stumbled onto something I wasn't included in, and I wanted to know what it was. So I walked closer. The voices got a little louder, still muffled, still impossible to understand, but they sounded like a calm conversation. I was sure that when I opened the door, I'd see someone sitting right there on the porch. I opened the screen door, and there, standing on the porch, were two small gray figures. They looked like what people would call aliens. Small bodies, gray skin, the whole thing. They weren't hiding. They didn't jump or run. It felt more like I had interrupted a conversation they already knew I was going to interrupt. We looked at each other for maybe 1 or 2 seconds. And then they were gone. I don't know if they vanished. I don't know if I blinked or looked away and then looked back. I only know that one moment they were there, and the next moment they weren't. And still, I felt calm, not frozen, not screaming, not panicked, just peaceful. I shut the screen door turned around, and walked back down the hallway. I remember the attic fan touching my skin again as I passed under it, and I remember telling myself, once more, that I was awake. Then I got back into bed and fell asleep. The next morning, I was sitting at the table while my mom made breakfast. She asked me how I slept, and all at once, the whole memory came rushing back. It didn't feel like remembering a dream. You know how sometimes you start telling someone about a dream, and halfway through, you realize parts of it don't make sense? This wasn't like that. It felt as real as remembering what I had done the day before. I said, "Mom, I don't think you're going to believe me, but I woke up last night, and there were aliens talking outside on the porch." I told her everything. The voices, the hallway, the fan, the screen door, the two gray figures. I was excited, honestly. I thought maybe she'd know what it meant, or at least help me understand why they had been there. But she just looked at me strangely. Then she told me, very carefully, that I must have had a realistic dream. I told her it wasn't a dream. I knew it wasn't. She said again that it had to be, and I remember feeling so disappointed. I don't blame her. I know how it sounded. But something about her brushing it off made me feel like I couldn't tell her things like that anymore. We never talked about it again, but I still remember it clearly. I'm almost 40 now, and it's still one of the sharpest memories from my childhood. I still think about it all the time and wonder what, exactly, I saw on that porch. I've told this story to a handful of people over the years, but I've always wanted to put it into words for someone who might understand it, or maybe someone who has experienced something close to it. So I'll start where it really began, sometime around 2020. Back then, I was living with my mom and my girlfriend, and I was near the end of my senior year of high school. It was the COVID year, so everything felt strange already. School got cut short, time blurred together, and honestly, my friends and I were smoking a lot back then, so some of the smaller details are a little foggy. My grandma had always been deeply into ghost stories, but not in a casual way. She genuinely believed there was something in her house. She called it a shadow man. She used to tell me it helped my blind grandpa find his chewing tobacco and things like that, almost like it was just another strange presence in the house. My uncle, though, had a very different feeling about it. He stayed there for a while after his house burned down, and he said he heard what sounded like children running up and down the hallway. He also claimed he heard voices, and even said he had recordings. At the time, I was young, and I didn't really believe much of it. Then my grandma had to go in for open-heart surgery. Several doctors had turned her down because the odds were so risky. I remember hearing she had around an 80% chance of making it, and even that felt terrifying. Eventually, some surgeons in St. Louis agreed to do it, so my grandparents went there and stayed for quite a while. My brother, who I'll call Zane, was already living at their place, so he stayed behind to take care of the house and the dogs. One day, my friend, who I'll call Devin, and I went out there to visit him. We brought a 12-pack of Diet Coke and a little weed, and the three of us sat in the back room, talking and smoking. My grandma's house was way out in the middle of nowhere. There were neighbors, technically, but they were spread far apart. It was the kind of place where silence had room to stretch. I don't remember what we were talking about exactly, but I remember what interrupted us. From the other end of the house, we heard yelling. Not normal yelling. It was muffled, but loud, and it sounded distressed. The words were all tangled together, like someone speaking through a wall in a language I couldn't recognize. It didn't sound human in the way you expect a voice to sound human. The house wasn't huge, maybe around 1,500 square feet, so it wasn't like the sound was far away. It felt close enough to make all three of us stop. After that, we started talking about the shadow man. I tried to convince myself the sound had come from outside, but deep down, I knew something about it felt wrong. Devin and I left later, and I tried not to think about it too much. But that night, when I got home, I was lying in bed with my girlfriend, and I heard the same sound again. The exact same garbled yelling. Only this time, it was in my own house, almost 45 minutes away from my grandma's. It was late, everything was quiet, and both of us heard it. That was the moment things stopped feeling like a weird story and started feeling like something had followed me. After that, life got strange for a few years. At first, it was small things, knocking at the door at 2 or 3 in the morning, but nobody would be there. It was always 3 knocks, every time. That detail still bothers me. One night, 2 friends of mine, who I'll call Cole and Wade, were in my room playing Clone Hero with me. We heard a knock at the door. I had already told Cole about the Shadow Man, but he didn't believe it. He laughed and said it had to be Devin messing with me. So he ran to check. Nobody was there. He still brings that up sometimes. There were voices too. Little "hey" and "hello" sounds right in your ear. Then there was the TV in the game room. Sometimes I'd hear it turn on by itself, play for a few minutes, and then shut off. I never got brave enough to fully investigate it. I couldn't tell if it was actually the TV or something pretending to be one. I could hear noise, but I could never make out exactly what was being said. One time, Devin was watching my webcam while we were talking online, and he told me he saw my girlfriend walk past in the background. But she wasn't home. She was at work. I knew that for a fact because I had just gone through her line at work, gotten food, and come straight back home. The thing that scared me the most in that house happened while I was home alone. I was sitting in the game room with the door open, playing CS:GO with Wade. The bedrooms had carpet, but the rest of the place had stained concrete floors. All of a sudden, from the far side of the house, I heard what sounded like someone in socks sliding quickly across the floor. Fast little movements, almost like a child running. It came closer and closer, all the way up to my doorway. Then it stopped. There was silence. And then, clear as day, right there in the doorway, I heard a human finger snap. That was the first time I remember shaking so badly I couldn't even explain what happened. Wade was still talking to me through the mic, and I just sat there frozen. After that, snapping became regular. That and the 3 knocks. Those were its calling cards. It got to where I couldn't sleep unless the TV was blaring loud enough to cover the sounds. My mom heard things too, but she handled it differently. She'd say, "We have to live here, so I just ignore it." One time, I was terrified, and she casually told me that just minutes earlier, someone on the couch had said hello to her, even though nobody was there. She just brushed it off. My mom is tougher than me. I ran out of that house more than once. Eventually, rent went up, and we decided to move. We bought an old single-wide trailer for cheap and put it on some property my mom had near my grandma's place. I really hoped we had left everything behind. We hadn't. The first night in that trailer, my girlfriend, who I'll call Eliza, and I were getting settled in. My brother Zane was there too, and my mom was over at my grandparents' house. Eliza and I were walking near the front door when the front and back doors swung open at the exact same time. Then all the breakers flipped. At the same moment, there was this awful moaning sound. I called my mom, scared out of my mind. I don't remember exactly what she said, but knowing her, it was probably something like, "Flip the breakers back on and ignore it." Honestly, that might have been the best advice anyone could give, even if it didn't make me feel better. In that trailer, things got worse. There was a sound that happened over and over at night, like someone dropping a marble on the floor in the back of the trailer. It would hit, bounce faster and faster, then stop. Then it would happen again. I never found a marble or anything that could explain it. The whispering got worse too. Mostly greeting words. Always soft, always close to my ear. For a while, I would wake up every morning around 4:30. I don't know if that meant something, but it happened enough that I noticed. I started looking for help and even contacted a few churches, but nothing ever really came of it. Devin stopped coming over much after things started getting thrown near him. When he did visit, he'd sometimes sleep in his car instead of inside. He told me about objects moving in the house and even in the shop building on the property. It also liked knocking on the window by my computer. I know there are more things I'm forgetting, which is part of why I wanted to finally write this down. That trailer was the worst period of it, and I'm honestly grateful my memory has softened some of it. The last truly terrifying thing happened years later, after my grandma passed away in the hospital. My mom had been staying with her and wanted to go home that night. I offered to stay with Zane and my grandpa at their house. Zane and I had gone out back to smoke in this little building they called the back house. Later, we came inside and stopped in the kitchen to get a drink. While we were standing there, knocks exploded through the house. Every wall, every ceiling, every surface. It sounded like 30 people knocking at the same time, and every knock came in threes. I cried. I can laugh about that now, but in the moment, it was horrible. There was still some activity after that, but nothing as intense. Over the next couple of years, it slowly faded. Now it's been about 3 years since anything has happened. Eliza and I live in a new place, and nothing has followed us here. I hope it stays that way. But I want to say clearly that this really happened. I know how it sounds. I know some people won't believe it. That's okay. I'm sharing it because it changed the way I think about things, and because a part of me is still curious. If anyone has experienced something similar, especially the 3 knocks, the snapping, or that strange garbled yelling, I'd honestly love to know. This whole thing left me with questions I think I'll carry for the rest of my life. I'm new here, so I hope it's okay if I share something that's been sitting in the back of my mind for a while. About 5 years ago, I started looking into EVP, electronic voice phenomena. At first, I thought it would just be strange recordings, faint whispers, little oddities you can explain away if you try hard enough. But the deeper I went, the more I felt like there were layers to this world that most of us never get told about. One theory that really caught my attention is sometimes called the UFO intrusion theory. The idea is that UFOs and ghosts may not be separate things at all. They could be the same phenomenon, beings from another dimension that have been close to us for thousands of years. And according to this theory, they are not physical in the way we are. They are more like energetic beings. Just like we need food from plants and animals to keep going, they might need energy from us. Not food exactly, but emotional and electrical energy. Brainwaves, fear, joy, awe, prayer, panic, euphoria. That's the part that made me think of Monsters, Inc. Not in a childish way, but in the sense that fear, emotion, and human intensity become a kind of fuel. The theory suggests these beings cross into our reality and appear in ways we can barely understand. Lights in the sky, strange shapes in rooms, cold spots, voices, knocks, shadows, orbs. They create fear, confusion, wonder, and sometimes even happiness, then somehow absorb the energy we produce in those moments. Think about a packed church, everyone praying with deep emotion, or a stadium full of people shouting, celebrating, almost vibrating together, or a concert where thousands of minds are locked into the same feeling. The theory says those moments might produce exactly the kind of energy these beings are drawn to. There are people who point to infrared photos as possible evidence. Beams, strange lights, or round glowing shapes near people's heads during religious gatherings, sports events, concerts, and other emotional crowds. Of course, some of these photos could have normal explanations: dust, reflections, camera artifacts. But once you start looking at enough of them, the pattern begins to feel harder to ignore. And then there's religion and folklore. Gods, saints, elves, genies, spirits, angels, demons. Maybe these were never entirely separate categories. Maybe they were different names, from different cultures, for the same visitors pressing their faces against the glass of our world. Even animals seem to notice something, cats especially. Anyone who lives with cats has probably seen it. They stare at empty corners, follow something invisible with their eyes, suddenly hiss at nothing. Sometimes they act like they are tracking a presence we simply cannot sense. In one case I studied, there was a house where a young girl and a teenage boy seemed to appear. We had a photograph and several EVP recordings. In the recordings, they seemed to suggest they had once lived there, that they had drowned, and even gave names. After some digging, the details seemed to place the story somewhere around the early 1960s. But under this theory, they may not have been ghost children at all. They may have been interdimensional beings using the memory of the house, like reaching into an old wound and making it speak. They could have accessed something traumatic that lingered there, then shaped it into voices, images, and emotions. Not necessarily to communicate with us, but to affect us, to unsettle us, to pull energy from our reactions. That idea sounds wild at first, I know it does. But the more I read, the more I listened, and the more I compared different cases, the less impossible it felt. Places with heavy histories seem to attract this kind of activity again and again, almost as though memory itself becomes a doorway. I'm not saying I have all the answers. I don't. Maybe some of this can be explained naturally. Maybe some of it can't. But I do think there's something here worth looking at with an open mind. So I wanted to ask, what do you think? Have you ever experienced something that made you wonder whether ghosts, UFOs, and old folklore might all be different masks worn by the same thing? Ever since I was little, I've had the feeling that something has been following me through life. I know that sounds strange. I don't really know how else to explain it. For a long time, it didn't feel evil. It was unsettling, yes, but not hateful. Not at first. When I was growing up, my sister and I lived in a house that already felt heavy. Our family situation was abusive, and there was so much fear and anger in that home that it almost felt baked into the walls. Strange things happened all the time. We saw shadow figures. We heard whispers when nobody was there. Sometimes we heard screams. And there was something else too, something that looked like my sister, almost like her, but not quite. It moved like her, stood like her, had her shape, but something about it was wrong in a way I could feel before I could explain. That's probably a whole other story on its own. The more my sister and I talked about what we were experiencing, the worse it seemed to get. Looking back now, I honestly wonder if whatever it was had been feeding off the fear and the pain in that house. There was plenty of both. Eventually, I moved out. I was only 17, and I ended up living alone in an old farmhouse outside of town. It was way down this rough dirt road, far from neighbors, far from everything. The house was in terrible condition and probably should have been condemned, but I was desperate to get out of the situation I was in. The deal was simple: no rent, just somewhere to sleep. At first, I told myself the house was just old. Old houses make noises. They settle. They creak. But then I started hearing footsteps moving through rooms when I knew I was alone. Things would go missing, especially my keys, and then I'd find them in places I absolutely never would have put them. One night, I finally stood in the middle of the house and spoke out loud. I said, "Hi," I'm sorry if I'm in your space, but I'm 17 and I'm just trying to get out of a bad situation. This is my home for now, so please leave me alone." And strangely enough, things settled down after that. For a little while, anyway. Not long after, I started dating someone, and they moved in quickly. That relationship turned abusive too, and once the atmosphere in the house changed, the activity started picking up again. But this time, it seemed to focus on him. He would get home from work before me, but then he started waiting outside in his car until I arrived. I hadn't told him much about anything I'd experienced, so when he finally admitted he didn't want to go inside alone, I knew something had scared him badly. He told me things were being thrown at him. We had these old woven baskets sitting on a shelf, and he said one had been hurled across the room. Doors were slamming. He heard his name being called from down the hallway in the middle of the night. He saw shadows. At first, I blamed the farmhouse. I thought maybe the place itself had something attached to it. But deep down, I also wondered if the violence and fear around me were calling something back. Eventually, I got out of that relationship and moved again. Years passed. I still had experiences during that time. Lights flickered or turned on by themselves. TVs switched on and off. Whispers followed me from place to place. But nothing compared to what started happening after I moved in with my current partner. We met in 2024, and I moved into his rental not long after. It was a renovated house from the 1940s, and for the first time in ages, things were quiet. Almost too quiet. I started to relax. I almost let myself believe that whatever had been around me was finally gone. Then one day, I went back to my old town to collect some moving boxes. While I was away, my partner sent me a message. He wrote, "I know this sounds insane, but I just saw a figure standing beside our bed. It was on your side." My stomach dropped. I hadn't told him everything. It was still early in our relationship, and because nothing had been happening, I didn't see the point in frightening him with all of it. But when I came back a day or two later, everything started again. Doorknobs twisted and rattled in broad daylight, right in front of us. Footsteps stormed up and down the hallway, loud and angry. Doors opened on their own. Things moved from where we'd left them. I've always used sage in my homes, not only when something paranormal is happening, but whenever the energy feels off. So I did what I knew how to do. I cleansed the house. It didn't help. Soon, I started waking up with bruises I couldn't explain. I was tired constantly, drained in a way that sleep didn't fix. At night, something would tug my hair hard enough to wake me. Then one night, my partner and I fell asleep on the couch. I had this dream, but it didn't feel like a normal dream. It felt like I was seeing through someone else's eyes. I was looking into our bedroom, and there was a figure standing beside the bed again. It looked like the outline of a person, but the inside of it was filled with static, like the old fuzz on a television screen. It didn't speak out loud, but I heard it anyway. It said, "Come to bed. Come to bed now. I can't help you unless you come to bed." Then it turned and started walking toward the lounge room. Before it reached us, I woke up. I shook my partner awake and started crying. I couldn't explain why, but I told him we needed to go to bed right then. Not later, right then. And the strange thing is, after we did, I slept peacefully for the first time in ages. A few weeks later, we were preparing to move again. I was out in the backyard, pulling weeds from the garden beds, when I accidentally picked up a small stone. It had a name written on it, Sander, and beside it was a childlike drawing of a figure. I don't know why, but the moment I realized what I was holding, I felt sick, uneasy, watched. I put it back exactly where I'd found it. A few days later, we moved. The new place was quiet at first, but I'd learned by then that quiet didn't always mean peace. My partner works away for long stretches, so a lot of what happened in that house happened while I was alone. The bruising came back, only worse. I'd wake up with new marks almost every day. Some looked like fingers had grabbed me. I felt exhausted constantly. I had awful dreams nearly every night. There were voices from empty rooms, banging from parts of the house where nobody was, doors opening, sheets being pulled off me while I slept, my hair being yanked until I woke up. Then, about a year later, my partner and I bought a house together. I cleansed it right away, almost like a ritual. For a few months, things seemed okay. Then they weren't. Now my partner is home more often, and he's experienced it too. We've both seen shadow figures standing in dim rooms. The TV and PlayStation have turned on by themselves in the middle of the night, waking us up each time. Doors open, objects move. The same pattern repeats, only now it feels angrier. Recently, I fell asleep on the couch while my partner was watching TV. I woke slightly when he suddenly got up in a rush and went into the kitchen. I heard banging around in there, but I assumed it was him and drifted back off. Later, he woke me and asked, "Did you hear that?" I asked him what he meant. He told me the banging hadn't been him. He'd gotten up because he heard it too. He said the walls in the kitchen were being hit over and over again, and as soon as he found the courage to go look, it stopped. Our dog noticed it too. She doesn't bark or hide. She just stares in the direction of the noise and whimpers until we tell her it's okay. Lately, the dreams have started again. I keep waking up in the middle of the night already crying. Sometimes nothing specific wakes me, but I open my eyes with tears on my face and this horrible feeling that something is near me, watching me, draining me. I wake my partner now when it happens, but even then, the feeling doesn't always leave. It sounds ridiculous when I say it out loud, but it feels like this thing hates me. Like I've offended it somehow. Like it's followed me all this time and has only become more angry. There's something else I think about often. I used to work as a carer for an elderly man. I barely spoke to his wife beyond polite hellos and goodbyes. But one day, as I was leaving, she stopped me and said, "Can you feel it with you?" I laughed it off because I didn't know what else to do. But inside, I knew exactly what she meant. She asked if I believed in spirits. I told her I did. Then she asked if I knew something was attached to me. I said yes. She told me it wasn't human. She said it wasn't exactly evil, but it was draining me. When I asked how she knew, she just said, "I see it with you every time you come here." I asked if she could help me. She said she didn't know how. So now I don't know what to do. I've tried cleansing, I've tried crystals, I've tried protection spells, I've tried ignoring it, I've tried talking to it. I'm tired. I'm tired of being afraid in my own home. I'm tired of waking up bruised, exhausted, and crying without knowing why. I don't know what kind of spirit this is, or if spirit is even the right word. I don't know if anyone else has experienced something like this, but I know I can't keep pretending it will eventually leave on its own, because it hasn't. And I'm scared that if I don't find real help, it never will. Listen, I still don't know how to explain what happened that night. It was sometime in the middle of December, the kind of night where the cold doesn't just sit outside, it follows you around. My friend Ervin and I were driving back home after a long shift at work. We were tired, half silent, and the road ahead looked endless. There were no streetlights for a long stretch, nothing around us except darkness, fields, and the sound of the engine. The headlights were the only thing cutting through the road. I remember looking at the dashboard clock. It was 12:47 a.m. Arvin was trying to keep me awake by talking about old school memories. I had the radio on low, playing some old songs, but honestly, both of us were barely holding on. Then, as we turned around a bend, we saw him. An old man. He was standing by the side of the highway, completely alone. He wore an old, faded dhoti and a dark shawl wrapped around his shoulders. His hair was gray and messy, falling near his face. But the strange thing was, he wasn't panicking. He wasn't waving desperately or calling out for help. He was just standing there, waiting. As we got closer, he slowly raised one hand. I looked at Arvin and asked, "Should we stop?" He stayed quiet for a second, then said, "There's nobody else on this road. Poor man. Let's at least ask him." So I pulled over. The old man opened the back door and got inside. The moment he entered the car, I felt the air change. I'm not saying this to make it sound dramatic. It genuinely felt colder. And there was this smell too, like wet soil, old cloth, and burnt incense. I looked at him through the mirror and said, "Where do you need to go, Tata?" He didn't answer. His head was lowered. I couldn't see his eyes properly. I thought maybe he was too tired to speak, so I started driving again. 5 minutes passed. Then 10, then maybe 20. He didn't say a word, not even a cough, not even a small movement. Every now and then, I checked the rearview mirror. He was sitting in the exact same position, completely still. The silence in the car became heavier and heavier. Finally, Arvin turned around and asked, "Tata, which village are you from?" Still nothing. No reply. No movement. That was when I started feeling something was wrong. Soon we reached the border of our village. The Eli Coville was just ahead, near the old archway. I don't know why, but I felt relieved when I saw the temple. I stopped the car near it, kept the engine running, and turned around. I said, "Tata, we've reached the village. Where exactly do you want to get down?" And then I froze. The back seat was empty. Completely empty. For a few seconds, my mind couldn't understand what I was seeing. The door hadn't opened. We hadn't stopped anywhere. There was no sound, no movement, no chance for him to get out. But he was gone. I looked at Arvin. He was staring at the empty seat with his face drained of color. He whispered, "Where did he go?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. Without thinking, I got out of the car and ran straight into the temple. I went inside, fell before the deity, and started praying. Arvin came in a little later. He tried to act normal. He even gave a nervous laugh and said, "Maybe we imagined it. We were tired. We had a little drink too, remember?" I looked at him and said, "How can both of us imagine the same old man?" He had no answer. We stayed there for nearly half an hour before leaving. I dropped Arvin at his house, then drove home. Nothing else happened on the way. By the time I reached home, I was trying hard to convince myself there had to be a normal explanation. Maybe the old man got out quietly when we weren't looking. Maybe we were too tired. Maybe fear made everything feel bigger than it was. I took a bath, changed my clothes, and tried to sleep. Just then, my phone rang. It was Arvin's father. He was crying. He said, "Please come quickly. Something is wrong with Arvin." My stomach tightened. I rushed to his house. The moment I stepped inside, I knew something was terribly wrong. Arvin was sitting on the floor. His eyes were rolled upward and his whole body was shaking. His family members were trying to hold him down. When he saw me, he smiled. But it wasn't his smile. It was cold, cruel, wrong. Then he spoke, and the voice that came out of him was not Arvin's. It was deep, rough, and old. He said, "Where is Ramanathan?" Everyone went silent. Arvin didn't know anyone named Ramanathan. His family didn't either. But he kept repeating it. "Where is Ramanathan? Where is Ramanathan?" Again and again. That voice sounded exactly like an old man's voice, and all I could think about was the man we had picked up on the highway. Arvin's mother was crying. His father was calling relatives. Nobody knew what to do. Then an elderly neighbor said, "Take him to the Eli Kovil, now!" So we carried him there. The priest was already awake, preparing for the early morning puja. The moment he saw Arvin, his face changed. He told everyone to stand back. He began chanting. He placed sacred ash on Arvin's forehead. At first, nothing happened. Then Arvin screamed. It echoed through the whole temple compound. The lamps near the shrine flickered hard, even though there was no wind inside. The priest kept chanting. Arvin started laughing. Not like himself. It was a horrible, broken laugh. Then he said, "The road." His voice dragged through the air. "The road belongs to me." The priest threw holy water on him. Arvin's body jerked backward. He let out one final scream, and I swear it sounded exactly like the old man from the car. Then everything went silent. Arvin collapsed. For a few minutes, nobody moved. Then slowly, he opened his eyes. He looked weak, confused, normal. He asked, "Why is everyone here?" He remembered nothing after I dropped him at his house. Nothing at all. Later, the priest told us something that still stays with me. Many years ago, an old man named Ramanathan had died on that same highway on a cold night. A speeding truck had hit him, and his body had remained unidentified for days. After that, people sometimes said they saw an old man standing near that stretch of road, asking for a ride. Most people called it a rumor. I wish it had stayed that way. Arvin recovered after a few days, and slowly, life went back to normal. But even now, whenever I drive past that road after midnight, I don't look toward the side of the highway. Because sometimes, just for a second, I feel like I can see him there. An old man standing in the dark. Quiet. Patient. Waiting for someone kind enough to stop. And if he ever raises his hand again, I won't. I'd only been living in that house for about 2 years when my parents separated. After that, the house was sold, and my mom, my little brother Jame, and I moved into a rented place just down the same street we used to live on. And honestly, the house itself was lovely. It had the same kind of layout and feeling as the home we'd grown up in, so in a strange way, it felt familiar. Safe, even. I have to give my mom a lot of credit for that. She did everything she could to make the divorce feel less painful for me and my younger brother. She kept things steady. She made the house feel warm. She made sure we still had some kind of normal. But even with all that, there was always something about that place that felt off. Our old house had backed onto other gardens, other families, normal street life. This one was on the opposite side of the road, and the garden backed onto a steep wooded railway embankment. Beyond that were the old tracks, then open fields. During the day, it was beautiful, green, quiet, peaceful. But at night, it felt completely different. It felt like the darkness had somewhere to hide. One weekend night, it was around 1 in the morning, and I went into the kitchen to get a drink. My mom and I both had a habit of staying up late, especially on weekends, and she would usually drift off in front of the television. So I made my drink, took it back into the living room, then went back into the kitchen to switch the light off. I turned it off, stepped out, and pulled the door shut behind me. And the second the door clicked closed, I heard a voice. It was my little brother. Clear as anything, from inside the kitchen, he said, "I'm in here." And it sounded so normal. That's what still bothers me. It didn't sound dramatic or frightening. It sounded exactly like he had wandered into the kitchen without me noticing, and I'd accidentally shut him in the dark. So without thinking, I said, "Sorry," and opened the door again. I flicked the light back on. There was nobody there. The kitchen was empty. Jame was upstairs in bed, fast asleep. Now, this next part might have been a coincidence. I've always tried to be fair about that. My mom had a habit of stacking too many plates on the draining board, and sometimes they would slip for no real reason. But at that exact moment, the plates shifted. A few of them slid, clattered, and some dropped down. That sound didn't scare me much. It had happened before. It was loud, but it was ordinary. What scared me was the voice. My brother's voice, saying something completely normal. "I'm in here." When he wasn't, and that's the part I've never been able to shake. I've spent years asking myself what I actually heard that night. Why would I hear my brother say such an everyday thing when he was nowhere near the kitchen? That, to me, is what made it so disturbing. It wasn't some figure standing in the corner of my room. It wasn't a shadow moving across the hallway. It was something pretending to be part of a normal moment. Something small, familiar, harmless. And somehow that made it worse. I know what I heard. I didn't mistake the television for his voice. He didn't sneak downstairs to scare me. He was asleep. The kitchen was empty. But something spoke from inside that room, and it used my brother's voice. We moved out of that house in early 2020. I still pass it sometimes, and I do think of it as a happy home in many ways. It gave us a little piece of normal life when everything else had been pulled apart. But no matter how warm that house felt in the daylight, I'll always remember what happened there that night. And I'll always wonder what was waiting behind that kitchen door. I've had a handful of strange things happen to me over the years, but this is the one I still come back to. I'm a pretty grounded person. I don't scare easily, and I've always thought that things like ghosts or spirits might just be something science hasn't quite caught up with yet. I barely drink, maybe once or twice a year, and I don't use drugs. I've worked in hospice care for a long time, nearly 16 years now, and as you can imagine, I've seen and heard some unusual things in nursing. But those are stories for another time. I'm telling you that because when people hear this story, they usually look at me like I'm exaggerating or making it up. And honestly, if someone else told it to me, I'm not sure I'd believe them either. But I was there. I saw it. I felt it. This happened years ago, when my friend Gia and I were at her house. It was a small place. When you walked through the front door, the stairs were right there in front of you, leading up to 3 little bedrooms. Off to the right was a door into the living room, and from there you could get to the kitchen and bathroom. We were sitting in the living room that night, and her little boy, who was about 3, was asleep upstairs. Now, back then, Gia and I were really interested in ghost hunting. Her house already had a reputation between us. Doors would slam on their own. Things would get knocked around in the kitchen. Once, when I was there by myself, I heard what sounded exactly like a dining chair scraping across the floor. I went to check, and the chair was sitting right in the middle of the kitchen. So that night, we decided to try something. We put 2 candles in the middle of the coffee table, then placed 8 smaller candles all around the edge. We sat across from each other and started asking questions. We said one candle could flicker for yes, and the other could flicker for no. At first, nothing much happened. Then we started talking about one of Gia's friends who had died in a car accident. As soon as we mentioned him, the yes candle flickered. Gia asked, "Is that you?" And the candle flickered again. So we kept asking questions, and the answers came through the two candles. Yes or no. Flicker, pause, flicker. The strange thing was that none of the other candles moved. Not one. Just those two. I'd never seen anything like it. Then Gia asked, "Can you make the other candles flicker too?" And one by one, going around the table in order, each of the 8 smaller candles flickered. It was slow and deliberate, almost like someone was walking around the coffee table and blowing gently on each flame as they passed. That was the moment I started to feel afraid. There was no breeze. We weren't moving. The windows were closed. Nothing in that room should have caused it. Then we heard a thud upstairs. Gia got up right away to check on her son. When she came back down, she looked unsettled. She said he was still fast asleep in his crib, but several books had fallen from his shelf and landed in the middle of the floor. Right after she said that, the yes candle flickered again. She asked, "Did you do that?" And it flickered yes. That was enough for both of us. We decided we were done. We were scared by then, really scared. But before we ended it, and I honestly don't know why I did this, I asked, "Can you blow out the candle closest to me?" The flame nearest me started flickering wildly. Not the others, just that one. It looked exactly like someone was blowing on it. Then it went out. We both panicked and said out loud that we were ending the session. We started blowing out the candles, and that's when we heard another thud upstairs. Only this time, it wasn't just a thud. It sounded like heavy footsteps running quickly down the stairs. Then the handle on the closed door between the living room and the hallway started rattling. Not a tiny shake. It rattled hard for several seconds. Then it stopped. We had to open the door because Gia's son was upstairs, and we needed to make sure he was okay. But when we opened it, there was nothing there. The front door was still locked. Nobody had come in. Her son was still asleep. After that, we just sat there, shaken, trying to talk through what had happened. Then my mobile phone started ringing. This was before smartphones. My phone was sitting on top of the TV, and it was around 2 in the morning, so a call at that hour was strange enough. I picked it up and looked at the screen. The number was just zeros. 00000000000. I didn't answer it. Part of me still wishes I had. And that's my story. That's the one I can't explain. I know I can't prove it to anyone, and I know it sounds unbelievable. I'm just grateful Gia was there with me, because if I'd experienced it alone, I think I would have questioned my own memory. It happened about 20 years ago, and I can still see that room clearly. The table, the candles, the door handle shaking. I wish I had an explanation. I really do. I should start by saying this didn't happen to me. It happened to my mother many years ago, when she was still a schoolgirl. She was studying at a boarding school run by nuns. It wasn't a place for girls becoming nuns or anything like that. It was just a regular convent school, the kind where the rules were strict, the halls were quiet after lights out, and every shadow seemed to know it was being watched. Back then, she and some of the other girls used to play something called Spirit of the Glass. It was a little like a Ouija board, except instead of a planchette, they used a clear drinking glass. They would make a board with letters and words on it, light a white candle, say a prayer, and place 2 fingers on the glass. Then they would turn the glass 3 times and call for a spirit. There were rules, of course. You could only play after midnight, only by candlelight. And when you were finished, you were supposed to pray for the soul and pass the glass through the smoke of the white candle to close everything properly. My mother was around 13 or 14 at the time, young enough to be frightened by everything, but old enough to go looking for answers when adults refused to give them. And something had happened at the school. A senior student had died by suicide. Her name was Clara, or at least that's what I'll call her here. She was older than my mother, beautiful, clever, and well-liked. The younger girls admired her from a distance, the way younger students often admire someone who seems to move through the world with confidence. People said she had been in love with a boy her parents did not approve of. They had forbidden the relationship completely. After that, Clara left a note. My mother only heard pieces of it at the time, whispered from one girl to another. But the message was something like, she had come into the world with nothing. She had been made to live with nothing, and so she would leave with nothing too. Then she was found in her dorm room, having hanged herself with no clothes on. In those days, especially in a Catholic school, suicide was not something people spoke about openly. It was treated like a terrible shame, a grave sin, something to be hidden under silence and prayer. The adults didn't explain anything to the students. They didn't comfort them properly. They simply acted as though if no one spoke her name, the grief would dry up on its own. But it didn't. The girls were scared. They were confused. And because no adult would help them understand what had happened, they tried to reach her themselves. That Friday night, after midnight, my mother and a few of her friends gathered in their dorm room. They lit the candle, set up the board, placed their fingers on the glass, and began. At first, nothing happened. They asked if anyone was there. Nothing. They waited. Still nothing. For a while, they avoided saying Clara's name. Maybe they were afraid of being disrespectful. Maybe they were afraid she would answer. But eventually, one of the girls whispered it. "Clara, are you here?" And the glass moved. My mother said she didn't believe it right away. None of them did. They thought someone at the table must have been pushing it, trying to scare the others. But then she noticed something strange about the glass. It had been completely clear before. Now it looked cloudy inside, almost like a tiny thread of smoke had been trapped in it. The glass began spelling out words. Slowly at first, then more steadily. The girls wrote everything down. They didn't understand the message then, not fully. But later, they would realize it was almost exactly the same as the note Clara had left behind. They asked questions to test her. Small things, private things, things they thought only Clara might know, or that would reveal if one of them was playing a cruel joke. Then one girl asked, "Where are you now?" The glass moved. H-E-L-L. The moment it finished spelling the word, the glass began to spin. My mother said it spun so fast under their fingers that it felt impossible. The other girls screamed and pulled their hands away. One ran for the door. Another started crying for the nun on duty. But my mother kept her fingers on the glass. She was terrified. Of course she was. But she remembered the rules. You weren't supposed to just stop. You had to close the session properly. You had to pray. You had to smoke out the glass with the candle. So she stayed there, fingers trembling, while the glass continued to turn beneath them. And then it stopped. The room went very still. My mother said that was when she felt someone sitting beside her, not standing in the corner, not hovering over her, sitting right there, close enough that she felt the shape of a presence beside her body. But she said it didn't feel evil. That was the thing she always insisted on. It didn't feel angry. It didn't feel threatening. It felt curious, almost amused, as though Clara had been watching a group of little girls scare themselves half to death and found it faintly funny. Before my mother could finish the prayer or pass the glass through the candle smoke, the nun burst into the room and turned on the lights. Everything changed in an instant. The candle was taken. The board was taken. The glass was taken. The girls were punished the next morning and questioned by the school. The nuns told them they had not spoken to Clara. They said it was the devil. They said the girls had opened a door they should never have touched. They were told to pray for their souls and confess everything to a priest. But when the girls told the nuns and the priest what the glass had spelled out, the adults went pale. That was when my mother knew the message had been real. After that night, the dorm room changed. My mother said Clara was simply there. Not every moment, not always in a dramatic way, but present. The room felt occupied even when it was empty. The other girls felt uncomfortable, but none of them experienced what my mother did. She heard footsteps. At night, after lights out, she would hear them coming down the hallway. Slow, soft steps. They would enter the room, come toward her bed, and sometimes circle it. Most often, the footsteps stopped near her head, on the left side. She never saw anyone. That was what bothered her most. Not the feeling of Clara, because that still didn't feel cruel or dangerous. It was the sound of someone walking around her bed when no one was there. Eventually, during term break, my mother went home to her province and told her own mother what had been happening. My grandmother was the kind of woman who knew prayers, folk remedies, and old spiritual things people didn't talk about too loudly. She listened, then called a woman who knew how to close a person's ears and eyes to the spirit world. My mother said some kind of prayer or ritual was done over her. After that, when she returned to school the next term, she no longer heard the footsteps, but she could still feel Clara in the room. Then, sometime later, Clara's family managed to have a priest bless her grave and pray for her soul. My mother didn't know exactly when that happened. No one announced it to the students. She only knew that one day, the feeling in the dorm room was gone. Not faded slowly, just gone. To this day, my mother says she never believed Clara meant to harm her. She was frightened by the footsteps, yes, especially because they came around bedtime, and Clara was believed to have died not long after lights out. But the presence itself never felt wicked to her. She always described it the same way. Light, curious, a little playful, as if Clara had never really wanted to scare them. Maybe she only wanted someone, finally, to listen. I was 16, maybe 17, and my parents were working overnight shifts back then, so I had the house to myself a lot. And for a while, I got really into those ritual games people used to post online. One-man hide-and-seek, Bloody Mary, the elevator game, the bathhouse woman one, Ouija boards, the holders stuff, all of it. I tried more than I can honestly remember. Most of them did absolutely nothing. That kind of became my thing. I'd find some weird little ritual online, try it out alone, then write up what happened on paranormal boards. Usually, the answer was, nothing happened, because of course nothing happened. But there was one that got under my skin. Looking back, it was stupid. I know that. It was obviously just a knockoff of a bunch of better-known games, mostly the Midnight Game and One-Man Hide-and-Seek. The name was something like the Static Man or the Dusk Game. I don't remember exactly. It had that same dramatic internet horror flavor, all rules and warnings and vague consequences. The setup was simple enough. You had to wait until after sundown. Then you closed every blind in the house, turned off every light, and found an old TV that could still show static. You were supposed to draw a symbol on the screen. The post had this little messy picture attached, some crooked sigil-looking thing. I didn't have paint or chalk nearby, so I used one of my mom's lip liners. Then you turned the TV toward the wall and switched it on. The idea was that whatever you had invited in could see through the screen. Turning it toward the wall was supposed to stop it from watching you directly, which made no sense, but at that age, half the fun was pretending it did. After that, you had to move around the house and hide in certain rooms you'd marked as safe. You were supposed to put something religious inside each safe room before starting. A cross, a prayer card, anything like that. Then every couple of hours you had to switch rooms, because the thing would eventually figure out where you were. The post was very unclear about what happened if it caught you. It said something like, "It will make you do things." That was the whole thread. No details. Just that. And honestly, that was probably the worst part. Because once the game started, I was sitting upstairs in one of my safe rooms, trying to act bored, trying to prove to myself that nothing was going to happen. But partway through the night, I started hearing noises from downstairs. Voices first. Loud ones. Then something that sounded like bells. Then this low, ugly static noise rising and falling from the first floor. I remember sitting there completely still, listening, and suddenly feeling like the whole house had changed shape around me. The rooms felt bigger. The hallway felt longer. Every little sound had teeth. Then I heard thumping above me, not downstairs, above me, on the roof. That was the moment I stopped feeling clever. I had also, very stupidly, smoked before starting the game, so my nerves were already dressed in fireworks. I stayed upstairs the rest of the night, glued to those safe rooms, barely moving, just waiting until the time was up so I could go downstairs and turn the TV off. When it was finally over, I ran down, killed the static, wiped the lipstick off the screen, and told myself I had handled it fine. I had not handled it fine. The next day, I figured out what actually happened. I'd left a window cracked open downstairs near the front door. A storm had rolled in that night. My mom had wind chimes hanging outside, and the bells I heard were almost definitely those. I lived near a college campus, and some neighbors were throwing a party, so the voices were probably just drunk people yelling over the rain. And the thumping on the roof? Hail. That was it. Wind chimes, drunk neighbors, hail, and an old TV hissing at a wall. No entity, no possession, no shadowy thing creeping from room to room. Just a dumb game, bad weather, and a teenager scaring himself half to death. I kept trying ritual games after that too. Plenty of them. Nothing ever happened again. I was 16, maybe 17, and my parents were working overnight shifts back then, so I had the house to myself a lot. And for a while, I got really into those ritual games people used to post online. One-man hide and seek, Bloody Mary, the elevator game, the bathhouse woman one, Ouija boards, the holders stuff, all of it. I tried more than I can honestly remember. Most of them did absolutely nothing. That kind of became my thing. I'd find some weird little ritual online, try it out alone, then write up what happened on paranormal boards. Usually the answer was, nothing happened, because of course nothing happened. But there was one that got under my skin. Looking back, it was stupid. I know that. It was obviously just a knockoff of a bunch of better-known games, mostly the Midnight Game and One-Man Hide and Seek. The name was something like The Static Man or The Dusk Game. I don't remember exactly. It had that same dramatic internet horror flavor, all rules and warnings and vague consequences. The setup was simple enough. You had to wait until after sundown. Then you closed every blind in the house, turned off every light, and found an old TV that could still show static. You were supposed to draw a symbol on the screen. The post had this little messy picture attached, some crooked sigil-looking thing. I didn't have paint or chalk nearby, so I used one of my mom's lip liners. Then you turned the TV toward the wall and switched it on. The idea was that whatever you had invited in could see through the screen. Turning it toward the wall was supposed to stop it from watching you directly, which made no sense. But at that age, half the fun was pretending it did. After that, you had to move around the house and hide in certain rooms you'd marked as safe. You were supposed to put something religious inside each safe room before starting. A cross, a prayer card, anything like that. Then every couple of hours you had to switch rooms, because the thing would eventually figure out where you were. The post was very unclear about what happened if it caught you. It said something like, "It will make you do things." That was the whole threat. No details. Just that. And honestly, that was probably the worst part. Because once the game started, I was sitting upstairs in one of my safe rooms, trying to act bored, trying to prove to myself that nothing was going to happen. But partway through the night, I started hearing noises from downstairs. Voices first, loud ones, then something that sounded like bells, then this low, ugly static noise rising and falling from the first floor. I remember sitting there completely still, listening, and suddenly feeling like the whole house had changed shape around me. The rooms felt bigger. The hallway felt longer. Every little sound had teeth. Then I heard thumping above me. Not downstairs. Above me. On the roof. That was the moment I stopped feeling clever. I had also, very stupidly, smoked before starting the game, so my nerves were already dressed in fireworks. I stayed upstairs the rest of the night, glued to those safe rooms, barely moving, just waiting until the time was up so I could go downstairs and turn the TV off. When it was finally over, I ran down, killed the static, wiped the lipstick off the screen, and told myself I had handled it fine. I had not handled it fine. The next day, I figured out what actually happened. I'd left a window cracked open downstairs near the front door. A storm had rolled in that night. My mom had wind chimes hanging outside, and the bells I heard were almost definitely those. I lived near a college campus, and some neighbors were throwing a party, so the voices were probably just drunk people yelling over the rain. And the thumping on the roof? Hail, that was it. Wind chimes, drunk neighbors, hail, and an old TV hissing at a wall. No entity, no possession, no shadowy thing creeping from room to room. Just a dumb game, bad weather, and a teenager scaring himself half to death. I kept trying ritual games after that too, plenty of them. Nothing ever happened again. 4. The last knock in the little downstairs bathroom. I grew up in a house that always felt like it had more people in it than the ones actually living there. Not always in a bad way, though. That's the strange part. Some of the energy felt heavy, sure, but a lot of it was just there. Neutral. Almost like old weather trapped in the walls. And I'm pretty sure at least one thing in that house was residual, just replaying itself without really noticing us. Even before we moved there, back when we lived in an apartment, my family had little paranormal experiences. Nothing too dramatic most of the time. We even had what I swear was a ghost cat. You'd feel it curl up against you or brush past your ankles, and it was oddly sweet. But the thing I'm going to tell you about now was not sweet. Our house had originally been an old cider mill, later turned into a home sometime in the early 1900s. Then, decades after that, someone added onto it. I think the addition was built around the 1970s. The experience happened in the downstairs bathroom, which was part of that newer addition. And this bathroom was tiny. I mean, it was the kind of little powder room that had absolutely no business also having a shower stall in it. but somehow it did. You could barely move around in there. The walls had these plastic sheets made to look like tile, but they weren't attached very well. There was space behind them, so if you pressed your hand against the wall, the plastic would bend inward until it hit the drywall underneath. That detail matters. I want you to picture that wall clearly. One day, my younger sister Mara and I were home alone. I was probably about 15 and she was around 11. We had been doing chores all morning and were about to stop for lunch. Of course, because my body has always had a dramatic sense of timing, the second food was about to happen, I had to use the bathroom. So there I was, sitting in that tiny downstairs bathroom, with no phone or anything to distract me because this was before we all carried tiny glowing worlds in our pockets. I was just thinking about what chores we still had left to do after lunch. Then this weird feeling came over me. It was almost like nausea, but not in my stomach. It was in my head. A strange, woozy pressure, like the air had changed. And then I heard 5 bangs on the wall beside me. Not random creaks, not pipes. 5 clear knocks, spaced about half a second apart. At first, I thought it was Mara. The living room was on the other side of that area, in the older part of the house, and I thought maybe she needed me for something. Even though that wall should have been thick enough to muffle just about anything, the bangs sounded intentional. So I called out, "Just a minute." About 15 or 20 seconds passed. Then that same awful feeling started building again. The pressure in my head returned, stronger this time. A few seconds later, there were 3 much louder bangs on that same wall. These were slower, heavier, about a full second between each one, and they were hard enough to shake the mirror above the sink. I could feel them through the floor with my feet. This time, it didn't sound like someone knocking from another room. It sounded like someone was pounding directly on the drywall behind the plastic tile sheet, right next to me. I was scared, but I also tried to be practical. I told myself maybe Mara was trying to scare me. Maybe she was being annoying. So I yelled louder, "Just give me a second!" But at that point, I was already planning to get out of there as fast as possible. Whatever was going on, I didn't want to sit around and negotiate with it. Then the feeling came a third time, and this time it was different. It rushed through me, not just in my head, but in my stomach too. It felt deep and sharp, like something predatory had suddenly noticed me and was moving fast. I actually put my arms out to brace myself against both walls, because I felt like I might pitch forward off the toilet. Then, when I moved my hands away, there was one final slam. Just one. But it was enormous. The plastic wall sheet shook like something had punched the drywall from the other side. I heard little bits of dust and debris sliding and settling behind the plastic. Even the water in the toilet trembled. That was it for me. I pulled my pants up so fast I didn't even care if I had to deal with laundry later, and I ran out of that bathroom without flushing. I did go back and flush later, once my soul had returned to my body, but in that moment, absolutely not. I was gone. I found Mara somewhere else in the house. I don't remember exactly where, but she wasn't in the living room, and she definitely wasn't banging on that wall. She swore then, and still swears now, that it wasn't her. And honestly, after that final slam, I didn't really believe it could have been her anyway. I've heard people talk about Tommy knockers showing up in places other than mines, but I don't know. I'm not sure that's what this was. I don't know what it was. What I do know is that it scared me badly enough that I stopped using that downstairs bathroom completely. Thankfully, we had a bigger bathroom upstairs, a nicer one, a quieter one, and most importantly, one that never knocked back. I was 19 at the time, and my ex was 20. We were back home in Romania, where stories about spirits, curses, and witchcraft aren't exactly rare. People talk about that kind of thing pretty openly, especially in villages, and whether you believe it or not, it has a way of staying in the back of your mind. Her family had a strange history with it too. From what she told me, her father had once been cursed by a woman from his village. Apparently, that woman had wanted him for herself, but he ended up with my ex's mother instead. Later, when my ex was still a child, her bedroom caught fire while she was inside. Somehow, she walked away completely unharmed. Nothing happened to her at all. But you can imagine how badly that shook her family. We had broken up once before, then got back together about a month later. That's really where everything started to feel different. Whenever I was back at my house, I kept hearing things. Little sounds at first, movements, knocks. That feeling that someone is nearby, even though you know the house is empty. I tried not to feed into it too much, because once you start thinking that way, your mind can run wild. But then one Tuesday, I was in the kitchen making pizza for both of us. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a mug slide across the table. Not fall, not tip over, slide. Then it dropped and smashed on the floor. At first, I told myself maybe it had been sitting too close to the edge. Maybe I imagined the movement. But deep down, I knew what I saw. That mug moved across the table by itself. After a while, we'd had enough of my place, so we went to sleep at her parents' house. They were away on vacation, so the house was empty. I had a friend with me too, and at some point she called me from upstairs, sounding scared, asking if I had knocked on her window. Her window was on the first floor. I was downstairs. I ran up with my friend and checked everything. The rooms, the windows, outside as much as we could see. Nothing. No one there. Nothing out of place. Later that same night, we went to bed upstairs. Her bedroom door had this old Romanian-style glass panel in it. It wasn't clear glass, more like a dim, frosted kind of window. You couldn't see details through it, but if someone stood behind it, you'd be able to make out their shape. It was around 4 in the morning. I was just about to fall asleep when she suddenly screamed my name. I looked up, and behind that door, I saw a bright beam of light forming out of nowhere. It was there for maybe 1 or 2 seconds, then it disappeared. I froze. My whole body went cold. Fast forward to this year. My ex and I broke up last October, and since January, I've been with my current girlfriend, who is also from Romania. I brought her to my family home, and she's always been sensitive to strange things. She can sense when something feels off. The second we walked into the house, she got chills all over her body. One night, I was asleep and she was still awake. She told me afterward that she heard something rushing up and down the stairs several times. We were alone in the house. No pets, no one else there. I wish I could say I was shocked, but honestly, part of me just thought, yeah, that sounds about right. Things like that had happened before. Then another night, we heard heavy footsteps above us coming from the attic. Not little creaks, not the normal sounds of an old house settling. These were heavy, deliberate steps. Then we heard something rush down the stairs. I jumped out of bed and chased after it, but there was nothing there. That one really scared me. Those footsteps were too loud, too solid, too real. We decided to leave for a while and drive around, just to clear our heads. Near the front door, there's this large glass painting that reflects things almost like a mirror, just darker and blurrier. Right after you enter the house, the stairs are on the left. I went to close the front door, and in the reflection of that glass, I saw 2 feet coming down the stairs. Just 2 feet. I didn't wait to see the rest. I slammed the door shut as fast as I could and got out of there. After driving around for a bit, we came back to the house. Every door was open. Every light was on. And in the bathroom, the mirror above the sink had fallen and shattered all over the floor. I remember standing there thinking, what did I do to deserve this? Later, I found out that my ex had apparently done curse work on me while we were still together. I don't know how much of that people will believe, but I know what I lived through. I spoke to a priest, and after that, things became less active. Not completely gone, but less intense. Even now, I still hear things sometimes. I also found old belongings from my ex in my house, things I thought I had already thrown away. And once, on a plate, I found a ring of salt, the kind people use in certain rituals or curses. I have more stories, honestly, but this is one of the ones that still follows me. I need to tell you about my old high school auditorium, because that place was wrong in a way I still don't really know how to explain. Every school has one of those stories, right? Ours was that a maintenance worker had died in the auditorium years before, supposedly up on the catwalk. People said he still haunted the place. I heard it 100 times, but back then, I treated it like background noise. Just another creepy school legend passed around by students who wanted something to whisper about. But I was a theater kid, so I spent a ridiculous amount of time in that auditorium. Rehearsals, tech week, performances, set builds, all of it. And I'll be honest with you, I hated being alone in there. It wasn't just that it was dark or old or echoey. It felt watched. Not in a gentle way either. It felt like something had noticed you and didn't want you there. Most of us felt it too. Nobody really liked being backstage or in the house by themselves. We joked about it, because that's what you do when something scares you and you don't want to admit it does. I told myself it was just nerves. Theater kids, ghost stories, dim lights, dusty curtains. The whole recipe. Then one night, during a show, a few of us were waiting off stage right for a scene change. We were keeping quiet, mostly whispering and trying not to laugh, just killing time until our cue. I was in the middle of saying something when I felt this heavy, wet, awful stuff hit the top of my head. It was thick. That's the part I remember most. Not like water, more like something cold and sticky had dropped straight down onto me. Everyone around me went silent at once. Their faces changed so fast. 1 second they were smiling, and the next they were just staring at me, pale and frozen. I reached up because I could feel it running through my hair, down the side of my head, and I remember thinking, what just fell on me? But as I touched it, the feeling started to fade. Not dry, not wipe away. Fade. Within a few seconds, it was like there had never been anything there. My hair didn't feel wet anymore. My hand came away completely clean. I looked at my palm, then at my friends, and asked them what had hit me. Nobody had an answer. They had seen something land on me. They had seen me react. They had seen it start to drip. But before anyone could really understand what it was just gone. A few minutes later, 2 people from the cast came down from the catwalk on the far side of the stage. They looked shaken. They asked if we were okay. When we asked why, they said they had seen a dark shape standing above the spot where we'd been waiting. They described it like a person, but not clearly a person. Just this black figure near the catwalk rail. Then it vanished, like it dropped or slipped downward too fast for them to follow. That was when my stomach really turned. Later on, I looked into the old story, mostly because I wanted to prove to myself it was nonsense. But it wasn't. Someone really had died in that auditorium years earlier. And yes, he had hanged himself from the same catwalk I had been standing under that night. I still don't know what hit me. I don't know if it was some kind of condensation or dust or something normal that happened in the weirdest possible way. But I know what it felt like. I know what my friends saw. And I know that whatever it was disappeared from my hair and my hand like it had never been real in the first place. It has been almost 20 years, and I still think about that auditorium sometimes. I can still picture the curtains, the wings, the empty seats, and that awful feeling of being watched from somewhere above. And the worst part is, that isn't even my only strange story. There was another time, years later, when I helped a friend deal with something that seemed attached to her. I don't even like saying that out loud because it sounds absurd. I want to be the kind of person who says I don't believe in ghosts. But then I remember the catwalk, and I remember the thing that fell on me. And suddenly I'm not so sure. So, my family and a few of our close friends have been traveling through Italy for a little over a week. And honestly, most of the trip was beautiful in that dreamy, postcard kind of way. But there were also a few moments that felt harder to explain. The strangest things happened while we were staying at the Sina Palazzo Sant'Angelo in Venice. It's right on the Grand Canal, and our room looked out toward a quiet little garden area in the back. I tried looking up the history of the building afterward, but I couldn't find much, which somehow made the whole thing feel even more curious. I should say first, my family has had paranormal experiences for years. Not once or twice. A lot. So while these things still scare us, they don't feel completely unfamiliar. It's more like, all right, here we go again. Our room had 2 twin beds pushed together in the main sleeping area, plus a separate sitting space with a couch and another bed. There were 3 of us staying there. On the first night, my sister woke up around 2 in the morning after hearing a loud clattering sound. Then, just a couple minutes later, she heard another one. I didn't hear anything because I sleep with earplugs and an eye mask now. I started doing that because I've become so anxious about waking up to something strange that it was actually messing with my sleep. In the morning, she found that a little framed board had fallen over, so that explained one sound. But she never found anything that could explain the second one. At first, we brushed it off. The next night was harder to ignore. I couldn't sleep, and I had this strong feeling that something was going to happen with my bed. That probably sounds odd, but I've always had a pretty sharp intuition. Sometimes I'll get this strange little warning before something happens, almost like the universe tapping a spoon against a glass. At around 1:20 in the morning, my bed started shaking. Not violently, but clearly. Back and forth for several seconds. My first thought was earthquake. It felt exactly like that. But nobody else felt anything, and later, I couldn't find any report of an earthquake in the area. My sister was still awake in the sitting area, so I asked if she had felt the room move. She said no. I was scared enough that I asked her to come sleep beside me, and because she's tiny, she somehow fit in the space between the 2 pushed-together beds without falling into the crack, which still makes me laugh a little. I finally fell asleep, but then I woke up again around 5:30 because the bed was shaking a second time. The really weird part is that it happened again the following night. My mom suggested that maybe because Venice is a port city, there could have been equipment or boats nearby causing vibrations. And I do think that's possible. I'm not trying to make everything spooky just for the sake of it. But what bothered me was that only my bed moved. My sister was lying between the beds, which should have made the whole thing more stable. And no one else felt it, even when it was strong enough to wake me up. And the thing is, we've had bed-shaking experiences in my family before. Those were much more intense, and one even involved someone feeling like they were being grabbed. So this felt familiar in a way I didn't love. Then there was the jewelry. I have this old vintage watch, probably from the 1920s, that I bring with me everywhere. It's one of my favorite things. Earlier in the trip, when we were staying near Lake Garda, I noticed it was showing the exact correct time, which was strange because I've never adjusted it, and we had crossed time zones. Maybe that was just coincidence, but it caught my attention. One evening before dinner, I couldn't find it anywhere. I had two very small jewelry cases with me, and I checked both of them over and over. I'm very particular about where I put things, so I knew it wasn't there. I had this feeling that it had been taken, so I said out loud, "Please just put it back when you're done." Then I zipped the cases shut and went to dinner. When I came back a few hours later, I opened the pink case, and there it was, sitting right among my necklaces. That may sound unbelievable, but jewelry being moved around has happened in my family before. Necklaces will be tangled beyond recognition, and then later, they'll be perfectly arranged again. So I wasn't even as panicked as I probably should have been. In Venice, it happened again, but with different jewelry. My mom left a necklace on the bathroom counter one night. In the morning, it had been moved into a little hotel box with part of the chain hanging out. She thought one of us had done it as a joke, mostly because of what had happened the night before with my friend Caitlin's necklace. Caitlin is also very careful with her belongings. She lays her jewelry out in straight lines so she knows exactly where everything is. She has this necklace with a coin pendant, and the coin is an actual piece of treasure from the Nuestra Senora de Atocha shipwreck, which sank in the 1600s. That night, my sister and I went to my parents' room for a few minutes, and Caitlin went back to our room alone. Maybe 3 minutes after we said goodnight, she FaceTimed me, completely shaken. Her necklace had been moved into this very deliberate-looking position. Not tossed, not slid around casually. Placed. I looked it up afterward, and as far as I could tell, the Atocha never came through Venice. But still, a real treasure coin from the 1600s sitting in an old Venetian hotel room? I could imagine that catching the attention of something. Then came the makeup incidents. At Lake Garda, my mom woke up one morning and found one of her lipstick tubes taken apart on the carpet. Nothing was cracked, nothing was broken, but one of the pieces would have had to be pulled out with force. It didn't look like something that just fell and popped open, especially on carpet. In Venice, my sister was getting ready and using one of those blushes with a clear top and a long outer tube. She picked it up, checked the color, and walked over to the mirror. Before she even opened it all the way, she could see through the clear top that the blush itself was missing. I heard her say, "Where is my blush?" Caitlin walked over to look, and then there was a clatter. Caitlin said, "That just fell out of nowhere." What had happened was that as my sister opened the tube fully, the blush fell out of her robe sleeve. There were blush marks inside the sleeve, so yes, technically, it had somehow gotten in there. But none of us saw how. My sister had just picked it up from the table. Caitlin swears it looked like it dropped out of thin air. So, I don't know. Some of it could maybe be explained. Some of it probably can't. But the whole stay had this odd, electric feeling to it, like the room was quietly paying attention. We also had a much more intense experience at the Doge's palace, but that's a story for another time. For now, I'll just say this. If you're ever in Venice and you're looking for a hotel that feels beautiful, elegant, and maybe just lightly haunted, that one definitely qualifies. Hey, let me tell you about this one time back in high school, early 90s. I was doing all sorts of odd jobs, not your typical fast food gigs like my buddies, but stuff like working at an auto shop, helping out with flooring, and even some construction and demolition. I always liked working with my hands, and honestly, I made more money doing that than my friends did flipping burgers after school. One weekend, I got dropped off at this empty old house for a demolition job. Usually, we worked on commercial places at night, bars, restaurants, that kind of thing. But this was different. It was a Saturday morning job, and it was a house out in the middle of nowhere. Just tumbleweeds outside, and the place looked like it hadn't seen much change since the 60s. My job was to gut everything. Take out the flooring, cabinets, tile, sinks, toilets, you name it, but leave the drywall and doors. I brought a cooler with drinks and lunch, expecting to finish by late afternoon when my ride would pick me up. I started in the kitchen, but there was no electricity, which sucked because my radio's battery was almost dead. As I looked around, I couldn't shake this weird feeling, like the house itself was heavy with history, like someone had lived there forever without ever updating a thing. Then, suddenly, I felt completely drained, like all my energy just vanished. Next thing I know, I'm sitting in a back room, the radio faintly playing in the kitchen, and hours have slipped away. When I snapped out of it, it was evening. I was disoriented, wondering where the day had gone. I stumbled outside into silence. No sounds, no light, just the empty air. I gathered my stuff, locked up, and waited for my ride. I got a bit of a scolding later, but since I was paid for the work I did and not the time, it wasn't a big deal. I refused to go back, and a couple of guys came later to finish the job. Just to clear things up, I wasn't on drugs or anything. I've always steered clear of that, especially after seeing my older brother struggle. There was no gas or anything that could have knocked me out. Normally, I had the kind of energy to tear through a job like that all day. But that house? It just sucked the life right out of me and knocked me out cold. I don't usually crash like that on a job site, especially one that creeped me out so much. I must have been about 9 or 10 when this happened. Definitely still young enough that everything felt a bit bigger than it probably was. My family had just moved house, but we hadn't gone far. We stayed in the same village in central Scotland, though it's more of a town now. The house we moved into was on one of the oldest streets there, and I remember it having this strange, heavy feeling from the beginning, even before anything happened. It was a bungalow, but not a small one. There was a massive driveway out front with a tall black gate you had to open before you could get in. You could probably fit 4 cars in there easily, maybe even 5. As a kid, it felt enormous. Out the back, the garden was much smaller. There wasn't much grass, mostly paving slabs, and there was this little summer house tucked away. I also remember a big old tree standing there, almost too big for the space, like it had been there long before the house had. Inside, there were 3 bedrooms. One was at the front of the house, and the other 2 were at the back. I'm sure the front bedroom had been added on later as an extension. There were 2 bathrooms too, and one of them was unusually large, as if it had once been a bedroom before someone changed it. The living room was huge, half carpet and half old wooden floor. The kitchen was small, and from there you went into a hallway that led down to the bedrooms and bathrooms at the rear of the house. For the first few months, everything was quiet. We settled in, unpacked, got used to the place. Nothing really stood out. Then little things started happening. My parents began hearing footsteps in the hallway at night. Not vague creaks or pipes knocking, actual footsteps, moving up and down outside their bedroom. My brother and I started hearing tapping on our bedroom window. We would look out straight away, but there was never anyone there. Then we began hearing the television in the living room turning on by itself. The bedrooms were quite far from the living room, but we could hear it clearly, loud too, almost full volume. Every time someone went to check, the room was empty. The room at the front of the house became what we called the games room. That was where we kept our toys and consoles. But that room was always freezing. Not just a little chilly, properly cold. No matter what anyone did, we could never get heat into it. My parents had heating engineers come out more than once, but nobody could fix it. In the end, we had to use electric fan heaters whenever we wanted to spend time in there. Because everyone in the house had experienced something, my parents eventually told us the truth. The previous owners, who had moved away to South Africa, had warned them that strange things happened in the house. They had even had the place blessed because they couldn't cope with it anymore. Later on, we did a bit of digging and found out that the street had supposedly been built over the site of an old monastery where monks had lived centuries before. I've always wondered whether the extensions and renovations disturbed something that had been quiet for years. Of course, whether you believe that or not is entirely up to you. I've kept this story close for a long time, and honestly, I never really knew how to talk about it without sounding like I was trying to convince somebody of something. I'm not here to do that. I'm just telling you what happened, the way I remember it. This was in early June of 2016, somewhere in central Louisiana. My friend Miles and I had come off the interstate and were driving south toward Alexandria. I'm pretty sure we were on or near Highway 167, somewhere around the Wynn Parish and Grant Parish area. It was that strange time of evening when the light is almost gone, but not completely. The sky still had a little color in it, but the road ahead was already turning dark. We turned onto this quiet country road, the kind with pine trees pressed up close on both sides. No houses nearby, no streetlights, no other headlights behind us or coming toward us. Just us, the road, and the trees. And then we saw it. There was a figure in the road ahead of us. It looked human in shape, but it was completely black. Not like a person wearing dark clothes, not like a shadow cast by something. It was solid black, almost like the light around it didn't touch it. It moved slowly from the center of the road toward the trees. Not running, not stumbling, just walking, steady and calm, until it disappeared into the woods. I remember sitting there frozen, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. Miles was driving, and after a few seconds he said something that made my stomach drop. He told me there had been a dead deer right beside it. I hadn't even noticed the deer. I was so locked onto that figure that everything else vanished from my mind. But he saw both, the figure and the deer. We didn't know what to say after that. There are moments where your brain reaches for a normal explanation and comes back empty-handed. That was one of those moments. Later that same night, we got into a wreck. It was bad. Miles wasn't wearing his seatbelt and he was thrown from the car. By all common sense, he should not have survived that. But somehow, he did. We both ended up in the hospital. And there's one part of that night that still stays with me more than anything else. While I was lying there in the hospital, drifting somewhere between awake and asleep, I heard Miles's voice clear as day. It sounded like he was right there in the room with me. He said, "Please pray for me. Pray that my spirit makes it to heaven." I opened my eyes. He wasn't there. I asked about him later and they told me he was down the hall. There was no way I could have heard him from where I was. After that, I found out he had been in a coma. He lived. We both did. And I'm grateful for that every day. But I've never been able to shake the feeling that what we saw on that road was some kind of warning. The black figure, the dead deer, the silence around it all. It felt like something was standing between what had already happened and what was about to happen. I also believe that when Miles was unconscious, maybe closer to the other side than either of us understood, some part of him reached out. And somehow, I heard him. I know how that sounds. I really do. But we were both there. We both saw something that night. And what came after made it impossible for me to dismiss. So I'm sharing this now because I still wonder if anyone else has seen something like that. A black figure crossing a lonely road. A bad accident or tragedy happening soon after. Or the voice of someone who was unconscious, somehow reaching you when they couldn't have spoken out loud. 2 people saw it. 2 people survived that night. And neither one of us has ever forgotten it. Hey, I want to share this weird thing that happened when I was home alone recently. So, I decided to take a day off work to catch up on some chores around the house. One of the errands was swapping out our old cable gear and DSL router for new ones, and then setting everything up. Now, my house is a bit of a mix. The upstairs is the original part, built way back in the early 1950s with those creaky wooden floors. Then there's the downstairs, which is a newer addition from around the early 2000s, built on concrete with carpet. The difference matters because you can really hear footsteps upstairs, like someone walking around in shoes, but downstairs it's muffled and quiet because of the carpet and concrete foundation. So it was early afternoon, and I was down in the far corner of the downstairs part, lying on the floor trying to figure out the cables to install the new router. Suddenly I heard this loud running noise coming from upstairs, the older part of the house. It was so clear, like someone was sprinting across the wooden floors. But here's the thing, no one else was home. My wife was at work, my son was at school, and every door and window has sensors that chime if they open or close, and I didn't hear any chimes. I jumped up and tried to listen carefully, then went upstairs to check every room, bedrooms, kitchen, bathrooms, even checked the front door, which was locked tight. There was no way anyone could have gotten in or out without me hearing it. I honestly don't know what I heard, but it was definitely footsteps running all over the upstairs area. It left me feeling pretty unsettled because it made no sense at all. I was around 6 years old when my family moved away from the city and settled in this very remote little town tucked into the hills. It was the kind of place where everything felt older than it looked. The whole area had once been coal country, with mining camps scattered all over it back in the early and mid-1900s. A lot of the houses still standing there had been around for a long, long time, and honestly, I always had this feeling that some of them carried more history than anyone wanted to talk about. The house we moved into was beautiful though, truly. The house itself had so much character, and the land around it was quiet and green and peaceful. At first, I loved it. It felt like an adventure, almost like we had stepped into another time. But then one night, I remember lying in bed and feeling wrong. Not sick exactly, just deeply uneasy. It felt like I was being watched. I looked toward the hallway, and that was when I saw it. There was this very dark figure standing at the far end of the hall. At first, I thought maybe it was my dad, or maybe my brother Jared, but the longer I looked, the more I knew it wasn't either of them. It was too tall, too still. It didn't feel like a person. I pulled the covers over my head and prayed as hard as a little kid can pray until I finally fell asleep. After that, it kept happening. Some nights, I would wake up or just suddenly feel that same awful pressure in the room, and there he would be. At first, he stayed at the end of the hallway. Then, over time, he started getting closer, a little closer each time. Eventually, he made it all the way to my bedroom door. And then one night, he was at the foot of my bed. Sometimes, he would just stand there. Other times, I swear he would sit down near my feet. I can still remember the weight of that fear, how frozen I felt, how badly I wanted to scream but couldn't. I shared a room with my sister, and I started begging her to let me sleep with the door closed. I was convinced he couldn't come in if the door was shut. I don't know why that mattered, but it did. When the door was closed, he stayed away. My sister hated sleeping with the door closed, so it turned into this constant argument between us. Eventually, my mom got involved because I was so upset about it every night. For a while, I think everyone thought I was just scared, or having nightmares, or making something out of shadows. But then other people in the house started having experiences too. My mom told us that one night, while she was praying before bed, she suddenly felt heavy breathing right behind her neck. She said it wasn't just scary. She could feel anger coming from it. Real hostility. Like whatever was there hated us being in that house. My brothers saw the shadow too. Not just once either. Eventually, it all got brought up to my dad. He was skeptical at first. He thought everyone was overreacting, and I think part of him wanted to prove there was nothing there. So one night, he actually challenged it. He told it to show itself to him. And it did. After that, he didn't laugh about it anymore. There was something else in that house too, or at least something connected to it. I started having awful nightmares about this old woman. She was frightening in a way I still have trouble explaining. She would laugh at me in this sharp, wild way, and I would wake up terrified. For a long time, I thought the woman was only in my dreams. Then I found out my dad had seen her too. He was the only other person in my family who dreamed about her, but everyone saw the shadow. We finally moved out of that house, and for years I tried not to think about it too much. Then, nearly 20 years later, one of my brothers ended up working with a couple who had bought that same house. When they found out he had lived there as a kid, they immediately asked him if we had ever seen anything strange while we were there. They had seen the shadow too. And the man said he had dreams about a terrifying old woman. That part still chills me. I don't know what was in that house. I don't know why it seemed so angry, or why it felt so focused on me when I was little. Maybe because I was the youngest. Maybe because I was the easiest to scare. All I know is that it felt real. It felt intelligent. And it felt cruel. When I tell people this story, I know some of them think I'm exaggerating, or that I was just a child with an overactive imagination. I understand why it sounds that way. Unless you've had something happen that you truly cannot explain, it probably does sound like a horror movie. But I know what I saw. And I know we weren't the only ones who saw it. Hey, I want to share a story from when I was a kid that still gives me chills to this day. It's about something I saw in an old, mostly abandoned high-rise building where my friend and I used to hang out. This happened nearly 2 decades ago, back when I was about 10 years old, living in southern China. My friend, let's call him Leo, lived in this gray, run-down tower that was half empty and honestly pretty spooky. Most floors were dark and deserted, with peeling paint and a damp, musty smell, kind of like mold and old paint mixed together. The only light came from a small opening at the top floor, casting a faint glow down the stairwells and hallways. Leo's apartment was near the top, maybe the 20th floor, and we'd usually take the elevator because climbing the stairs was exhausting and, frankly, creepy. One evening, after playing video games, Leo suggested we watch this new Pokemon movie, something with Latias and Latios, if I remember correctly. We went down to grab a copy from a street vendor that sold pirated DVDs, since that was the norm back then. On our way back, the sky was getting dark, and as we stepped into the elevator, Leo mentioned how the elevator had been acting weird lately. It made creaking noises, sometimes ignoring the button presses, and just generally felt sluggish. And then, halfway up, it just stopped. The lights went out, and we were plunged into darkness, stuck inside this tiny metal box. No cell phones back then, so we just yelled for help, hoping someone would hear us. Then Leo suddenly tapped my shoulder and pointed up. I looked through the vent above us into the elevator shaft, and there it was. This thing. It looked like a strange mix between a mandrill and an old woman. It had sharp, intimidating eyes, a bald head with some scraggly hair on the sides, a long nose, and these eerie stripes under its eyes. It just stared down at us silently, like it was watching us, hunting us. We froze for a few seconds, trying to make sense of it. Then pure panic set in. I think that was my first panic attack. We screamed and pounded on the buttons and doors, but it just kept watching. I tried not to look at it, hoping it would disappear, but every time I glanced up, it was still there. We were trapped for what felt like forever, maybe 3 or 4 minutes, and honestly, I was so scared I lost control of myself. Eventually, we heard someone shouting from outside, and the power flickered back on. The elevator started moving again, and when the lights came back, that terrifying creature was gone. Back in Leo's apartment, I was a total mess, and his mom helped me clean up. We tried to watch the movie to calm down, but I couldn't focus. Leo mentioned he often heard strange noises in the abandoned floors at night, scratches and rummaging sounds, but they never really thought much of it. After that day, I refused to go back there and made him come to my place instead. I didn't have the best toys, but at least there was no creepy mandrill woman hybrid lurking in my elevator shaft, waiting to eat my soul. Hey, I want to share a little story from when I was really young, like around 3 or 4 years old. Back then, I lived in this cozy double-wide trailer on a small piece of land on Vancouver Island, Canada. It was a quiet little town where you had to take a ferry just to get to the mainland. The property was owned by someone else who also lived there, but their house was a good distance from ours. I don't remember a ton about the place because I was so little, but I do remember we had 2 greenhouses and a big garden where my mom and I spent lots of time. She especially loved growing these purple lettuce heads and rainbow carrots, which were kind of magical to me. Now, my mom often tells me about this imaginary friend I had called the Crimson Man. I honestly don't know why I picked that name, because I don't really remember what he looked like, just this red silhouette of a tall man. At first, my mom thought he was just a figment of my little imagination, which made sense since kids do have vivid imaginations. The Crimson Man and I would have tea parties, build forts, color, and just do all the fun kid stuff together. One day, my mom told me that the Crimson Man wasn't real and was just my imaginary friend. Later that day, she was out in the garden pulling weeds when she suddenly felt a shove on her back and fell over. She thought it was my dad messing around, but when she turned around, no one was there, and my dad was inside on the couch. When she was telling him about it, I walked in and told her it wasn't Dad, it was the Crimson Man. He was upset that she said he wasn't real. After that, the Crimson Man and I kept having our tea parties like nothing happened. A few months later, we were invited to the property owner's house for some reason. While we were there, I noticed a photo of a man hanging on the wall. I stopped and pointed at it, saying, "Mommy, that's the Crimson Man." She asked why, and I just repeated that it was him. Years later, my mom told me that the man in the photo was actually the owner's brother, who used to live in our double-wide before we moved in. He died in a plane crash a year before we arrived. So, in a way, my friend wasn't just imaginary after all. Hey, I want to share something pretty personal that I lived through as a kid. So, when I was about 7, my family moved to this old house way out in the countryside. It was built back in the 60s and sat on about 6 acres of land at the far end of what I like to call our little dirt road neighborhood. Just a handful of houses, 6 in total, really quiet and a bit isolated. Our house was second to last down the road, and honestly, only a couple of those houses were actually lived in when we moved there. At first, I was thrilled. I dreamed about having all sorts of animals, cats, dogs, chickens, even goats, and we eventually did get them. But after about a month, I decided to explore the woods near the old chicken coop my stepdad was fixing up. The moment I stepped near those trees, it just felt off, like I wasn't supposed to be there. I didn't know it then, but that was just the beginning. Within the first 6 months, I begged my parents to get curtains for my room because I constantly felt like something was watching me through the window facing the woods. It made me scared to the point of tears until they finally put up the curtains, which helped a little. As the years passed, I became more certain that something wasn't right about that house or the land around it. There were spots I just knew to avoid. I'd have these terrifying dreams, what I think now was sleep paralysis, but back then, I just thought they were creepy nightmares. One night stands out in particular. I had a night terror where shadows filled the room, all yelling at once in a language I couldn't understand. I screamed for my parents until I lost my voice, but no one came. That night haunted me for a long time. There was also a crawl space behind my closet with noises coming from it sometimes. And the feeling of a presence in my room and the one next door was constant. Some nights, I couldn't stand being in that room and had to sleep with my parents or on the living room couch. I heard strange noises at night, kind of like coyotes but distorted and wrong. And honestly, I have my suspicions about what they really were, but that's a story for another time. The scariest part for me was always the attic. I never went near it because something terrible lurked there. I never saw or heard it directly, thankfully. But just being near the attic door made me feel sick and terrified. Even the animals wouldn't go near it. Eventually, my parents divorced, and my mom and I left that house. I'm really glad we did. I heard from my mom's ex-husband that things got worse after we left, but that's his story to tell, not mine. For the longest time, I just thought I was an anxious kid imagining things. But recently, I talked to that man again, and I've never heard him sound so scared. Even my mom, who doesn't believe in the paranormal, experienced things there. Looking back, that house and those years were a mix of childhood innocence and deep, unsettling fear. It shaped me in ways I'm still trying to understand. I want to start by saying that, until this happened, I really didn't believe in anything paranormal. A little while ago, I made a post about how my coworkers always called our workplace haunted, and how I was apparently the only person there who had never seen or heard anything strange. I ended up deleting that post because I realized I had included too many details about where I work. But not long after that, something happened during my shift that genuinely scared me. And now I keep wondering if somehow talking about it stirred something up. I know that sounds dramatic. I would have rolled my eyes at myself a few days ago. I work at a small local business inside a very old building. The place has been around for ages, and from what I've been told, at least a couple of people have died there over the years. My coworkers have always said the building has a bad feeling to it, but I honestly thought that was just because the place is old, worn down, and badly maintained. Scary-looking buildings can create scary feelings, you know? I always assumed the strange stories were probably exaggerations, or people being tired, or hearing things late at night. We work late shifts, and when you're exhausted, your brain can become its own little haunted house. But today was my first closing shift of the summer, and I was closing with my manager, Marcus. He was sweeping the front area while I went to clean the bathrooms in the back of the building. That's when the first strange thing happened. When I walked into the bathroom, both faucets were running. Not dripping, running. That immediately bothered me because the building was already closed to customers, and I had used that bathroom earlier myself. I know I didn't leave the water on. I definitely didn't turn on both sinks. These aren't automatic faucets either. You have to physically twist the knobs for the water to come on. So I turned them off and tried to brush it aside, even though I already felt uneasy. Then I went into the stall area to sweep. The stalls have real wooden doors, not those thin public bathroom doors with gaps everywhere. When nobody is using them, they usually sit slightly open. I opened the first stall and started sweeping. And then, the door to the stall right beside me was suddenly pulled shut from the inside. Hard. Not gently, not like it drifted closed. It was pulled. And the part I can't stop replaying is the handle. I saw it move. It tilted downward, exactly the way it would if someone had grabbed it from inside the stall and yanked the door shut. I froze. Those doors don't just close on their own. You either have to pull them shut from inside, or you'd have to fling them open really hard from the outside and let them slam back. There was nobody in the hallway. Nobody had walked past me. Nobody could have gotten in without me seeing them. The door didn't lock, which somehow made it feel even worse. If it had been a person in there, why wouldn't they lock it? And there shouldn't have been any customers left anyway. We checked the cameras afterward. Everyone had left. Marcus was still at the front the entire time. There are no vents back there, no air conditioning in that part of the building, nothing that could have made a draft strong enough to do that. It's also at the end of a dead-end hallway, so nobody could have slipped by unseen. The cameras cover the entrances and exits, and they showed only me and Marcus still inside. The feeling that came over me was awful. It wasn't just being startled. It was this deep, heavy dread, like my whole body knew something was wrong before my brain could catch up. I had to stop and breathe because I honestly thought I might either faint or throw up. My first thought was that maybe someone had somehow hidden inside the building. There are unhoused people around the area sometimes, so my mind immediately went to the possibility that someone had snuck in to use the bathroom. Marcus and I searched the entire place after that. We checked every room, every corner, even the roof hatch. Nothing. No one was there. I don't think of myself as spiritually sensitive or anything like that. I've never wanted to be open to this kind of thing. I grew up Catholic, so anything possibly paranormal already makes me anxious in a way I can't fully explain. But this fear felt different from normal fear. It felt sharp and wrong and very, very personal. Now I feel completely unsettled. I don't want to interact with ghosts. I don't want to invite anything in. I don't know how to tell whether something like this is harmless, angry, or something worse. And honestly, I don't want to find out. Part of me is seriously considering quitting because I cannot explain what happened, and I don't want this to become the start of more experiences. So I guess what I'm asking is this: how do I close myself off from whatever that was? How do I make sure I don't attract it, acknowledge it, or bring anything home with me? Because I'm genuinely worried about attachments, and I really, really don't want this door to stay open. When I was little, probably from about 3 until I was 10, I lived in this small 2-bedroom apartment with my parents and my younger brother. And I have memories from back then that I would call paranormal. But honestly, when it comes to the really early stuff, I can't say for sure if it was real, or if it was just my imagination, or maybe dreams that felt too vivid. But the things that happened when I was around 8 to 10 years old, those, I know, were real. I was awake. I remember them clearly. The scariest thing happened when I was in 3rd grade. I must have been around 8. My parents fought a lot back then, and it wasn't unusual for my father to get arrested. Sometimes it was because of things at home, sometimes because of other trouble he got himself into. He was the kind of man who always seemed to drag chaos behind him. That day, my parents had been arguing again. A couple of hours later, my dad left, and I remember hearing that he had tried to steal alcohol from somewhere nearby. Not long after, the police came to our apartment and told my mother he had been arrested outside the complex. So I want to make this very clear. My father was not inside the apartment that night. He was in jail. The rest of the day went on like normal. My brother and I played, we ate, and eventually we went to bed. At some point during the night, I woke up to the sound of feet dragging down the hallway toward our bathroom. And at first, I wasn't scared, because that sound was familiar. My dad used our bathroom almost every night. My mom was very particular about her own space, so he usually came through the hall and used the bathroom near our room. I heard the slow, dragging footsteps. Then I heard the bathroom door open. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw what looked like the bathroom light turning on. Then the door closed, and I heard the sound of someone using the toilet. I rolled over and looked toward my brother's bed. He was asleep. And then it hit me. My dad wasn't home. He couldn't be in that bathroom. At first, I tried to explain it away. I thought maybe my mom had come down the hall and used our bathroom for some reason. So I slowly sat up and looked toward the hallway. But the bathroom light wasn't on. The door was closed. And this awful feeling came over me, like my whole body knew something was wrong before my mind could catch up. Then, the bathroom door opened. What came out didn't look like a normal person. It was just this black shape, almost like a person, but without arms or feet. Its head wasn't facing me at first. It stepped out, or moved out, whatever you want to call it, and then I saw its head begin to turn in my direction. That was enough for me. I threw the blanket over my head, squeezed my eyes shut, and tried to stay as still as possible. I wanted to wake my brother up, but I was too scared to even turn toward him. I just lay there, facing the wall, hoping whatever it was would go away. Then I heard tapping. It was coming from my headboard. Just slow little taps behind me. I started praying under the covers. I didn't move. I didn't look. I just kept praying until the tapping finally stopped. The second it went quiet, I jumped out of bed and ran to my brother. I woke him up and made him help me build a little fort on the floor, because there was no way I was sleeping in that bed again that night. I know some people might say it was sleep paralysis, but I really don't believe that. I could move. I was aware. I was awake the whole time. That apartment was haunted. I'm sure of it. And it wasn't just me either. My parents had their own experiences there too. We still talk about those stories now, and the strange part is, we never really got any answers. A part of me still wants to go back one day and see the place again. Maybe even ask the people living there now if they've ever experienced anything. Because honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that apartment still remembers. Hey, I want to share something really personal with you about the strange and unsettling experiences I've had over the years. It all started back when I was living in this old farmhouse with my family. My parents, my younger brother, and I, we all saw and felt things that just didn't make sense. My dad was working those tough, rotating shifts as a new cop, so my mom was often alone with us kids at night. At first, it was small stuff. Picture frames swinging like someone brushed past them, lights flickering on and off, footsteps upstairs when no one was supposed to be there, and even our dog getting trapped in rooms for no reason. One night, when my little brother Benny was about 3, we had a truly scary moment. Mom and I were watching TV when we heard whispering through his baby monitor, followed by a loud shriek and banging. We rushed to his room and found the rocking chair rocking by an open window, the door wide open, and the lights on. But Benny was fast asleep, completely unaware. Mom looked terrified, and honestly, I was shaken too. After that, I started having terrible night terrors, waking up screaming and sleepwalking while talking to someone named Sally in my closet. My parents even saw objects move around me and heard voices talking back to me, in a voice that wasn't mine. The scariest was the day we came back from groceries. It was winter, fresh snow everywhere, and we'd been out for about an hour. Enough snow to cover our footprints. Dad had locked everything up tight, including windows that were even nailed and painted shut. But when we got home, every window was wide open, music blaring from the stereo, the front door off its hinges, and all the lights on. Dad checked carefully. No footprints anywhere, no signs of anyone ever being inside. Some windows had been ripped open, splintering the wood so badly, we all agreed no human could have done that. That was the last straw. We moved. But I always felt like whatever was there followed me through the next 5 homes. Our next place was a tiny city home. Nothing too scary at first, just lights clicking, the dog barking at empty corners, and Dad's keys mysteriously ending up in the crawl space beneath the house, a place I was terrified of. But after a few years, when Mom got really sick, the activity got worse. Pictures smashed, scratches on the crawl space door, shadow figures lurking just at the edges of our vision. One time, while I was in the bath, I felt a hand push me under the water. Dad came rushing in and swears he saw a ghostly hand holding me down. After my brother was pushed down the stairs, we moved again. Then came the house my parents bought without ever seeing it first. A big 5-level place with 2 basements. I only lived there for 3 years, but it was intense. One time, I was home alone with my dog Charlie. I heard him growling and snarling like I'd never heard before. I called my dad, begging him to come home because I thought someone was inside. He told me to run to the neighbors, but I had to dash past the basement first. That's when I saw a shadowy figure standing in front of Charlie. Both of us ran out to safety. Dad came with his gun. No one was there. A few days later, I moved out for university, and since then, my parents haven't had any strange experiences. In college, I lived in a shared apartment with 4 roommates. We all experienced weird things: voices in the vents, alarms going off at 3 a.m. even when unplugged, shadows moving through the house. One roommate's boyfriend ran out scared and never came back. Our landlord even thought there was someone illegally living in the attic because she saw a figure staring out the window, but the attic was always locked. The worst was when all 5 of us heard laughter from the vents. The fridge door flew open, and the kettle switched on all at once. We didn't sleep inside that night. Later, I moved into my own apartments. The first one was okay, just lights flickering and noises. Then I found black mold and had to move to another unit. Now in this new place, I feel a constant heaviness, like something mean is watching me, wanting me to fail. During Zoom calls, coworkers ask who else is there because they see someone walking behind me. Clients hear voices I don't hear. My boyfriend has caught me talking to someone in my sleep. One night, while I was cooking, a disembodied voice yelled at him to, "Get out!" and a plant was thrown at his head. He refuses to stay at my place and tries to limit the time I spend at his. After a friend cleansed my apartment, things calmed for a few days. But then, I heard scratching from the kitchen wall leading to my closet. I checked. Nothing there. The scratching got louder, and one night, I felt something crawling up my bed. I saw imprints left behind, freaked out, and slept on the couch. My coworkers and clients still report seeing and hearing things during calls. The final straw was when I stayed at my boyfriend's. Around 3 a.m., he sat up talking to something in the hallway, telling it to leave, saying, "He's here for you." When I asked in the morning, he said it was just a dream, but I know better. So here I am, sharing this with you because I feel like something is attached to me, something I can't shake. It's been with me through every move, every home, every moment. And honestly, I don't know what to do next. But I'm hoping sharing this helps me feel less alone. I want to share something really strange that's been happening to me. It all started slowly, with weird noises, scratching, banging, footsteps in my hallway. A few weeks after trying to clear the place of bad energy, my boyfriend and I were getting pictures taken by my folks. When we looked at the photos later, my dad noticed this shadowy figure of a man in the background of one. Oddly enough, that photo and some others mysteriously vanished from their camera. Things got worse. One night, I was literally dragged out of bed by my feet. My boyfriend was also being scratched and touched by something unseen in my apartment. Then, one evening when he was over, we heard scratching at the front door. We stopped and listened closely. There was a man muttering on the other side. We could hear the lock jingling and the door handle rattling. My boyfriend peeked through the peephole and saw this scruffy, homeless-looking guy fiddling with the lock. We called the police because he had a knife and a screwdriver. But when the cops arrived, the man was gone. They took us to the apartment complex office to check the security footage. What we saw was chilling. I wish I had recorded it. On the tape, the man steps off the elevator, holding weapons in both hands. He stares at my door for 10 minutes, tilting his head as if listening. Then, he starts scratching the door with what looks like a knife. What's even creepier? 2 officers come off the elevator and walk right past him as if he's invisible. They swear the man wasn't standing there when they arrived, and while we were talking to the police with the door open, the man brushed past all of us and went inside my apartment. None of us saw him standing there or entering. The footage clearly shows him, but we saw nothing. After that, both the cops and my boyfriend were terrified. The police called backup to search the building and checked my apartment but found nothing. The only proof was the video and the scratches on my door. The cops just told me to move out. I've never seen scared officers like that before, and I hope I never do again. I'm planning to move in a few months because of the notice period. Since then, the strange stuff hasn't stopped. I keep hearing and catching glimpses out of the corner of my eye. No matter how much incense I burn or how much I pray, the fear doesn't go away. My lights blow out every day. Devices glitch and make weird sounds, and neighbors say they hear me screaming even when I'm not home. I've started working from the office again, and guess what? Weird things happen there too. My coworker and I were on a conference call with management when the weirdest thing happened. We heard noises. The tea kettle kept turning on and off by itself. Lights flickered, and the managers kept asking who else was with us. They were upset because only 2 people are allowed in the office due to COVID rules. We insisted there was no one else there, not even a janitor. One of the managers even got a picture showing a tall man standing behind us. I'll try to share that photo later, but it keeps getting deleted mysteriously. Thankfully, she has an iPhone and can recover deleted photos, but every time she looks at it, her phone glitches and shuts off. It's been quite the ordeal, and honestly, it's still terrifying. I just wanted to share because maybe someone out there has experienced something similar or has advice on what to do next. My girlfriend and I used to have this little routine where we drive up to the Donner Ridge pullout, maybe 25 or 30 minutes north of Truckee, park there, and just wander straight into the woods. We'd done it a bunch of times. It wasn't some official trail thing, really. We just liked the quiet out there. The trees, the cold air, that feeling like the whole world had gone soft around the edges. But I'll be honest with you, those woods always felt a little strange. We'd both heard things out there before. Not animals exactly, more like voices, but with no person attached to them. A few times, we heard these low calls or strange vocal sounds coming from somewhere deeper in the forest. We'd stop, look at each other, and both of us would have that same expression, like, "You heard that too, right?" There were also these heavy impacts sometimes, big, distant thuds. The kind of sound that makes you picture something massive dropping from a tree, or someone slamming a log against the ground. We never found a source for any of it, and once or twice we saw little lights between the trees, round, faint, almost like pale orbs. They were gone so quickly that I'm still willing to say they were probably headlights, reflections, bugs, anything ordinary. I don't want to dress up every weird thing as supernatural, but this one night, something happened that I still don't know how to explain. This was in early March, just after sunset. There was still a little blue-gray light hanging in the forest, enough to see shapes and trunks and patches of snow, but it was fading fast. We both had flashlights, and we both had handheld radios. For reasons that seem incredibly stupid now, I suggested we play hide and seek. I know, in the woods, at dusk, not my brightest moment. But I've always loved hide and seek, and I had this inflated idea that I was good at it. Not exactly action movie stealth, but in my own head, I was basically a discount forest ninja. So I went and hid. I ended up lying flat under a low pine tree, tucked into the needles and shadows. My girlfriend Mira was out there looking for me with her flashlight. Since it was getting darker, I didn't want her wandering too far. The plan was that if she started moving away from me, I'd use the radio and give her a hint, just enough to guide her back in my direction. While I was lying there under that tree, I saw her stop suddenly. She swung her flashlight around really fast, like something had startled her. Then she froze and aimed the beam at one particular tree. She just stood there, staring at it. I was maybe 30 yards behind her, watching this happen from the ground. At first, I thought she was just trying to catch me moving. So, naturally, because I'm an idiot, I decided to mess with her. I pressed the button on the radio and, in this ridiculous, creepy horror movie voice, I said, "I'm behind you." But she didn't turn around. That was the first moment where I felt a little uneasy. Normally, she would have spun around immediately, probably told me to shut up, and then come after me. But she stayed locked on that tree, like she hadn't even processed what I'd said, or like whatever she was looking at mattered more. So I tried to guide her toward me. I told her over the radio to slowly turn in a circle with her fictional out. My idea was that once the beam passed over my hiding spot, I'd tell her to stop and walk toward me. Simple enough. Except I completely messed it up. I saw her light sweep through the trees, thought it was aimed at me, and told her, "Stop, walk that way." But somehow, from my weird angle under the pine branches, I had pointed her in the exact wrong direction. Instead of sending her toward me, I sent her toward the parking area. So now I'm still lying there in the darkening forest, under this tree, and she's walking away from me. After a minute or two, I couldn't see her flashlight anymore. That's when I started getting nervous. I reached for the radio, about to call her, and before I could say anything, her voice came through. She sounded quiet. Not panicked exactly, but tight, like she was trying very hard to stay calm. She said, "Can you come out now? I'm getting really freaked out." I remember thinking, okay, fair. Dark woods, weird game, probably time to stop. Then she added, "I don't want to explain it out here. Can we just go back to the car?" That changed the entire feeling of the night. I got up right away and started heading toward her. We found each other near the edge of the trees, and she looked genuinely shaken. And Mira is not someone who scares easily. She's skeptical about pretty much everything. Ghost stories, cryptids, paranormal stuff, all of it. She's the kind of person who will look for the boring explanation first, second, and third. But that night, she was pale. She kept looking behind me while we walked. When we got back to the car, she finally told me what had happened. She said that when I saw her whip her flashlight around and focus on that tree, it was because she had seen a black figure run between two trees directly in front of her. Not a shadow drifting, not a branch moving. A figure. She said it crossed from one tree to another and disappeared behind the trunk she was staring at. And right when she was trying to understand what she'd just seen, that was when my voice came through the radio saying, "I'm behind you." So in her mind, she thought the figure had been me. She thought I had somehow sprinted across in front of her, ducked behind the tree, and then used the radio to creep her out. That already scared her, but she was still trying to convince herself it was just me messing around. Then, after I accidentally guided her toward the parking lot, she stopped near some bushes because she heard someone whispering from behind them. And she thought it was me again. She said it sounded close, low, like someone was trying to get her attention without speaking fully out loud. The problem is, I wasn't near those bushes. I wasn't near the parking lot. I was still way back in the trees, lying under a pine, completely unaware that I had sent her off in the wrong direction. Depending on where she was at that moment, I was anywhere from 30 to over 100 yards away from her. So whatever she saw run between those trees, and whatever she heard whispering near the lot, it wasn't me. We sat in the car for a while after that without saying much. The heater was running, our flashlights were in the cup holders, and the forest outside the windshield looked completely still. That was probably the worst part. Nothing was happening anymore. No footsteps, no voices, no strange lights, just trees standing there like they knew something we didn't. We still go back sometimes, but never after sunset. Not anymore. I need to tell you about my brother, Rowan. When we were little, we were close. We played together, talked like siblings do, and for a while, I really thought we would always have that bond. But somewhere around the time he turned 11 or 12, something in him started changing. It felt like he kept choosing the wrong road over and over again, until one day he was so far down it that none of us could reach him. He got into drugs young, and I don't mean that casually. Drugs became part of who he was, part of the way he saw himself. He started acting like people should be afraid of him, like being unstable made him powerful somehow. But to me, he wasn't scary in the way he wanted to be. He was frightening because he was unpredictable, because he could be cruel, because there was always this shadow hanging around him. And the strange thing is, our house already had shadows of its own. My childhood bedroom had actually been his room first. He asked to switch with me, and at the time, I was excited. His room was larger, and it had this wide view out toward the back of the property. I thought I was getting lucky. He never warned me. He never told me about the growling that seemed to come from nowhere, or the sharp shushing sounds in the dark, or the whistling, the footsteps, the tapping on the window when no one was outside. He never mentioned the knocking inside the walls, or the occasional rotten sulfur smell that would drift through the room and disappear just as suddenly. He didn't tell me that sometimes things would fly off shelves like an invisible hand had swept them away. I had to learn all of that on my own. And while I never touched drugs myself, my siblings and I all experienced things in that house that felt deeply wrong, heavy, angry, not just eerie but hostile. Rowan used to say those things attacked him mentally. He said they got inside his head, and honestly, I still don't know what to make of that. Maybe it was the drugs. Maybe it was real. Maybe the addiction made him easier for something dark to latch onto. I don't know. I only know that he became worse as the years went on. He stole. He lied. He hurt me more times than I can count. He choked me, slapped me, shoved me into walls. I told my parents again and again, but because they never saw it happen, it was brushed off as sibling conflict. Just fighting, just drama. But I knew it wasn't that. I told them he was going to do something that couldn't be undone. I told them he needed serious help, the kind where someone steps in and keeps him somewhere safe, somewhere supervised. I said it so many times that eventually I started feeling like a broken alarm no one wanted to hear. My parents had their own pain between them. My dad was strict, and my mom was softer in ways that sometimes made things harder. Rowan hated my dad for trying to set boundaries. He spent years painting him as the enemy. My parents never really wanted to divorce, but they stopped living like a married couple. We had a real barn on the back of our property, and my dad had already turned one of the stalls into an office. When things got too tense in the house, he fixed it up more and started sleeping out there, almost like a small studio apartment. By then, I had moved out with the man who is now my husband. Then one night, Rowan was drunk, and probably on something else too. He wrote a letter explaining what he was going to do. Then he took several knives from the kitchen, walked out to the barn, and went into my dad's room. He stabbed him 28 times. That's what the coroner said. Afterward, he went back into the house and woke my sister. He asked her to give him 5 minutes before calling 911. He honestly thought she would let him run, standing there covered in blood. She and her boyfriend ran out to my dad, but it was already too late. There are no words big enough for what that kind of loss does to a family. Grief is one thing, rage is another, but there's also this awful confusion that never really leaves. We were raised in the same home. We were given love, care, food, shelter, chances, support. My parents tried so hard to help him get sober. My siblings tried too. It just never stayed. And sometimes I still wonder whether growing up surrounded by whatever lived in that house did something to him. I wonder if all that malevolent energy, mixed with addiction and anger and untreated illness, helped twist him into someone capable of doing something so monstrous. I want to be very clear. I do not think he is blameless. I do not think spirits made him do it. He made choices. He caused harm. He took my father from us. But sometimes, late at night, when my mind goes back to that room he gave me, to the growling and the knocking and the smell of sulfur in the air, I wonder if there was more feeding that darkness than we ever understood. I've had strange things happen around me for as long as I can remember. Most of the time, I can explain them away. A voice in an empty room becomes my imagination. Thinking about someone I haven't seen in years, only for them to text me later that day, becomes coincidence. Little things like that. But there have been a few moments I couldn't tuck neatly into a drawer and forget about. One of them happened years ago when I worked security at an old school in New England. I heard things there. I saw things there. Things I still don't like talking about too casually, because once you say them out loud, they feel alive again. So naturally, after telling myself I didn't need any more of that in my life, I somehow agreed to go on a ghost tour in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. My father, Martin, had wanted to take a trip for a while. He's getting older, and there were a couple of places he really wanted us to see together: Gettysburg and Washington, D.C. I'd never been to either. When I was in 8th grade, my school went to Boston instead of D.C., so this whole trip had that feeling of catching up with a chapter I'd somehow skipped. We got to Gettysburg late in the afternoon, tired from a long drive and ready to disappear into the hotel for a bit. I thought that was the plan for the night too. Rest, maybe grab food, maybe wander around town. Then my dad casually mentioned he'd booked us a ghost tour. I figured it would be one of those nighttime walking tours where someone tells you stories, points at old buildings, and everyone takes blurry photos of windows. That sounded fine. A little spooky, but manageable. What he did not mention was that this tour involved actual ghost hunting equipment. Spirit boxes, EMF meters, REM pods, a music box thing that looked innocent enough, which honestly made it more unsettling. All the little electronic toys people use when they're trying to invite the dark to speak. At the start of the tour, our guide told us we'd be visiting 3 places: an old bridge near the site of a burned house, a covered bridge by the water, and then a park farther out. I remember standing there, listening to her explain the equipment and thinking, well, this is already a little more than I signed up for. Still, I told myself it would probably be quiet. Maybe a few random radio sounds. Maybe nothing at all. Our first stop was the bridge, near where the house had burned down. It was dark enough that the river below was mostly just a black ribbon moving under us. The guide told us some of the history. I wish I could say I absorbed every word, but after 7 hours in a car, my brain was more mashed potato than memory. What stuck with me was that a woman had died in the fire, and the area had been connected to the battle. The guide set out some equipment, and I started with an EMF meter. Nothing happened for a few minutes, so I switched to a spirit box. That's when things began to change. At first, it was mostly noise. Static, clipped syllables, strange little bursts of sound. I couldn't make out much, so I started asking yes or no questions. Are you stuck here? A response came through. Were you a soldier? Another response. Are you the woman from the fire? Nothing. Are you missing something? This time, there was a clear enough answer that I kept going. After a few more questions, it seemed like whoever was responding was trying to say they were missing a leg. That made the air feel heavier. I asked, do you know you're dead? Nothing. Do you miss your family? Nothing again. The guide was standing near me by then, watching the equipment like she couldn't quite believe it. She said it usually wasn't this active. Maybe she says that to everyone. Maybe she doesn't. I honestly don't know. But the way she looked at the devices made me think she was genuinely surprised. Then I made a joke. I really wish I hadn't. I said something like, of course the guy who had a paranormal experience at an old New England school would attract spirits here. The moment I said that, the spirit box erupted. Not just a little, it went wild. And for the first and only time that night, the EMF meter reacted too. I stopped talking immediately. I stood there replaying my own words in my head, trying to figure out what I'd said that could have caused such a sharp reaction. Then it clicked. New England. That was the thing. So I started asking, are you from New England? A response. Massachusetts? Nothing. New Hampshire? Nothing. Maine? Nothing. Rhode Island? Response. That one landed differently. I asked if they still had family there. Response. I asked if they missed it. Response. I asked if it was beautiful there, and when the box answered again, I almost laughed despite myself, because yes, Rhode Island really is beautiful. The old houses, the coast, the mansions, all of it. I asked if they wanted to go home. Another response. We kept going like that for a few minutes before the guide said we had to move to the next location. When we turned everything off and packed up, I realized the night was not going to be the harmless little spooky walk I had imagined. Funny enough, that first stop ended up being the calmest part of the night. It was also my favorite, maybe because it felt less threatening and more sad. Like someone had been waiting a very long time to be asked the right question. The second stop was the covered bridge. The guide told us it had been moved during a flood years ago, and that a little girl had drowned in the river nearby. There was also some story about an aunt who had been watching her, though nobody seemed to know whether it was a terrible accident or something darker. At first, not much happened there for me. A few spirit box hits, some faint responses, I thought I might have been communicating with the little girl for a short time, but it was hard to tell. Then I walked away from the bridge. A few people from outside our tour group had started following along near me. Not in a creepy way, just curious. They could tell something had been happening with the equipment, so they sort of drifted with me as I moved down along the river, farther from the lights, into a darker stretch of the area. That was when I started feeling sick. Not nervous, not uneasy. Sick. My stomach turned hard, like my body had suddenly decided it wanted no part of being there. I felt like I might throw up. The spirit box was still making noise, still giving responses, but everything felt wrong now. The air felt wrong. The dark felt too close. And it wasn't just me. The other people near me started saying they felt strange too. One of them said they saw movement out in the darkness, and that was enough for all of us. We turned around and went back to the bridge. I sat down and tried to breathe through it while the feeling slowly passed. Then someone using an EVP device said they had picked up words near me. Evil. Bad. A few others in that same lovely little family of words. That was a charming thought, let me tell you. Something dark hanging around me and making me nauseous. Absolutely delightful. 10 out of 10, would not recommend. My dad noticed I wasn't doing well and came over to check on me. He'd been wandering around with an EMF meter, trying to get responses of his own. He had gotten a few hits here and there, but once he saw me sitting there looking like my soul had stepped out for air, he shifted into dad mode pretty quickly. Thankfully, the sick feeling passed. Then we went to the final location. The park. We had been driving between locations because they were spread out, and by the time we got there, the night felt deeper somehow. Quieter. The kind of quiet that doesn't feel empty, but occupied. And because apparently I had learned nothing, I picked up the spirit box again. I walked a little away from the group and started getting responses almost immediately. From what I could tell, there were 3 different presences there. I know how that sounds. I know, but that's what it felt like through the pattern of responses. They seemed to be guiding me. Left. Right. Keep going. At one point, I asked which way I should go, and the answer that came through was clear enough to make my skin tighten. Left. So I went left, then farther still. Eventually, I realized I had gotten too far from the group for my own comfort. The others were behind me, their voices faint, their flashlights small. I suddenly had this very practical, very human thought. I do not want to be out here by myself, in the dark, following voices through a radio. So I asked if I could go back. The response was not permission. That bothered me. I took a few more steps, then asked again. This time, the answer changed. It felt like I was allowed to return. I don't know how else to explain that without sounding ridiculous, but that is exactly how it felt. Like asking permission from something I could not see, and waiting to find out whether it would let me leave. I made my way back to the group. By then, my dad's back was hurting, and I could tell he was ready to be done. Honestly, so was I. The spirit box was still active, but most of it was impossible to understand. The guide helped me wrap things up properly, including telling whatever was there not to follow me. I was very happy to let her handle that part. After that, we went back to the hotel. Nothing else happened while we were in Gettysburg. No shadows in the room, no voices in the hallway, no dramatic final scare waiting by the bed. Just quiet. But the tour stayed with me. I had expected a walk in the dark and a few ghost stories. I had not expected equipment. I had not expected direct responses. I definitely had not expected to feel physically sick near that bridge, or to be led away from a group in a park by voices coming through static. My dad didn't experience as much as I did, though he did get EMF hits a few times. Mostly, I'm glad he had fun. He was glad I had fun too, although I think we both could have done without the part where I looked like I might collapse into the grass and become a cautionary tale. After a couple more days in Gettysburg, we left for Washington, D.C., and honestly, I hope that is the last time I deal with ghosts for a while. People romanticize hauntings. We turn them into movies, games, tours, jokes, stories told with a flashlight under the chin. And I get it. There is something fascinating about the idea that the dead might still be reaching toward us. But when you are standing in the dark and something answers you, it doesn't feel romantic. It feels ancient. It feels close. And it feels like a door you should be very careful about opening. Hey, I want to share something pretty intense that happened to my partner and me. We recently moved into a new apartment, hoping to leave behind the weird stuff that haunted our last place. This new condo is pretty nice, just a year old, tucked away in a quiet part of town, surrounded by woods and trails. We're on the top floor with no neighbors next to or above us, so it felt like a peaceful little sanctuary. Our cat seemed happier, and honestly, for the first month, it was all good. No strange noises, no weird feelings. But then, the little things started again. At first, it was just missing keys, small noises like tapping or scratching, and the cat acting like something invisible was brushing against her. We tried to brush it off, stayed positive, made noise to push whatever it was away. One night changed everything. We were folding laundry in the hallway closet when, suddenly the door was slammed shut, like ripped from my partner's hands. We had all the windows and doors closed, no fans or AC running, so there was no logical explanation. When we finally forced it open, we saw some fresh scratches at the bottom of the door. That's when we called my cousin to come cleanse the place again. During the cleansing, weird stuff happened. There was this fast tapping on the ceiling, even though we're the top floor, and heavy breathing coming from the linen closet. My cousin said she felt like we were in real danger, which shook us up. Then one night, after a movie, we were asleep on the couch when the linen closet door next to the TV flew wide open. All the linen spilled out, and the door actually fell off its hinges. The thing is, the linens were in plastic tubs hanging on a bar, and nothing else was disturbed. It was like something just threw everything out. Ever since that night, the closet door swings open and closed on its own. Tepals and sheets get tossed around. My partner says he sees a small, dark shadow lurking in the corner of the closet when it moves. Our cat won't even go near that door anymore and hides in the back bedroom. At night, we hear scratching and banging from the walls. Last night was the worst. We were trying to sleep when there was a huge bang from the closet. My partner finally yelled at whatever it was to leave us alone. Then we saw it. A black figure with glowing red eyes peeking from the doorframe. It was solid black, like a shadow, and completely terrifying. We freaked out and ended up sleeping in our car with the cat. This morning we came back to find the apartment torn up. Everything was a mess except a few photo frames. It's clear this dark presence has followed us here, and it's not going anywhere. I just hope we can stay safe and that it doesn't get any worse. But honestly, I'm scared that it might. Hey there. I want to share a story that's been passed down in my family. Something that's both eerie and oddly touching. So, back in the early 70s, my grandma made a brave move. She left my grandpa, who was pretty harsh, well before I was born. She took 2 of her daughters, my mom and my aunt, and they settled into a new house. Now, my aunt started dating this guy who was kind of your classic greaser. You know, leather jacket, slicked back hair, and driving a hot rod. Every night, he'd park down the street and sneak up to my aunt's bedroom window at the back of the house, tapping lightly before she'd let him in. The driveway was gravel, and it ran right past my mom's room, so she could always hear his boots crunching as he walked by. Eventually, my aunt met another guy, who became my uncle, and they got serious. She ended things with the greaser, but he didn't take it well. One night, he showed up, tapping on the window as usual. They talked for over an hour, then he left. Right after, the phone rang. Her friend was on the line, crying. The greaser had just killed himself, driving around with a friend, shooting mailboxes, and then turned the gun on himself in a parking lot. My aunt was shocked because she'd just seen him leave her house. Then she looked up and saw him standing outside the living room window, blood on his face, staring right at her. She screamed, woke everyone up, and he vanished. That was the only time my aunt ever really spoke about it, and even then, it was just once. Over the years, my mom and grandma filled in the rest for me. After that night, my mom would hear those boots crunching outside every night, and my aunt kept hearing the tapping on her window. It got so intense that my aunt begged my mom to swap rooms, but then my mom started hearing the tapping herself. Grandma also mentioned they'd find cigarette butts around the house, only his brand. And strange things kept happening, like Grandma waking up one morning feeling like she was pressed against the ceiling, then the bed crashing back down when she screamed. Fast forward to 2008, I happened to deliver a pizza to that old house. When I asked if anything strange ever happened there, the woman froze and said the back room window was still tapped on regularly, with knocking on the side door. And even though the driveway was paved now, she could hear boots all the time. Her husband worked nights and didn't believe her, but she swore something was still there. Almost every night. It's a haunting reminder that some paths never really leave us, and sometimes, echoes linger in the quietest corners of our lives. Hey there, I want to share a story that's been passed down in my family, something that's both eerie and oddly touching. So, back in the early 70s, my grandma made a brave move. She left my grandpa, who was pretty harsh, well before I was born. She took two of her daughters, my mom and my aunt, and they settled into a new house. Now, my aunt started dating this guy who was kind of your classic greaser. You know, leather jacket, slicked back hair, and driving a hot rod. Every night, he'd park down the street and sneak up to my aunt's bedroom window at the back of the house, tapping lightly before she'd let him in. The driveway was gravel, and it ran right past my mom's room, so she could always hear his boots crunching as he walked by. Eventually, my aunt met another guy, who became my uncle, and they got serious. She ended things with the greaser, but he didn't take it well. One night, he showed up, tapping on the window as usual. They talked for over an hour, then he left. Right after, the phone rang. Her friend was on the line, crying. The greaser had just killed himself, driving around with a friend, shooting mailboxes, and then turned the gun on himself in a parking lot. My aunt was shocked because she'd just seen him leave her house. Then she looked up and saw him standing outside the living room window, blood on his face, staring right at her. She screamed, woke everyone up, and he vanished. That was the only time my aunt ever really spoke about it, and even then, it was just once. Over the years, my mom and grandma filled in the rest for me. After that night, my mom would hear those boots crunching outside every night, and my aunt kept hearing the tapping on her window. It got so intense that my aunt begged my mom to swap rooms, but then my mom started hearing the tapping herself. Grandma also mentioned they'd find cigarette butts around the house, only his brand, and strange things kept happening, like Grandma waking up one morning feeling like she was pressed against the ceiling, then the bed crashing back down when she screamed. Fast forward to 2008, I happened to deliver a pizza to that old house. When I asked if anything strange ever happened there, the woman froze and said the back room window was still tapped on regularly, with knocking on the side door, and even though the driveway was paved now, she could hear boots all the time. Her husband worked nights and didn't believe her, but she swore something was still there, almost every night. It's a haunting reminder that some pasts never really leave us, and sometimes echoes linger in the quietest corners of our lives. Hey, I want to share this really strange experience my partner and I had a few years back. It was during a scorching summer, and we decided to escape the heat with a picnic in this old forest we knew had quite a bit of history. Now, one day, as we were packing up to leave, something unusual happened. We were starting our walk back when, suddenly, a woman appeared ahead of us, maybe 300 or 400 yards away. She was wearing a black and white striped top and khaki pants, kind of like the classic safari style. She was walking toward us, but then stopped, looked directly at us, and without a word, turned and hurried away, faster than she had come. My partner and I thought that was odd, so we started jogging to catch up, but she just vanished. We took the main path back, the one we originally came in on, and when we reached the entrance, my dad was there in his car to pick us up. I asked him if he had seen anyone like that woman, but he said no. Just a family of 4 had walked in, and there was only one other car in the lot. When we got home, I did some digging and found out that a woman in her 30s or 40s had taken her life in that very forest. Her description matched exactly what we saw. The clothes, the age, everything. This was the only ghost I've ever truly seen. I've noticed shadows and felt odd presences before, but never a full figure like that. It really stuck with me. Hey, I want to share some stories that have stuck with me over the years, things that felt a little off. So, when I was a kid, I lived in this old apartment building in a town rich with history, right next to a bunch of cemeteries. Our building was pretty worn down even back in the 90s. We had this shared laundry area down in the garage, and to get there, you had to open this huge, rusty metal gate that creaked like crazy, echoing through the whole space. It was impossible to be quiet down there because every little sound bounced around. Now, my neighborhood wasn't the safest, so whenever I went down to do laundry, especially since my mom was busy with my younger siblings, I made sure to lock that gate behind me. The laundry was actually just a corner of the garage with an open space, so I could see anyone coming, and I knew I'd hear them. One holiday weekend, when most neighbors had left town, I was folding clothes when I noticed a little boy bouncing a big red rubber ball nearby. I was startled since I hadn't heard the gate or anyone coming in. What really freaked me out was that the ball made no sound, and in that echoey garage, even a sneeze would have been loud. Then, the ball bounced toward the wall, but instead of coming back, it vanished right through it. The boy chased after it and disappeared too, just like that. I packed up my laundry in a rush and ran back upstairs, completely forgetting to lock the gate. I never saw that boy again, but others around the building reported seeing him too, wearing a striped rainbow vest and shorts. He always looked solid, not ghostly, but vanished so fast it was like he was never there. Now, shifting gears, I'll share something a friend told me about her college experience at an old Catholic all-girls school. The campus was nearly 100 years old, with cemeteries for the nuns on the grounds. One night, around 10 p.m., she really had to use the restroom in the basement. She usually avoided it, but this time she went down. When she opened the bathroom door, she saw a stall door closed and thought it was a friend. She peeked under to see their blue Crocs, but there was no one there. Then, suddenly, the toilet paper started ripping off the roll so fast it shook the dispenser. Her heart raced, but she told herself someone was just in a hurry. As she left, the stall door slammed open violently, like it was kicked. She ran to the stairs, and the bathroom door slammed open again behind her. Heavy, fast footsteps sounded like they were chasing her up the stairs. She made it to her dorm room, locked the door, and the footsteps stopped abruptly in the hallway. She looked around, but no one was there. Even now, she's unsettled by that night and avoids that bathroom entirely. Lastly, another story from my college days. During winter break, my roommate and I decided to bunk our beds. She took the top bunk and I took the bottom. She worked night shifts, so often the room was empty at night. One Friday night, I came back around 10 p.m. and felt this strange unease in the room. I got ready for bed, but couldn't shake the feeling. Then I woke up in the middle of the night, freezing, even though I'm usually warm. The room was lit with deep red LED lights, and I heard this quiet, raspy moan that sounded almost like an old man sleeping with his mouth open. Looking up at the sagging mattress above me, I gently pushed it with my feet, but it felt heavier than usual. The moan came again. When I checked my phone, it was only midnight, way too early for my roommate to be back. I tried to see who was there, but as soon as my foot hit the floor, the mattress above me shifted like something heavy had lifted off it. I ran out crying, feeling completely defeated. When my roommate returned, she laughed it off until she noticed her bed was messy, and it had been made before she left for work. That was one of the creepiest nights I've had, and after that, I never wanted to share a room again. These experiences, whether it's the boy in the garage, the footsteps chasing my friend, or the mysterious presence in my dorm, have stayed with me. They remind me that sometimes the unseen world is closer than we think, quietly sharing our spaces in ways we can't always understand. Hey, I want to share this eerie experience that happened a short while ago at my family's old property, tucked away in the forest. So, my great-grandpa once bought this big piece of land surrounded by dense woods here in Quebec, and over the years, our family has preserved some really old log cabins and buildings there, some dating back to the 1700s and 1800s. They're these quaint little homes, nothing fancy, and we've occasionally rented them out as cottages. People often talk about feeling spirits or strange presences around those buildings, but honestly, I never experienced anything unusual in all the years I've stayed there. Until one night not long ago. My boyfriend and I like to hang out in this 2-story observatory on the property. It's got these outside stairs leading to the second floor where you can see the stars. One night, around 9:30, we went there and somehow ended up falling asleep on the couch by 11. I woke up suddenly at about 1:30 a.m. and nudged him awake, ready to head home. Now, our house is just a 5-minute walk through the woods from there. When he opened the door, this strange music drifted in. It was piano music, soft and kind of melancholic, almost like a sad classical piece, but I couldn't recognize the tune. At first, it sounded far away, like elevator music or something ambient, but when I opened the door again, it was right there, clear as day, as if someone was playing the piano right on the balcony upstairs. The weird thing is, there's no piano or any instruments up there, and we didn't bring any speakers. Both of us heard it distinctly. The music stopped as soon as the door was closed, so it had to be coming from outside. We were both freaked out. I called my mom to come pick us up, and when she arrived, the music had vanished, and there was no sign anyone had been up on that balcony. No footsteps, nothing, just the piano. And here's the strange part. My mom told us that just minutes before I called her, my sibling woke her up because of this high-pitched noise outside their room. Even our usually calm dog was crying that night. Then, 2 days later, my grandmother mentioned that at the same time the piano played, a man in our town claimed to have seen a UFO. Lights flickering in the sky, then suddenly gone. I can't help but wonder if all these things are connected. Maybe one of the antique objects my grandmother moved upstairs recently has a spirit attached to it? I don't know. All I can say is that piano music in the middle of the woods at night isn't something you easily forget. Hey, I want to share something really strange that happened to my family back in 2007 when we were visiting rural India. It's one of those stories that still puzzles me, even after all these years. So picture this. My mom, her sister, and I were invited by some distant relatives we barely knew to their home for tea and dinner. It was a long, bumpy drive deep into the countryside, surrounded by farmland and old, run-down houses. We spent the day there and ended up staying the night because it was late and the roads were tough to navigate in the dark. Now, it was summer, and without air conditioning, it was sweltering inside. So, like many locals, my mom and I decided to sleep outside on these traditional beds called manjas. We set up under a tree in their front yard, a dusty, empty space, not like a typical garden or anything. The others slept farther away, and I honestly don't know why we weren't closer to them. In the middle of the night, my mom suddenly woke up gasping and crying, which woke me too. She told me a man had been on top of her, strangling her. I thought maybe she was having a nightmare, but then my aunt came over with a flashlight. When she shone it on my mom's neck, there were red marks, clear as day. We were all confused because the gate was locked, and no one had entered or left as far as we could tell. Here's where it gets even stranger. The next day, before we left, we visited the house behind where we stayed. My mom saw a photo on the wall and froze. She said the man in that picture was the one who strangled her the night before. But she'd never met or even heard of the man before. The family there looked confused and said he was dead. He'd recently died after being hit by a truck on the road right in front of their property. I've tried to make sense of it logically, but I just can't. If my mom was dreaming, how do you explain the marks on her neck and her knowing exactly what he looked like before seeing the photo? To this day, it's a mystery to us. So I'm sharing this story because maybe someone out there has some ideas or has experienced something similar. It's one of those moments where reality and the unexplainable just collide. You know, I never really believed in ghosts or anything supernatural. Until that one night, back when I was a kid, living in a small town called Coltmont, Pennsylvania. Our house was one of those duplexes, you know, where two families share one building but have separate sides. I always felt a bit uneasy there. The stairs, both going up and down, would make me feel like they were burning. Literally, my skin would flush red, and I'd start struggling to breathe. At one point, it got so intense that I actually passed out. My parents thought it was asthma, but the doctors ran every test and said I was perfectly healthy. But the real story centers on my bedroom when I was about 7 years old. One night, I was sound asleep with SpongeBob playing softly on TV. When I woke up, I saw this older man sitting in my rocking chair. He was soaking wet, with stringy hair barely clinging to his head, wearing a stained tank top and boxers with chains wrapped around his legs. His eyes were a cold, dark brown, and he had this crooked, unsettling grin. Then he vanished. But right after, I heard this eerie sound coming from my closet, along with a strange light glowing from inside. When I opened it, I found my Furby, still talking non-stop even after I'd taken the batteries out. And then, turning around, there he was again, the man, with that same creepy grin. He charged at me, and I dropped to the floor, overwhelmed by a sudden icy chill. The next thing I knew, I was soaked, gasping for air. I screamed, and just then, my bedroom door slammed open. My parents rushed in. I remember yelling, "The devil! The devil!" as my mom held me close and my dad was trying to figure out why I was drenched. After I calmed down, I told them everything. My dad, who was going through a divorce at the time, admitted he'd seen that man before, but wouldn't say more. Now, years later, it's just me and my mom living together. And though I'm safe, that night still haunts me. It was like something was tormenting me from the shadows. And to fast forward a bit, in 2021, after a huge fight with my dad, things got even worse, leading to court and all. But through it all, I'm grateful to be where I am now. And I'm still trying to make sense of that night when I first truly believed there's more to this world than what we see. Hey, I want to share a story about a trip I took a couple years back. It might sound pretty normal to some, but the feelings I had that day were intense. Something primal I can't quite put into words. So, my ex, let's call her Emma, and I booked this charming little homestead for a weekend getaway. We found it online with glowing reviews, managed by this wonderfully warm elderly couple. The place was nestled right in the middle of a vast estate surrounded by coffee plantations, and it even had its own private waterfall. Behind the estate, there were these large hills, mostly owned by the couple. Our little cottage sat cozily between the main house, where the couple lived, and another larger cottage where some families were staying. It was all surrounded by beautifully kept gardens. A narrow path ran in front of the cottages and led towards the hills. Our first day was pretty chill. We were wiped out from the long drive from the city and just soaked in the warm hospitality and the stunning views. The next day, we had to decide between visiting the waterfall or hiking up the hills. After some back and forth, Emma picked the hills. So, just after 10 in the morning, we packed a simple brunch and started down the path toward the hills. The weather was cool, with a light drizzle that brought out the fresh scent of damp earth. Very refreshing for us city folks. As we reached the end of the winding path, we faced a steep climb straight up the hill, or an unpaved path that skirted around it. Since everything was wet and slippery, we thought the longer path might offer a gentler climb. So we took that route, but about 10 minutes in, the scenery changed dramatically. Instead of open land, we found ourselves in a ravine with dense trees blocking much of the sunlight. It was like stepping into a jungle. Still, we pressed on, hoping to find a better route up the hill, which had disappeared from view due to the terrain. After about an hour navigating the ravine, we came across a fork, dense jungle to the left and a run-down wooden hut to the right, long abandoned. We stopped to catch our breath when, suddenly, a chorus of angry barks erupted. 7 or 8 dogs, maybe more, closing in fast. We didn't stick around to find out more and hurried back the way we came. Once the barking faded, we discovered the bushes and grass around us were crawling with leeches trying to latch on. Emma panicked, and I had to sprint through the rocky ravine to catch up to her. Eventually, we made it back to the steep part of the hill. By then, I was ready to call it quits, but Emma convinced me to scramble up the steep slope on all fours, getting dirt and grass all over me in the process. To my relief, the tough climb gave way to a lush meadow bordered by bushes with sweet-smelling wildflowers on one side and rolling fields where cattle grazed peacefully on the other. We spent about an hour and a half hiking through the meadow until we found a muddy path up a gentler hill. Cresting that hill, the view was breathtaking. A sheer drop on the other side revealed valleys below, stretching out endlessly. We rested, ate our food, and soaked in the scenery. The clouds would pass and sprinkle us briefly before the sun returned. It felt like paradise to us city dwellers. By 5 p.m., I was itching to start heading back. Slipping on wet grass in fading light was a recipe for disaster. After some coaxing, Emma agreed, and we began our descent. That's when the silence hit me. No birds, no insects, not even a breeze. It was eerie. We were losing daylight fast, and the hills felt deserted. Then I got this overwhelming sensation of being watched. From behind and then from all around except the front. My skin prickled, and I went from joking around to being unnervingly quiet and hyper-alert. Emma noticed and got creeped out by my sudden change, but didn't feel the same. I asked her to go ahead while I stayed behind, wanting to shield her in case something or someone was lurking. The feeling didn't fade. Instead, it intensified. I felt anger, like whatever was watching us was furious we were there, like we didn't belong. Still, no sound, no wind, just this heavy silence. Then, out of nowhere, a dog appeared behind me. A skinny, wary brown mutt with his tail tucked low. He followed us at a distance, and although I was cautious, his presence eased my nerves a bit. We let him pass, and he kept cruising ahead, then waiting for us to catch up, repeating this until we finally reached the bottom of the hill. It was like he was escorting us to safety. Focused on the dog, I tried to ignore the lingering unease. By then, it was dark. When we reached the paved path, it was pitch black, but the dog stayed with us, wagging his tail and getting closer. Soon, we saw lights in the distance, our cottage. The dog followed us all the way back and then disappeared as quietly as he'd come. The moment we left the hill behind, the oppressive feeling lifted, and the sounds of insects and nature returned, as if someone flipped a switch. That night, we told our hosts what happened. They'd been worried since we were expected back by 4 p.m. and had tried calling us, but there was no phone signal up there. I asked about the dog, and they said he was a stray known for escorting visitors safely back to their cottages before vanishing. They called him a miracle, a guardian of sorts. Some might chalk this up to anxiety, but I've dealt with stress before, and this was different. Real, raw, and unforgettable. That dog saved us in a way I can't fully explain. The only other time I felt something like that was on a jungle safari, when our group was followed by a predator. So yeah, that's my story. A strange, wild hike turned into a lesson about respect, fear, and unexpected guardians. Hey, I want to share a story that's been with me for years. Something my grandma used to tell me, and what I experienced myself. So, there's this house. It's not ancient, maybe around 50 years old, that my grandparents lived in, and later, my mom and I lived there too when I was a kid. Before we moved to a newer place on the edge of town, that house held something unusual. My grandma always said there was a friend living there. That's how she described it. A presence that roams the house at night. Sometimes you catch a glimpse of it in the corner of your eye, like a shadow moving just out of clear sight. It never hurt anyone, at least as far as we know. Grandma even told me once she woke up to see this friend sitting at the foot of her bed, just watching her, before fading away seconds later. She kept a plate with salt under her bed, maybe as protection. Years later, my mom, stepdad, and I lived in that house for about 3 years. My parents slept in the old grandparents' bedroom, where the salt was still there, so maybe they didn't feel anything strange or were just less sensitive to it. But I slept in my old childhood room without any protective things, and that's when I started noticing odd things. Shadows moving at night and sometimes during the day, strange noises, and waking up in the middle of the night feeling uneasy, like something was near or had just passed. One summer, since the house didn't have air conditioning, I sometimes slept on the living room couch to catch the breeze. I remember 2 nights where I woke up drenched in sweat, my mom saying I was screaming, probably sleep paralysis, but it was terrifying. I never saw the friend like Grandma did, but I'm convinced there was something there. Now, I live on the outskirts of the same town, right across from the graveyard actually, and honestly, it's peaceful here. No shadows, no weird sounds, just quiet nights. When I do go back to that old house to grab something, it's only for a short time, and I don't feel anything unusual anymore. But those experiences? They'll stick with me forever. Oh, and before all this, when I lived in a flat, there was one night that still haunts me. After a long car trip, my parents left, and I went to take a shower. Just before stepping into the bathroom, I caught sight of something. A tall woman in a wedding dress, standing there for just a moment before disappearing. I was frozen, then rushed into the shower and waited for my parents to come back. I never told them because I figured it was just travel fatigue. But who knows? That was the only time something like that happened there. So yeah, Grandma was right. There really is something in that house. Hey there. Let me tell you about this one night that stuck with me. So, I've been driving trucks for just under a year now. Still pretty new to the whole thing, but I get to see some amazing sights on those late night hauls between New Mexico and Arizona. You know, those shooting stars you catch around 3 a.m.? Well, usually they're just meteors or space debris burning up as they fall through the atmosphere. But this one night, I saw something different. There was this star. At first, it just hung there in the sky like any other star. It didn't drop or streak like a typical shooting star. It stayed still, bright and steady, almost like it was waiting for something. Then, suddenly, it shot up and disappeared in a flash, like it burned out of the atmosphere in an instant. I've never seen anything like that before, and honestly, it had me scratching my head. It was bright enough to look like a star just hanging out, but then it moved like it had somewhere urgent to be. That's just one of many strange things I've noticed while driving those quiet roads from midnight until noon. The traffic's lighter, parking is easier, and the world feels a little different, like there's more to see if you're paying attention. I'm still learning the ropes as a trucker, but nights like that make me realize there's a whole lot out there beyond the ordinary. Hey, I want to share a story from my childhood that stuck with me for a long time. It's about this old farmhouse I grew up in with my dad. An 8-bedroom place, way bigger than we needed. Because of its size and age, there was always this weird feeling around the house, like shadows were lurking just out of sight. I was that kid who, if I had to get a drink at night, would keep my eyes glued to the floor, too scared to look up at the dark corners or the windows. Mirrors? Forget about it. I didn't want to see what might be staring back at me. When I was about 11, I started wondering why the room that used to be my baby nursery was locked from the outside. I thought maybe Dad just wanted to keep me out since I wasn't a kid anymore. So naturally, I asked him one day, poking around like a curious preteen. His face got serious, and he sat me down to explain. Turns out, when I was a toddler, that nursery was right next to Dad's room. My sister had painted it for me, all Winnie the Pooh characters and fluffy clouds, really sweet stuff that I still appreciate. I even have an old photo of me grinning up at Pooh Bear on the wall while we were setting it up. But every night, Dad would be woken up by my terrified screams. He'd check on me, but nothing was wrong. No hunger, no diaper issues, nothing. He thought maybe it was just the big step of sleeping alone that scared me. One night, Dad decided to spend the night in the nursery himself, hoping to figure out what was going on. I was able to fall asleep with him there, but he couldn't get comfortable on the hardwood floor. Then, out of nowhere, he felt these huge, heavy thumps right under him, like someone was pounding on the floor from below. He jumped up and rushed downstairs to check, but everything was locked up tight. No one was there. After that, Dad brought my crib back into his room. He even brought in a Bible and did what he could to rig the nursery of whatever was haunting it. The room was locked up and used only for storage after that, and the lock is still there to this day. It's funny how a simple lock can feel like the only thing standing between you and something you can't explain. Growing up in that house, I never really felt safe sleeping alone. I'd often crash on the living room couch with the TV on, just to feel less alone. There were other strange things in that farmhouse, but that nursery experience? That was the most direct brush with something dark and unsettling that Dad ever had. I want to start by saying this happened several years ago, and I'm in a much better place now. I'm not the same person I was then. I've gotten help, I've grown, and life feels a lot more open than it did back then. But this is something I still think about, because I've never been able to fully explain what happened that night. This was around 2021. I was 21, the pandemic was still heavy over everything, and honestly, I was not doing well. The world felt strange and unstable, and inside my own head, things felt just as chaotic. I had struggled with self-harm and suicidal thoughts before, and that year was one of the lowest points of my life. There were a few nights where I came dangerously close to ending everything. I was scared of dying, but I was also exhausted from living the way I was living. One night, very late, I was alone in my bedroom. The lights were off, but there was a street lamp outside my window, and its glow came through my dark blue curtains. It gave the whole room this cold, bluish tint. I could still make out the shape of my bed, the closet, the door, little outlines of everything. I was in a terrible state of mind. I had done something to hurt myself, and I was kneeling on the floor near my closet. Everything felt tight and distorted, and after a short while, the room started to blur around the edges. The shapes of things stopped looking solid. It was like the whole room was losing its grip on reality. Then I looked down. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Around my knees, where they pressed into the carpet, there was this darkness. Not just a shadow from the room, but something thicker. It looked almost like black water pooling around my legs. I didn't feel anything cold or wet. There was no sensation at all. But I could see it. Then the darkness started moving. It crawled upward, slowly, almost like thin fingers made of smoke. These shadowy strands began climbing my pants, moving up my legs toward my waist. I remember staring at them, completely stunned, not even sure if I was awake enough to trust what I was seeing. But they kept rising. By the time they reached my stomach, the ends of them started changing shape. They looked like hands, or something close to hands. Little dark fingertips formed at the ends, and then they seemed to grip me. I still couldn't feel them, but I could see them holding on. And the worst part was that they didn't seem like they were trying to comfort me. They looked like they were pulling me downward. That snapped something in me. I panicked, got myself free, and stumbled onto my bed. I just collapsed there and cried. I didn't look back at the floor. I didn't want to know if the shadows were still there. I didn't want to know if I had imagined it, or if something had actually been in that room with me. Even now, I don't know what it was. The most logical answer is that I hallucinated it. I was under extreme stress, barely able to think clearly, and the room was already starting to blur and shift. So maybe my mind created something terrifying in that moment. But part of me still wonders. Maybe something saw how close I was to leaving and came near. Maybe it was there to stop me. Maybe it was there to take me. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if those hands were waiting for me to let go completely, and if I had, where would they have dragged me? I'm okay now. I really am. I'm happier. I'm looking forward to things again, and I believe there's good waiting for me. But that night never fully left me. And whatever those shadows were, real or not, I'm grateful they scared me enough to stay. I'm not really sure where to start, because what happened to me last night honestly shook me more than I expected. I think I saw something. I know how that sounds, and a part of me still wants to explain it away, but I can't. Not completely. A few days before it happened, around June 8th, I had this long conversation with two of my friends about ghosts. I grew up in a religious household, and I was always taught that ghosts weren't real. Later on, after I became an atheist, I kept that same habit of brushing off anything strange. Every weird sound, every odd feeling, every shadow in the corner of my eye, I'd just tell myself I was being paranoid. But after that conversation, something in me shifted a little. I started wondering if maybe there was more to it than I'd been willing to admit. And because of that, ghosts were on my mind a lot. Then, yesterday, everything felt different. I was walking back and forth in the hallway, which is something I do pretty often when I'm stressed. It usually helps me calm down. But while I was pacing, I suddenly got this heavy feeling, like I wasn't alone. Not just a nervous feeling, it felt like I was being watched. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw a figure in my granddad's old office. My granddad passed away more than a year ago, but I knew it wasn't him. I don't believe he would ever scare me like that. Whatever this was, it didn't feel familiar. It didn't feel safe. The feeling got stronger, so I went straight into my room and shut the door. I don't know why, but I truly believed it couldn't come into my room. Maybe that belief was the only thing keeping me from completely panicking. At first, I just sat on my bed trying to breathe. Then I suddenly got thirsty, which was strange because I had just had water not long before. I hadn't even been pacing for that long. It felt less like normal thirst and more like something trying to make me leave the room. I could still feel that presence outside my door, so I stayed where I was. That's when things started getting worse. Some parts are blurry now, and I only know the timing because of messages I sent to my friends while it was happening. The first thing I remember clearly was my ears ringing. It started faint, but it kept coming and going. Then I began zoning out whenever I looked toward the door or the wall beside it. I could just glance in that direction and suddenly find myself staring, completely locked in place. I don't know how long it lasted each time, because time felt wrong. It felt like it was moving too fast and too slow at once. At one point, it almost felt like I could see the air. I know that doesn't make sense, but that's the only way I can describe it. Everything looked strange and charged, so I kept my head down and tried not to look anywhere near the doorway. Then both of my lights started flickering. I have one light in my room and another in my closet, and they both flickered at the same time. They would cut out, then come back on. The ringing in my ears kept returning, and somewhere outside, I heard an owl. Owls are rare where I live, and the sound was strange. It sounded far away and close at the same time. Even my phone felt wrong. It felt much heavier in my hands than it should have, like I was holding a brick instead of a phone. My door doesn't have a proper doorknob, and when I accidentally zoned out looking that way again, I saw a shape moving toward me. I snapped myself out of it, but it felt too close. Then I started seeing tiny white dots near the doorway. Sparkles, I guess. That's the closest word for it. They would appear and disappear, over and over. They weren't just in the corner of my eye either. I could see them directly, even when I wasn't zoning out. Toward the end, I began hearing this awful noise. It sounded animal-like, but not like any animal I know. It wasn't exactly a growl, but it had that same threatening feeling. It felt hostile, wrong. At that point, I remembered something I had found online, so I started repeating, "You're not welcome here. You need to leave." The more I said it, the worse everything got. The ringing in my ears grew louder, and I got this strange pressure in my head. Then I heard a voice inside my mind. It wasn't mine. I don't remember what it said, but I remember the fear that came with it. It was the kind of fear that makes your whole body go cold. Somehow, I kept repeating the words anyway. You're not welcome here. You need to leave. I said it again and again, even though I was terrified. After more than an hour, the presence finally faded. I didn't feel it outside my room anymore, but I still couldn't move for a long time. I left my light on all night, and I didn't leave my room until about 2 hours after everything stopped. Even then, it was only because I had to use the bathroom. I've ordered a protective bracelet, but it won't arrive for a while. I don't know what I experienced. I don't know if it was a spirit, a ghost, or something else entirely. But I know how it felt. And if it comes back, I honestly don't know what I'm supposed to do. I've lived in this house for about 6 years now, maybe closer to 7. And when we first moved in, everything seemed normal. The place looked fairly new, nothing felt strange at first, and honestly, I never had any reason to question it. I've tried looking online to find out more about the house, like when it was built or who lived here before, but I haven't really found much yet. I'm planning to keep digging though, because lately it feels like there's something I'm missing. Not long after we moved in, I remember walking past the living room late at night and seeing what looked like someone sitting on the couch. It was only in the corner of my eye, just for a second, but it stopped me cold. I still see things like that sometimes, little shapes or movement just outside my direct vision. Most of the time, I don't acknowledge it. I just tell myself it's my imagination playing tricks on me, because honestly, that feels easier. But there's one room upstairs that I genuinely hate. It's the spare bedroom, and I cannot explain how awful it feels in there. I don't go in at night. I don't even look through the doorway when the light is off. There's something about that room that makes my skin crawl. The energy feels heavy and wrong, like the air changes the second you get near it. My chest gets tight, and I get this tingling feeling across my back, the kind you get when you're convinced someone is standing behind you. I'm barely ever in that room, so I can't say I've seen or heard anything specific in there, but the feeling alone is enough to keep me away. The garage is almost directly beneath that spare room. Not completely, because part of the garage roof sticks out under the bedroom window, but I'm pretty sure it extends under most of the room. The garage door is electric, and it has sensors that beep if something presses against the door for more than a couple seconds. It also makes a clicking sound if the door is touched once. Recently, the garage door has started beeping randomly at night. It doesn't happen during the day. It mostly happens when my boyfriend, Callan, isn't home and I'm alone. The beeping usually lasts anywhere from 2 seconds to maybe 10. Then it stops completely and doesn't happen again. Every time I try to explain it away. Maybe it's the wind. Maybe the sensors are glitchy. Maybe it's just an old system being weird. But after it happens, the air in the garage feels different. Heavy. Still. And I get that same horrible feeling I get from the spare room, like I'm being watched. Lately, I've also started hearing noises when I'm in bed. They come from different parts of the house. Sometimes it's knocking. Sometimes it sounds like slow footsteps moving along the upstairs hallway. But the footsteps don't lead to anything. No bathroom door. No one getting back into bed. They just move for a bit, then stop. Again, I keep trying to rationalize it. Maybe it's my cat. Maybe someone in the house is half asleep and walking around. Maybe the house is settling. I really do try to talk myself out of being scared, but there's this feeling underneath all of it that something is off. Then last night, around 1:30 in the morning, there was this incredibly loud banging from downstairs. I have never heard anything like it in this house before. My mom heard it too, and neither of us could figure out what it was. I waited a few minutes after it stopped, then went downstairs to check, but there was nothing obvious. Nothing had fallen. Nothing looked out of place. I couldn't find anything that could have made that sound. It has honestly shaken me. I know some people might not take this seriously, but I'm not making it up. Maybe I'm just anxious. Maybe I'm overthinking everything, and part of me really hopes that's all it is. But between the spare room, the garage door, the footsteps, and now that banging, I can't shake the feeling that something strange is happening in this house. I had something happen to me a few years ago that I still don't really know how to explain. And honestly, I'd love to hear what you think about it. Before I get into it, I should mention that I'm not writing this in my first language. I'm using AI to help translate it, just so I can explain everything as clearly as possible. At the time, I was living in an old apartment in Belgium, right in the city center of Liège. The building had once been part of an old distillery, so it already had that heavy, historic feeling to it. The kind of place where the walls seem to remember more than they should. One night, I was lying in bed, unable to fall asleep. That was pretty normal for me. I've always needed a long time to drift off. I was just staring into the room, trying to relax, nothing unusual happening. My bedroom door was closed, but not completely. I always left it open just a little so my cat could come in if she wanted. I didn't like seeing the hallway at night, so I never left it wide open. Then, out of nowhere, I started feeling this deep pressure of fear coming from the direction of the door. It wasn't just normal anxiety. It felt focused, almost like the fear had a source. I kept staring at the gap in the doorway, and the longer I looked, the worse it got. I had this awful feeling that the door was slowly opening on its own, even though I couldn't tell if it was actually moving or if my mind was making it seem that way. I pulled my blanket tighter around me and shifted closer to the wall. I remember gripping the fabric so hard my hands hurt. Then suddenly, my head tilted back on its own, or at least that's what it felt like, and I started seeing these bright, violent spirals of color. They were spinning and rushing everywhere, almost attacking my vision. I was shaking badly. It only lasted several seconds, but it felt much longer. Somehow, I managed to reach up and turn on the light. There was a switch right above my bed. Once the room was bright again, everything stopped. I sat there trying to breathe normally. I drank some water, stayed awake for a while, and eventually managed to fall asleep. The next morning, my father told me something that made the whole thing worse. He said he had gotten up during the night to use the bathroom, and when he passed my room, he looked in to see if I was asleep. He said he saw a dark figure standing near my desk, beside the chair. At first, he thought it was me. But I had been in bed the whole time. I still don't know what to make of that. Around that same period, I had a few other strange experiences too. One of the strongest happened while I was asleep, although I hesitate to call it a dream. It felt completely different from my normal dreams. Usually, my dreams are like little chaotic stories, strange places, strange people, things happening for no real reason. But this was not like that. In this experience, I wasn't myself. I wasn't even a person. I was more like a viewpoint, like a camera floating through a scene. I saw an abandoned chapel in the middle of a clearing. Around it were broken stone walls, half covered with moss and weeds. The place looked forgotten, but not peaceful. I remember feeling an urgent need to go inside, as if something was pulling me there. Then there was a sudden flash, and my point of view was inside the chapel. The fear started building again, slowly at first, then very quickly. And then, without warning, it sounded like hundreds of white porcelain plates had been dropped onto the floor all at once. They shattered everywhere. The noise was impossibly loud. I woke up instantly, sitting in my bed with my hands over my ears. Again, I turned on the light right away. I don't know what happened. I don't think it was sleep paralysis because I could move. I don't think it was a lucid dream either, because I wasn't aware I was dreaming and I didn't have control over anything. There's also something else that might be relevant. I'm 20 now, and I come from a Slavic family. Not long ago, I found out that on my mother's side, in Belarus, there were women in the family who were believed to be witches. One of them was my mother's grandmother. Some relatives say she practiced dark magic, or at least harmful forms of witchcraft, and that it brought bad luck onto the family. For example, I have a cousin on my mother's side who was born with a disability, and some people in the family believe it could be connected to whatever my great-grandmother was involved in. I want to be clear though. I only became interested in paranormal things recently. Back when these experiences happened, I wasn't reading about ghosts or spirits or witchcraft. I wasn't looking for that kind of explanation. That's why I'm still torn. Part of me wants to believe there's a rational explanation, something related to sleep, stress, or the mind playing tricks in the dark. But another part of me can't stop thinking about the figure my father saw, the old building, the visions, and the strange stories from my family. I'm open to any explanation, rational or paranormal. I just want to understand what happened. So, a couple of days after I moved into this apartment, I started noticing strange little things. And honestly, the longer I've been here, the more they've been piling up. I've been living here for almost a month now, and the last couple of weeks especially have felt off. One of the first things that really got to me was this huge poster board I made back in middle school. It's about 3 feet wide, and it means a lot to me in this very specific, nostalgic way. When I first moved back in, I looked at the wall where it used to be, and it just wasn't there. I remember standing there, staring at that empty spot, thinking, I guess my parents must have thrown it out when they were staying here. And that made me kind of sad, because I had a lot of emotional memories attached to it. Over the next few weeks, I thought about it more than once. Just little moments of wondering where it had gone. Then one day, I came home from work, and there it was, just hanging on the wall like it had never left. I even asked my mom if she and my dad were messing with me somehow, like maybe this was some weird prank. But she swore it had been there the whole time. And I know myself, I would have noticed it. I mean, this thing is huge, and it matters to me. There is absolutely no way I would have missed it. The most annoying part is that every photo I had taken of that area somehow cuts off right where the poster would be, by barely a fraction of an inch. So I can't even prove to myself whether it was there or not. And yes, before anyone asks, I do have a carbon monoxide detector. It's literally right underneath where the poster board is, which almost makes the whole thing funnier in the worst possible way. But that wasn't the only thing. One night, around 2 a.m., I was sitting up on my computer when I saw this shadowy figure. It looked about 5'10", just standing there for a second. I haven't experienced anything like that in years, so it really caught me off guard. Then there are all these small things that keep appearing and disappearing. Nothing huge enough to make me feel completely certain, but enough to make me pause. Like I'll look at my water bottle 1 minute, and then the next time I'm glaring at it, the amount of water looks way different, even though I haven't touched it. Another time, one of my cats had an accident on the floor, so I put both cats in the bathroom while I cleaned everything really thoroughly. 12 hours later, there was fresh cat poop in the exact same area, even though the cats had supposedly been in the bathroom the entire time. I've also had 2 episodes of sleep paralysis since moving in, and I barely had any at all last year. One of them felt like someone was holding me down, not just the usual frozen feeling, but like there was actual pressure there. My cats have been acting strange too. Before I saw that shadowy figure, They kept staring into the exact same spot, like something was already there. You know how animals do that thing where they lock onto empty space and suddenly the whole room feels colder? It was like that. Then one morning, I woke up and found my cats in a totally different room from where I had left them when I went to sleep. I tried to explain that one away. Maybe I sleepwalked, even though I've never done that before. Maybe I moved them and forgot. But it still felt weird. Another time, I got up and felt my hair being pulled. I turned around and somehow it was caught on a curtain rod, even though I hadn't been sitting anywhere near the curtain. Then one night, I heard my apartment door handle shake. Not once. 3 times. Like someone was testing it. I checked and nobody was there. And the wind doesn't make that sound. I know the usual noises of this place by now, and that wasn't one of them. The strangest part might be how I feel inside the apartment. I've been feeling completely drained, like all the energy has been scooped out of me. Not just tired, but hollow. Almost like something is feeding off me. And then one day, I left the apartment for more than 12 hours, which is rare for me because I'm usually such a homebody. But while I was gone, I felt almost euphoric. Light. Free. That almost never happens for me, so it really stood out. The thing is, none of this has made me paranoid or terrified. The poster board thing definitely made me go, what the actual hell? But even the sleep paralysis hasn't really scared me. It's more annoying than anything. I just keep getting this feeling that whatever this is, whatever you want to call it, doesn't have good intentions. It feels like it's feeding off the depression I already had, using it like fuel. And the funny part is, I don't even really believe in ghosts being annoying like this. I don't fear them. I don't expect them to bother me. You'd think that would make me spiritually untouchable or something. Apparently not. I was freelancing for a design firm in a big city about 10 years ago, and most of the time I worked out at client sites. But every now and then I had to go into the actual office so I could sit down with the team and work through things face to face. Back then, my kids were still little. One was in preschool and the other was just starting elementary school. So my husband and I had this whole daily dance worked out around drop-offs, pickups, car line, work schedules, all of it. On the days I had to be in the office, I would get there ridiculously early, usually before anyone else, just so I could leave in time to handle the afternoon kid logistics. And that was exactly what happened that morning. I got there a little before 7 a.m., and I mean, I was alone. Not a few quiet people with headphones on, alone. The entire floor was empty. The building itself was nothing special. It was one of those plain concrete office buildings that looked like it had been put up sometime in the late 70s or early 80s, and then simply endured. Our company occupied one full floor in the middle of the building, and nobody else shared that space with us. The layout matters here because it's part of what made this so strange. There were 2 big common work areas where most of the designers and developers sat in cubicles. One was off to the side, and one was way down at the far end of the floor. That far end area was where I usually worked. On the opposite side, there were executive offices and conference rooms. Between those 2 ends were long hallways, a wide open foyer, and smaller meeting spaces where people could gather to work on projects. So that morning, before settling in, I needed coffee, naturally. The coffee station was near the far side of the building, across this wide foyer from some of the executive suites and conference rooms. I was standing there at the Keurig, waiting for it to sputter out its little cup of survival, when I happened to glance across the foyer. In one of the conference rooms, floating near the ceiling, was a shiny mylar balloon with a big smiley face on it. I didn't think anything of it at first. It was just one of those odd little things you notice in a quiet office. A happy little balloon in this very gray, corporate-looking space. I remember thinking something like, well, that's cute. And then my coffee finished, so I headed back to my cubicle. A couple of minutes later, I was sitting at my desk when I heard this faint scraping sound coming from the hallway I had just walked down. I looked up, and from around the corner, right where the last conference room ended and the cubicles began, came the smiley face balloon. It was moving slowly, very slowly, in a perfectly straight line down the hallway. There was no breeze, no obvious air vent pushing it, no heating or air conditioning kicking on. And to even get out of that conference room, it would have had to somehow dip below the door frame, glide out of the room, cross that space, and then continue all the way down the long hall. I just sat there, staring at it. Then it turned. Not randomly, not drifting vaguely. It turned right into my row of cubicles and started coming directly toward me. At that point, I was trying very hard to be rational. I remember thinking, okay, there has to be an air current. It's just going to float past. That's all this is. But it didn't float past. It stopped directly in front of my cubicle. Right in front of me. And it just hovered there, gently bobbing up and down, with that big, shiny smile on its face. That was enough for me. I packed up my things so fast I probably left a dust outline behind, and I got out of there. Whatever collaboration needed to happen that day, I decided it could happen over the phone. Later on, I found out that a senior executive at the company had died suddenly a few years before I started working there. I never knew for certain whether he had passed away in the building, though I did hear people say he had. And honestly, I've wondered ever since whether he was still around in some way, checking in on the office, making sure the place was running the way he liked it. All I know is this: that balloon came to find me, and it smiled the whole time. I'm still in high school as I'm telling this, and the things I'm about to talk about happened to me and some of my classmates over the past couple of years. But from what I understand, this didn't start with us. These stories go way back, even to when one of our teachers was a student here. For now, though, I'm only going to talk about the things I personally saw, heard about directly, or was involved in. And I want to be clear about something before I get into it. I'm a creative person, yes. I'm an artist. I write, I imagine things, I love stories. But this was not something I made up. This happened. I joined drama during my sophomore year, and honestly, it ended up being one of the best decisions I've made in high school. The people in that group were warm, loud, funny, and just genuinely good to be around. I really do think being part of that class changed me for the better. After every production, we have this tradition. Since we do 2 shows a year, that means twice a year we have a cast party. Everyone brings food, we play games, we hang out, and once everyone's eaten way too much and the energy starts getting chaotic, we play hide and seek. And when I say hide and seek, I don't mean in one little classroom. I mean the whole school, as long as the doors are open and we're allowed to be there. Our school is big, with more than 40 classrooms, plus all the side hallways, offices, music rooms, and everything else. So there are a lot of places to disappear into. But the biggest place, other than the gym, is the auditorium. And that's where almost all of this happens. The auditorium is laid out kind of strangely. You come in through these 2 heavy metal doors, and there's a walkway that curves between sections of seats. If you keep going, there's another set of double doors on the far side that leads toward the band and choir rooms. The seats are split into sections, with a handful of rows in each one. Up near the top, There's another walkway that mostly the tech and lighting people use so they can get to the booth. Then, at the bottom, there's the stage. It looks like a normal school stage at first, but the shape of it is odd, almost backwards somehow, and the backstage area is way tighter than you'd expect. I'm explaining all of that because, for some reason, that room is the center of everything. The first thing I personally saw happened at our most recent cast party, right before hide and seek started. I was walking around the school, checking possible hiding spots, and trying to plan where I might go once the game started. At one point, I thought, why not walk through the auditorium? All the lights were on, thankfully. The place was a little messy because the set from our last production was still being taken apart. I walked across the curved walkway toward the doors on the other side. Then, for some reason, I decided to turn the lights off. I figured hide and seek would be more fun if the auditorium was dark, so I flipped the switch. Then, just because, I glanced back. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw this white streak shoot across the walkway behind me. Not a person walking, not someone ducking behind a seat. It was more like a flash, fast and pale, moving along the exact path I had just taken. Then it vanished into the dark. And the thing is, all of us already knew the auditorium felt wrong. Every single person in drama has been in there alone at least once, and almost everyone says the same thing. It feels like something is watching from one of the corners. Not just watching either. It feels angry, heavy, like whatever is there doesn't want you in its space. And we are not a group that scares easily. We will hide in pitch-black classrooms, crawl into cramped storage areas, and sit silently in the dark for ages during hide and seek. But the auditorium is different. People go in there alone, feel that pressure, and leave almost immediately. So when strange things happen in that room, we take it seriously. Last year, during another cast party, something happened that I didn't understand until much later. I think it was around the second or third round of hide and seek. I had already been found, so I was just wandering around, pretending to help look for people, even though I am terrible at finding anyone. Eventually, I ran into our drama teacher and one of the juniors, a guy named Rowan. They looked confused. Not scared exactly, but definitely shaken. I asked what was going on, and they told me they had been in the main office. That room is usually open during hide and seek, and it has monitors connected to the school cameras. They were looking at the camera feeds, trying to see if anyone was moving through the halls. On one camera, near the double doors by the auditorium and the music rooms, they saw a figure. A figure dressed completely in white. They said he started in the band room area, then walked through the hallway and opened the double doors into the auditorium. At first, everyone tried to explain it away. We started asking who had been wearing white that night, but the answer was no one. There was one guy with a black jacket that had a white lining, so for a little while we wondered if the camera had picked him up weirdly. Then we were told it was probably one of the girls, and that the camera just made her look different. That was the version we were given at the time. But at the most recent cast party, they admitted that wasn't true. They only said that so people wouldn't panic. They had no idea who or what they saw on that camera. Most of the encounters my class has talked about involve that same white figure. At the last cast party, one of my friends hid in the auditorium by himself. While he was tucked away, he looked under the curtains and saw boots pass by. Above the boots were white pants. Whoever it was walked past him and then just disappeared. Another friend told us he had seen something similar, but he also claimed he saw a man wearing what looked like a Sweeney Todd costume, and another time, someone in a wild old doctor costume. And because of that, I think I have an idea of who this figure might be. There was this former student, someone everyone in drama and band seemed to know and love. His name was Callan. He had this old-fashioned style, and people talked about him like he was a light in the building. He played lead roles in shows, including Sweeney Todd, and even after he graduated, he came back to perform at sporting events. I'm pretty sure he played saxophone, though it might have been trumpet. By all accounts, he was a wonderful person. I didn't know him as well as I wish I had. During the week of Christmas break, we found out he had died. I'm not going to go into details, but it was the kind of news that just takes the air out of everything. And what made it harder was that some of us still had to go to a speech and drama event after hearing it. After that, the sightings of the white figure started happening more and more. And that same friend, the one who saw the costumes, told me something I still think about. He swore, completely seriously, that when he was alone in the auditorium, he heard Callan's voice. I had never seen him look that scared before. Not joking scared, not trying to freak people out scared. Actually scared. These are only a few of the things that have happened, and they're only about this one figure. There are other stories too, smaller ones, stranger ones, the kind that come back to you later when you're trying to sleep. But the white figure is the one I keep thinking about, because every time I'm in that auditorium, even when the lights are on, I get the feeling that someone is still there, standing just out of sight, watching. You know, my dad and my aunt grew up in the same old family house, and by the time my parents got married and had me and my brother, most of my dad's family was still connected to that place somehow. We were there constantly in the summers, especially on weekends, because the house had this beautiful in-ground pool out back with a diving board, and everybody would show up for cookouts. It was one of those places that should have felt warm and busy and safe. But even as a kid, I remember feeling like something was off. Nobody ever sat me down and said, "Hey, this house is strange," or anything like that. I didn't know any of the stories yet. I just knew I hated going inside alone. If I had to use the bathroom, I would make my brother or one of my cousins come with me and stand right outside the door until I was done. Nothing actually happened to me in there. I never saw anything. I never heard anything. It was just this heavy feeling, like the house was watching from the corners. Years later, when I was older, my dad and the rest of his family finally started telling us what they had experienced there. The house was a ranch-style place, with 3 bedrooms all lined up off the same hallway. My dad said that at night, something would walk up and down that hall. He could hear it moving, and while it moved, it would scratch along the walls. Back and forth. Back and forth. He also told me once that he saw a dark, hooded figure in the house. He didn't know what it was exactly, but he said he could feel something awful coming from it. Not just scary, evil, like the air around it had gone bad. Eventually, the house changed hands within the family. My cousin's in-laws bought it first and remodeled the whole place. Later, after they moved into a retirement community, my cousin and her family bought it from them. I go over there pretty often now, and honestly, I don't feel that same thing anymore. The upstairs and main rooms feel normal now. But the basement? No, absolutely not. That part of the house still makes my skin tighten. I always feel like whatever used to be upstairs has settled down there instead, tucked away in the dark like it's waiting. My cousin's daughter has mentioned that she's experienced a few things too, though thankfully nothing too terrible. The second story is about another family house, the one that used to belong to my great-grandmother on my mom's side. I remember her really clearly, because my grandmother used to watch me and my brother when we were little, and she took us over there all the time. My grandmother's younger brother, Uncle Carl, lived with my great-grandmother. He never married, and he helped her take care of the house. He was quiet, dependable, and always around. When my great-grandmother passed away, the house went to Uncle Carl. Not long after that, my parents were getting ready to host a family reunion at our house. The day before, my dad was steam cleaning the carpets. He was being careful and walking backward while he cleaned, so he wouldn't leave footprints in the wet carpet. When he finished, he turned around to put the cleaner away. Then he looked back. There were boot prints in the carpet. He didn't think much of it at first. He figured maybe he had done it somehow and just hadn't noticed. So he got the cleaner back out, went over the carpet again, smoothed everything out, and put the machine away. Then he turned around. The boot prints were back. Same kind of marks, right there in the freshly cleaned carpet. He still tried to brush it off. He cleaned them one more time and went on with the rest of the house, probably telling himself there had to be some normal explanation. The next day was the reunion. It hadn't even been a year since my great-grandmother had died. Uncle Carl showed up late, which was strange because he was never late. He also seemed a little off, like something was weighing on him. Later that day, he collapsed on my parents' kitchen floor and died from a massive heart attack. After that, another uncle of mine bought my great-grandmother's house so it would stay in the family. He moved in with my aunt and their little boy, Kyle. Kyle was very young at the time, probably around 3 or 4, and he ended up sleeping in Uncle Carl's old room, which was the only bedroom upstairs. A little while after they moved in, my aunt heard Kyle upstairs playing with his toy cars and talking to someone. When she asked him who he was talking to, he said, "My friend Carl. He's playing cars with me." And that was the part that made everyone go quiet, because Uncle Carl loved cars. Not just regular cars either, racing cars. He and another great uncle had owned a racing parts shop, and Uncle Carl even had a garage at the house where he worked on race cars. Kyle didn't know any of that. He was too little. Nobody had sat him down and told him stories about Uncle Carl and his cars. Then one day, my aunt found Kyle coming down the stairs backward. She panicked, grabbed him, and told him he should never be on the stairs without a grown-up. And Kyle just looked at her and said, "Carl told me to go down backwards so I wouldn't get hurt." I still get chills when I think about it. Both houses had their own kind of darkness, but that second one felt different. Less like something trying to scare us, and more like someone who had stayed behind to look after what he loved. I still think about this sometimes, and honestly, it's one of the scariest things that ever happened to me. I was around 10, and my little brother, Nate, was about 7. We were both really into spooky stuff back then. We loved ghost stories, scary movies, anything that gave us that nervous little thrill. One day, we picked up some kind of game from a movie or a show, and while our mom was busy inside the house, we slipped out into the garage. We climbed into the car, turned off all the lights except that small light in the middle of the ceiling, and started playing. At first, it was just kids being kids, laughing, trying to scare each other, acting braver than we actually were. But somehow, after going in and out a few times, we ended up in the trunk again. And this time, it wouldn't open. I remember the exact moment I realized we were trapped. That cold flash of panic hit me, even though the trunk itself was hot and stuffy. I started kicking at the side panel because I'd seen something on TV about emergency features in cars, where you could kick out a weak spot near the trunk light if you were trapped inside. But our car was older. There was no safety panel. All I did was kick out the trunk light. So then we were trapped in total darkness. It got hot so fast. The air felt thick, like it was disappearing every time we breathed. We were both panicking, and that made it worse. I could hear Nate struggling beside me, crying, pushing, trying anything he could think of. And then something in me just stopped. I stopped kicking. I stopped yelling. I stopped fighting. I lay there in the dark, and this strange calm came over me. Not peaceful exactly, but empty. I remember thinking, this is it. We're going to die in here. I started thinking about my life, which is such a strange thing for a kid to do. I thought about my mom, my family, the people I'd never see again, the things I'd never get to grow up and do. But Nate didn't stop. He kept fighting the whole time. He managed to wedge his little arm between the back seats and tried to reach the latch. He couldn't open it, but the space he made let in the tiniest bit of air. That little gap might honestly be the reason we survived. Afterward, his arm was bruised from shoulder to wrist, black and blue all over. While I was lying there listening to him struggle, I heard a voice. Not out loud. Not like someone was standing beside us. It was inside my head, and it told me everything was going to be okay. It told me I had lived the best life I could for my age, and that no matter what happened, whether I lived or not, things would still be okay. I know how that sounds. I know it sounds impossible, but I heard it clearly, and Nate didn't hear anything. A few moments later, my mom came into the garage. She had been inside deep cleaning, talking on the phone with my grandmother, when suddenly she got this overwhelming feeling that she needed to check on us. Not later. Right then. The strange part is, she went straight to the car. That still gives me chills. We had never played in that car before. We didn't usually play in the garage. There were so many other places she could have checked first, but somehow, she just knew. She opened the trunk and found us. To this day, she says she can't explain it. She just had this sudden feeling, this instinct, like something pushed her toward us. And honestly, I think whatever spoke to me in that trunk also tapped my mom on the shoulder and told her, "Go check on your kids." Years later, I heard that voice one more time. I was about to cross the street with my headphones on, and inside my head, I heard it tell me not to take another step. I hesitated for just a second, and right then, a car flew through the crosswalk. If I had stepped forward, it would have hit me. I've never heard the voice again after that. I know it sounds wild. I know people might think it's just my brain trying to make sense of fear, but I really believe it was something watching over me. Maybe an ancestor, maybe a guardian spirit, maybe an angel. I don't know. But I do know this. Somebody or something was there, and I've never forgotten it. So yeah, don't play games with things you don't understand. Don't go knocking on doors unless you're ready for whatever might be waiting on the other side. When I was in 5th grade, my family lived in this little townhouse, and I swear, that place had a strange feeling to it from the start. My parents had been divorced for a few years by then, so it was my mom's place. She worked night shifts, which meant a lot of the time it was just me and my 3 siblings home alone after dark. Our bedrooms were upstairs, right near the staircase, and my mom's room was farther down the hallway. One night, it was around the time my mom usually got home, and we heard footsteps coming up the stairs. Not a little creak, not the house settling, actual footsteps. My sister and I got excited because we thought it was our mom, so we ran over to the stairs, ready to hug her when she came up. But nobody was there. The downstairs was completely dark. No lights, no sound. Nothing. We called out for my mom, but there was no answer. She clearly wasn't home yet. My sister and I were so shaken up that we couldn't even go back to bed. We just stayed awake, waiting. And the second my mom finally came through the door, we told her exactly what had happened. Then there was another time, in that same house, around Christmas. My mom used to hang little bells on all the doors, so whenever someone opened one, you could hear it. I was playing on the stairs by myself when, I heard bells ringing upstairs. I looked up, expecting someone to come out of a room, but nobody did. So I went upstairs to check. There was no one there. Then the bells on my brother's bedroom door started moving. And I don't mean they gave a tiny little wiggle, like from a draft or something. They were swinging, clearly swinging. I just stood there, staring at them, thinking maybe someone had opened the door and moved them. I waited for my brother to come out, or for one of my siblings to pop out laughing. But nobody came out. Then, while I was still watching, the bells moved again, right in front of me. No hand, no door opening, no reason. I ran downstairs so fast I probably touched 3 steps total. My siblings were all in the living room watching TV, and my mom was in the kitchen. Nobody had been upstairs. I tried telling everyone what happened, but nobody wanted to come check with me. They just brushed it off. So I tried to convince myself it was probably my older brother hiding one of his friends in his room or something, because he was always the rebellious one. That was the only explanation my brain could tolerate at the time. But honestly, I never really believed it. Years later, I lived in Okinawa, Japan, and that place had its own kind of heaviness. There are so many haunted stories connected to the island, especially because of World War II. At the time, my then-boyfriend Mason had just been stationed there, and he was living in the Air Force ammo dorms. I think the building had 4 floors. I stayed there with him for a while, and one night he was asleep, but I was still awake. Out of nowhere, he sat straight up in bed and pointed toward the corner of the room. I asked him, "What are you pointing at?" He didn't answer. He just kept pointing for a moment, then laid back down and went right back to sleep. The strange thing is, I wasn't as terrified as I probably should have been. I had already dealt with weird things before, plus I'd had a lot of sleep paralysis experiences, so I told myself he was probably dreaming. The next day, I asked him about it. He didn't remember anything. A few nights later, I had a dream about a shadow figure crouched on top of the fridge, sitting there like some kind of gargoyle. It had red eyes. Again, I tried to brush it off. I told myself, it was just a dream. Don't make it into something bigger. But months later, after Mason and I had gotten married and moved into a house on base, we had some friends over. A lot of them had either lived in those dorms or knew people who had. At some point, one of them casually mentioned having a dream about a shadow figure with red eyes. I froze. I told them what I had seen in my dream, and then other people started sharing their own stories. One by one, people admitted they had seen the same kind of figure, or dreamed about it, or felt something strange in those dorms. By the end of the conversation, everyone had chills. It was just too specific. Too many people had experienced the same thing. And Okinawa already had this reputation for haunted places. Americans would go ghost hunting there, treating it like an adventure, but the locals usually wouldn't mess with those places at all. They knew better. The ammo area had stories too. People talked about phone calls coming from abandoned buildings and lights being on in places where the power should have been gone for years. I never went looking for anything after that. Some places don't need to be investigated. Some places already know you're there. Honestly, I'd try not to panic too much about the torn shirt. Clothes just aren't made the way they used to be, and a rip can happen so easily. It could have snagged during the move, or even torn when you pulled it out of a drawer, a bin, or wherever you had it stored. I know it can feel unsettling when it happens at the wrong moment, but I wouldn't let that one detail feed your fear. And that's kind of the big thing here. Whether there is something spiritual going on or not, fear is not something you want to keep handing over. If there is an entity, don't give it a buffet of anxiety. The same goes for the mold concern. In one of my old places, We had a serious mold problem and somehow never smelled a thing. Later we found out there was a slow leak inside the wall from the upstairs neighbor's shower. So if hiring a professional isn't realistic right now, it might still be worth looking up simple ways to check for hidden moisture or mold. Sometimes the creepiest explanation is just plumbing wearing a tiny villain cape. I'm not saying you're making things up, and I'm definitely not saying there couldn't be something spiritual happening. I'm just saying it's really important to rule out the ordinary stuff first. In my experience, physical problems can be way more stubborn and Drandis than spiritual ones. I learned that the funny way, actually. My last apartment had belonged to a man named Robbie who had passed away, and for weeks I kept hearing this faint scratching sound on the wall every morning and again in the evening. I checked for mice. Nothing. I checked for loose wires. Nothing. For a while, I was completely convinced Robbie was still hanging around. Then one day, I finally realized it was my prayer plant. The leaves were opening and closing with the light at sunrise and sunset, and they were brushing against the wall. I had spent almost a month side-eyeing a houseplant like it was a haunted roommate. So, once you've ruled out the environmental things and the strange stuff still keeps happening, then yes, there are ways to clear out unwanted energy or spirits. Usually, it isn't as hard as people imagine. The first thing is to stop feeding it negative emotion. Remind yourself that you are alive, you are grounded, and you are stronger than whatever might be lingering there. It cannot just take power from you, unless you keep offering it fear. If you feel drained, do something small to bring yourself back into your body. Take a short walk. Drink tea. Sit in the sun for a few minutes. Put on clean clothes. Open a window. Something simple that tells your nervous system, I'm still here. I'm okay. If you're sad, let yourself feel it, but try to understand where it's coming from. Don't let it turn into a swamp you sit in all day. Feel it, name it, and then gently move yourself towards something steadier. After that, make your home feel less welcoming to heavy energy. Declutter as much as you can. Give the place a good deep clean. Burn incense if that feels right to you, or use smoke cleansing, or whatever cleansing method fits your beliefs. Open the windows while you do it and let the house breathe. And honestly, bring in some life if you can. A pothos, a snake plant, or a little succulent can help the space feel fresher and calmer. Plants have a way of making a room feel less like a closed box and more like a place that remembers the sun exists. Then, when you're ready, speak with intention. Go room by room and tell whatever is there that it is not welcome and it has to leave. I was raised Christian, even though I'm not exactly Christian anymore, and the phrase that still works for me is, "In the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, I command you to be gone." I still see Jesus as spiritually meaningful and connected to goodness, so those words carry weight for me. But if that doesn't match what you believe, use words that do. You could say, "In honor of all that is good and in the light of life, I command you to leave this home." Or something else that feels strong and true in your own mouth. It might feel awkward at first. You might feel ridiculous standing in your hallway talking to the air. That's okay. The point isn't to perform perfectly. The point is to mean it. Say it with conviction. Say it like the house belongs to you, because it does. And whether the problem is spiritual, emotional, or something hidden in the walls, you'll be taking your power back one step at a time. I want to tell you about something that happened with our second oldest boy, Milo, when he was around 6 years old. He was sick that day, running a fever, and honestly, the whole thing still sits with me in a way I've never been able to fully explain. Before I get to that part, there's a little background you need to know. For about 5 years, our family lived in a house that belonged to my close friend's parents. To me, they were more than just family friends. They were almost like a second mom and dad. I had known them most of my life, and they had always treated me like one of their own. Both of them eventually passed away in that house, a couple of years apart. And behind the house, not far from the back door, they were laid to rest in a small mausoleum. So their presence, in one way or another, never really felt far away. Now, I should say this clearly. I'm a skeptic. I've always been the kind of person who wants a real explanation for things. I'm in my 50s now, and I still think that way. But there were things that happened in that house that were hard to brush off. Not just things I noticed either. My wife had experiences. Other family members did too. Even my friends' parents had talked about strange things before they died. A few years before they passed, they asked me to come over and check the upstairs and the attic. They were convinced something was up there. My second dad told me, very seriously, that he thought it was ghosts and that he had somehow made one of them angry. So I went up there. I checked everything. The rooms, the corners, the attic space, all of it. And I found nothing. I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything. I didn't feel anything strange. The only thing I remember noticing was a Bible sitting right there in the attic, placed near the opening, almost like someone wanted it to be the first thing you saw when you lifted the lid. The reason they asked me, and not their own son, was simple. He had moved to another state for work, and I was nearby. I helped them with things the way a son would. Later on, though, I found out he probably wouldn't have gone upstairs anyway. He was too afraid of that part of the house. But back to Milo. He was lying on the couch, burning up with fever, restless and miserable. My wife was taking care of him. He had a wet cloth on his forehead, and he kept holding his head like it was pounding. Then he started saying, "Mommy, those kids won't stop running on the roof. They're making my head hurt." My wife knew there weren't any children on the roof. There was no one upstairs either. She figured it was the fever talking, that half-dreaming, half-awake state kids can get into when they're really sick. She tried to calm him down, then went into the kitchen to rinse the cloth again. When she came back, Milo looked calmer. He said, "It's okay now, Mommy. The nice lady told the kids to stop." That made my wife pause. She asked him, "What lady?" He told her he could still see her. So my wife asked him to describe the woman, and when he did, she said she nearly dropped right where she stood. In one of the bedroom drawers, we kept a laminated obituary card with a picture of my second mom on it. My wife went and got it, brought it back to the couch, and showed it to Milo. He pointed to the picture. That was the woman he had seen. After that, I started noticing a pattern. The activity in the house seemed to pick up whenever one of the children was sick. Another time, our youngest was home from school, lying on the couch not feeling well, and I was there for that one. I won't get into every detail right now, but there was a sudden rush of activity through our bedroom, the kitchen, and the utility room. It felt like the whole house had woken up at once. The strange thing is, none of it ever felt cruel. Unsettling, yes. Hard to explain, absolutely. But not threatening. We just learned to live with it. There were other experiences too. A few of them still make me shake my head. My daughter had one she told us about. My twin nieces had their own stories, and one of their fiancés did too. Some of those stories had a little danger in them, and some had humor, which feels strange to say about a haunted house, but it's true. That house had a personality, and whether I can explain it or not, I know what my son said he saw that day. A sick little boy asked for peace, and somehow, that nice lady gave it to him. I don't remember much from when I was little. Honestly, I don't know if I remember any of it clearly. But my parents remembered. They remembered everything. According to them, when I was really young, I used to talk about seeing things around the house. Not in a dramatic way. I wasn't screaming or hiding under blankets. I'd just mention it casually, like it was completely normal. There was one figure in particular I used to talk about. I called him the gentleman. My parents said he wore a neat, old-fashioned hat and carried a folder tucked under his arm, almost like he was on his way to an appointment. I'd point him out sometimes and say things like, "He's standing over there," or "He's watching us," or "He just walked past." To me, apparently, it was no stranger than noticing someone crossing the room. My parents were religious, so they believed I might have been seeing a spirit. But since I never seemed afraid of him, they didn't think of him as something bad. My mother always said there was a calmness around the whole thing, at least from my side. I just accepted him. There's one story my dad used to tell that always stuck with me, mostly because he was the kind of person who believed in things, but still wanted a logical explanation. He liked science. He liked reason. He liked being able to say, "Here's why that happened." But this one, he never really explained. I was still a baby then, too young to talk. One night, I was restless and crying, the way babies do. My dad picked me up and carried me through the hallway, walking back and forth, trying anything to settle me down. He turned off the lights, hoping the darkness would help me fall asleep again. He said it went on for a while. Then suddenly, I stopped crying. Just stopped. He looked down at me and realized I wasn't looking at him. I was staring up into one corner of the hallway ceiling. There was nothing there, just a plain corner where two walls met. My dad turned his body slightly, thinking maybe I was looking at a shadow or a crack or something catching the light, but every time he moved, my head shifted just enough to keep that corner in view. Then I smiled, and after that, I started laughing. Not a tired little baby noise either, according to him. A real laugh. Then I reached both arms up toward that empty corner, like I expected someone to take me. That was the part that scared him. My mom had her own story too. She said one morning, when I was about 3, I woke up and seemed different somehow. Not upset exactly, just very still, too serious for a child that age. She came into my room and said good morning, and I guess she noticed right away that something felt off. She asked me what was wrong, and I told her, very calmly, "It's finished now." She asked me what I meant. I looked at her and said, "I just came back from visiting heaven." That was all I would say. Now, could I have been making things up? Of course. Could it have been a dream? Absolutely. Kids say strange things all the time, and memory is such a slippery little creature. It changes shape when you try to hold it. But there are 2 things I know. The first is that my parents said it all stopped when I was around 3 or 4. No more talking about the gentleman. No more pointing at empty rooms. No more mentioning people walking through the house. My mom said it was like a door quietly closed, and I forgot it had ever been open. The second thing is that I do have a memory, or maybe it was a dream. I still don't know. It's old, whatever it is. Very old. More like fragments than a full scene. I remember people moving around the house, but not clearly. They were shadowy, like figures seen through smoke. They walked through walls and doors as though those things weren't really there. They didn't seem interested in me. They weren't frightening. They just went about their business like I was the one who didn't belong. Sometimes they were inside the house, sometimes outside, and what I remember most is that I felt used to them. A lot of them wore old-fashioned clothes. Long dresses, suits, hats. Things that didn't look like they belonged to my time. I don't remember conversations. I don't remember faces. I don't remember feeling scared. I only remember the sense of them passing through, quietly and endlessly, as if the world I lived in had another world folded right over it. I must have been about 5 years old when all of this happened. Somewhere between 4 and 6, but I know I wasn't older than that because I was still living with my father, and after I turned 6, everything in our lives started changing. This would have been around 2007, maybe 2008. Back then, we lived in a trailer park, but it didn't feel like just a bunch of trailers lined up together. It felt more like the whole family had built this little world of our own. My dad's brother lived nearby, and so did my dad's 2 younger sisters. Everybody was close enough that you could walk from one trailer to the next without thinking much of it. My uncle had 2 kids at the time. One was a newborn baby boy, and the other was my older cousin, who I'll call Kayla. She was around 12 or 13 then. She was in that phase where she wore a lot of dark clothes, listened to rock and heavy metal, and kind of carried herself like she was older than she really was. One afternoon after preschool, Kayla was babysitting me and my little sister. I remember walking into the kitchen and seeing her sitting at the table with what I thought was some kind of board game. I didn't know what it was. I just remember the board, her hands on it, and the feeling that she was taking it very seriously. A little while later, my dad and my uncle came in and saw what she was doing. Everything changed instantly. My uncle snatched the board away from her, and he and my dad started fussing at her, asking where she got it and why she was playing with something like that. They kept telling her it was dangerous. I didn't understand why everybody was so upset. To me, it still looked like a game. The only thing I clearly remember Kayla saying was, "You're supposed to say goodbye." My uncle handed the board to my dad and told him to throw it away. But my dad didn't throw it away right then. He brought it back to our trailer and kept it. After that, strange little things started happening. At first, it was small. I'd leave my toys in one spot, go watch cartoons, then come back and find them moved around like somebody had been playing with them. Sometimes I'd be lying in my room on my little blue race car bed, the kind with the plastic still on the mattress under the sheets, and I'd hear something climb off the bed and run out of the room. Then I started seeing a little boy. And the strangest part is, I wasn't scared of him. Not at first. He felt like another kid. One day after school, he came running down the hallway from my dad's bedroom toward me, and he introduced me to his sister. I remember trying to get his sister to play with my little sister, but nobody else could see them. Not my sister, not my parents. When I tried to tell them, they thought I was making it up. A little more time passed. By then, I was in kindergarten, and things at home were getting worse. My parents were arguing all the time. My mom had left the house, and my dad was drinking a lot. He was in a bad place. One weekend, my mom took my little sister with her, so it was just me and my dad at the trailer. I had been outside riding my bike around the park, and when I came back inside, I saw my dad sitting on the floor at the coffee table. He had the board. The same board from months earlier. He was asking it questions. Trailer was the whole ghost family. The little boy I had been seeing, his sister, their mother, their father. The kids just stared at me, but the parents looked angry. Not sad, not confused. Angry. I started yelling at my dad, telling him to turn around, telling him they were right there behind him. He looked back, but he didn't see anything. He was too drunk, and he just kept messing with the board. Something in me knew it was wrong. I didn't fully understand what was happening, but I knew enough to be scared. So I ran to my uncle's trailer and told him what was going on. He came back with me, and by then my dad had stopped. We all watched him take the board outside and throw it into the dumpster. I remember feeling relieved, even though I still didn't really understand what that board was or why it mattered so much. But that night, things got worse. I didn't want to sleep in my room because there was a dark shadow standing in the corner. I kept running out and telling my dad, but every time he checked, he said nothing was there. I tried to lie back down, but then I felt breathing right by my neck, close to my ear. I jumped up and ran out again. My dad had a woman over that night, and she tried to calm me down. She picked me up, carried me into my dad's room, tucked me into his bed, and closed the door while she and my dad stayed in the living room. The room was cold from the air conditioner. Moonlight was coming through the window, turning everything this pale blue color. Then the closet doors started rattling. I pulled the covers up over my face. When I peeked out, the closet doors were closed. Then I heard it again. This time when I looked, one of the doors was open. I ran out crying, telling my dad there was a monster in the room. He checked again and saw nothing. Then it happened. I was right on the edge of falling asleep when something ripped the covers off me. I opened my eyes, and it was the father. The father of the little boy I had been playing with. His face is something I still can't forget. He looked evil. Not just angry anymore. Evil. For a second, I couldn't move. It felt like my whole body froze, like I was trying to run but nothing would work. Then I screamed. I pointed down the hallway toward my dad's room, trying to tell him what I had seen. And right then, the bedroom door slammed shut by itself. The woman my dad had over said, "Nope, I gotta get out of here." My dad grabbed me, and we left that trailer that same night. We went to my grandparents' house, and they prayed over me. After that, I went to live with my mom. Years later, when I was about 9, I visited my dad again. By then, he had sold the trailer to a woman named Rosa, who was from Cuba. One day, my dad and I were walking to the store when Rosa came rushing outside. She had pictures she wanted to show us, pictures she said she was going to send back home to her family. But in every photo, you could see them. The same ghost family I had seen as a little kid. The mother and father only seemed to show up in what used to be my dad's old bedroom. My dad looked at the pictures and said, "My son told me about that." Then Rosa started telling us about the things happening to her in the trailer. She said something would pull her hair at night, and she said the little boy would tickle her feet while she was trying to sleep. That's when I knew it hadn't just been my imagination. I was a little kid, yes, but I know what I saw. It honestly looks like a black dog to me. I can't say exactly what kind, but from the shape, it reminds me of either a black lab mix, maybe with some pit bull, or possibly a shepherd mix. Whatever the breed is, though, I really do think it looks like a dog. And that makes me wonder, did anyone in your family have a pet that passed away around that time? Maybe a dog you knew, or one that belonged to a relative. Because it could be something like that. It could be the spirit of a family dog still lingering close by. I remember reading something a while back about a couple who looked into paranormal activity involving animals. They had a case connected to their cousin's old dog, and that dog had been incredibly close to a little girl in the family. Whenever she stayed over, the dog would sleep beside her. The two of them had grown up together in a way, and they were almost inseparable. At night, the girl would sometimes have terrible nightmares, and that dog would always comfort her. It would stay near her, calm her down, and help her sleep again. It was very protective of her. Later on, after the dog had to be put down because of cancer, the family started noticing strange things. The investigators said they captured images that looked just like that same dog. And what really stood out was that the dog seemed to appear whenever the girl was having night terrors, almost like it was still coming back to comfort her the way it always had when it was alive. So if you were close to a relative's dog when you were younger, or if there was a family pet that had a bond with you, maybe something similar is happening here. Maybe it isn't something dark at all. Maybe it's something familiar, something protective. At the same time, I also want to say this. I've dealt with sleep paralysis myself, especially on and off when I was in my early 30s, so I know how terrifying it can feel. I did a lot of reading about it after it happened to me, and from what I learned, doctors and sleep researchers don't usually connect it to anything demonic, even though that's what it can feel like in the moment. What seems to happen is that the brain gets caught between deep sleep and waking up. Our body is still in that sleep state where it can't move, but your mind is partly awake. Your breathing can feel shallow, your chest can feel heavy, and it can seem like something is sitting on you or pressing the air out of you. And then your brain tries to explain that fear. That's when the hallucinations can happen. People see shadow figures, strange faces, dark shapes, or things hovering over them. It can feel completely real because, in that moment, your body is panicking and your mind is still half dreaming. When it happened to me, I was dreaming that a violent spirit was trying to hurt me and my kids. In the dream, it wrapped a lamp cord around my neck and lifted me off the floor. That shock woke me up, but when I opened my eyes, I still couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I couldn't breathe right. I couldn't even get my voice out. And because I already had PTSD, that feeling sent me straight into a severe anxiety attack. I saw what looked like a dark figure leaning over me, almost like it was trying to smother me. It was one of the most frightening things I had ever experienced. Then, when I finally could move again, the scream I had been trying so hard to force out finally came out all at once. It woke up my kids and my brother, and they came running to check on me. At the time, I had no idea what had happened. I just knew I had been awake, unable to move, unable to speak, and completely terrified. It wasn't until later that day, when a friend explained sleep paralysis to me, that I finally had a name for it. After it happened a few more times, I started researching it seriously. I wanted to understand why it was happening and what my brain and body were doing. Eventually, I talked to my psychiatrist about it too, and that helped me understand that what I was experiencing had an explanation. So I guess what I'm saying is, it could be something spiritual, especially if there's a connection to a dog from your past. But it could also be sleep paralysis creating something that feels very real and very frightening. Either way, I don't think you should automatically assume it's evil. Sometimes the mind shows us fear, and sometimes, maybe, something loving stays close. When I was little, we lived in this narrow two-story townhouse, the kind where every floorboard had its own little complaint. My bedroom was upstairs, and there was this crawl space in my room that stretched out over the stairwell. I hated it. I mean, really hated it. I never had a good reason exactly. It was just one of those places that felt like it was listening. Back then, my stepfather Martin was usually a pretty calm guy. Quiet, but kind. The sort of man who fixed things without making a big show of it. But over time, he started to change. He got more controlling, more short-tempered. He kept to himself a lot, and he spent more and more time down in the basement. And he made one rule very clear to me and my older brother Caleb. We were not allowed down there. Not for any reason. Not even for a second. My mom told us it was because Martin kept power tools in the basement, and it wasn't safe for kids. Saws, drills, sharp things, heavy things. That explanation made enough sense, so for a while we listened. But kids are kids. One afternoon, the school bus dropped us off, and when we got inside, nobody was home. No mom, no Martin, no car in the driveway. To us, that felt like the universe had just handed us a golden ticket to make a terrible decision. Caleb looked at me and said we should finally go see what was down there. Just a quick look. Nothing major. I didn't want to, not really. But I was younger and I followed him everywhere. So we went into my mom and Martin's room, opened the closet, and there it was. The basement door tucked away behind hanging clothes and old shoes. We decided to leave the door open, just in case we heard the car pull in. That way we could run back upstairs fast and pretend we had been innocent little angels the whole time. I went down first, which still annoys me to think about, because I'm pretty sure Caleb was using me as a tiny human shield. At the bottom, I flipped the light switch. The lights buzzed and flickered on, and at first, it was just a basement. Gray concrete floor, chipped white paint on the walls, wooden beams overhead, a few cardboard boxes in the corner with Christmas decorations inside. There was an old workbench along one wall, covered in tools. Honestly, it was almost disappointing. I remember thinking, this is it? This is the forbidden basement? Then we stepped farther in. And that's when the circular saw on the workbench suddenly turned on. Not started slowly, not sputtered. It screamed to life. And I saw the cord. I know what I saw. It wasn't plugged into anything. At the same time, one of the Christmas ornaments rolled out of a box, crossed the floor by itself, and shattered a few feet away from us. We both panicked. Caleb turned and bolted for the stairs so fast he nearly knocked me down. He was halfway up before I even got my foot on the second step. Then the basement door slammed shut above us. We ran up the stairs together, pushing and clawing at each other, trying to get the door open. It wouldn't budge. Then the light went out, just like that. The saw stopped, and in the dark, we heard footsteps on the concrete below us. Slow ones, pacing, back and forth at the bottom of the stairs. I couldn't see anything clearly, but I swear there was something down there. Something darker than the dark around it. It stood at the bottom of the stairs, turning toward us. That's when I started screaming. Caleb started screaming too, and we grabbed onto each other so hard it hurt. We were crying, shaking, begging for someone to open the door. I have no idea how long we were trapped there, but I do remember one thing very clearly. Right before my mom opened the closet door from the other side, I saw that dark shape take one step up the stairs. My mom found us collapsed against the door, sobbing. It took her hours to calm us down. She ended up bringing us to our aunt's house for the night because neither of us would stop crying long enough to sleep. When Martin found out we had gone into the basement, he was furious at first. I thought he was just angry because we had broken the rule. But a few days later, after we came home, I heard him talking to my mom in the kitchen. His voice was low, but I heard him say, "I told you I wasn't crazy." And that's when something clicked for me. Martin hadn't been changing because he hated us. He hadn't been trying to scare us just to be cruel. He was trying to keep us away from whatever was living under that house. Hey, I want to share something that happened to me a while back when I was living in Wilmington, North Carolina with some of my old high school friends. One night, a buddy of mine, let's call him Mike, and I decided to head down to the beach just after midnight. We wanted to get away from everything and have a real heart-to-heart about life. So we got there around midnight and settled on this empty lifeguard tower. It was a Saturday, so there were still some people around, which felt normal to us. While we were chatting, I noticed a guy dressed all in black coming from near the pier, about 200 feet away. There were plenty of folks on the beach, so I didn't think much of it at first. But as time passed, people started leaving, and this figure kept edging closer. Mike noticed him too, and we both just stopped talking for a moment to watch. The man was about 5 or 6 feet tall, looked like he was maybe drunk, shuffling slowly. He wore a black t-shirt, black pants, and a black cap. What really got to me was his face, or well, the lack of one. There were no features at all, just a blank, black void where his face should have been. Earlier, we'd seen other people and could make out their faces just fine, so this was different, unsettling. The figure headed straight for our lifeguard tower, and Mike and I instantly went into fight or flight mode. We fell silent, eyes fixed on him as he shuffled right under the tower. Then, just like that, poof, he vanished. There was nowhere he could have gone without us seeing, but he was just gone. We didn't stick around after that and didn't talk much on the ride home. But honestly, that faceless black void still haunts me. Hey, I want to share this eerie story from long ago, back in the times of the Maratha Kingdom in India. So, there was this notorious gang of bandits, called the dacoits, who would rob travelers on lonely roads. The kingdom had a bounty on them because they were causing so much trouble. One night, after a big heist, this group of 5 or 6 men decided to hide out in an old abandoned house called a wada. It's a traditional Maratha house, kind of like a fortress, but this one was in the middle of the jungle, near a deserted village. The locals avoided it because of creepy tales. They said it was haunted. Perfect, right? For hiding stolen loot and spending the night. But this night was special. It was Amavasya, the new moon night, when paranormal activity is said to be strongest. And to top it off, it was pouring rain. So these guys were celebrating inside, some drinking by the light of a single oil lamp. As the night wore on, they started hearing this faint, strange sound. A woman singing a lullaby. They thought maybe it was just their minds playing tricks, maybe the rain or animals making noises. But the lullaby kept getting louder, and soon even the sober ones heard it. 2 of the bandits decided to check the house, thinking someone might be spying on them, but they found nothing. They shrugged it off and went back to arguing over who would keep what from the loot. Greed was really getting to them. Suddenly, in the middle of their fight, a baby's cry echoed from a dark room around the corner. All the men froze, weapons drawn but trembling. The leader, a tough man in his 50s, shouted angrily, demanding whoever was there to show themselves. For a moment, they felt brave because of him. 2 men cautiously stepped toward the room where the crying came from, but as soon as they moved, the baby's cry grew louder, and then a woman's voice boomed out, furious. "How dare you wake my child? Can't you see my baby is trying to sleep? Get out of my wada." That was when the bandits realized they were dealing with something far worse than any human enemy. Terrified, they scattered in all directions, running blindly in the pitch darkness. One of them died right then and there from sheer shock. They were screaming for help, calling out to Mother Kali, the goddess, but it was like karma had turned on them. Lost in the old, rusty house that suddenly felt like a maze, they barely escaped. One lucky bandit made it to a nearby village where soldiers tracking the gang caught him. Shaken and bruised, he told them everything: the singing, the crying, the angry voice. Even though it was a prime chance to catch the whole gang that night, the soldiers decided not to pursue further. Some things, they said, are better left alone. Hey, I want to share a little story about an unusual friendship I formed with a spirit named Greg. So, when I first moved into this old house, Greg and I didn't exactly hit it off. He was pretty restless. Imagine hearing stomping footsteps upstairs, drawers opening and closing on their own, and doors slamming shut. It mostly happened when I was either in my room upstairs or downstairs in the living room. At first, I thought someone had broken in, so I'd grab whatever I could, sometimes a baseball bat, sometimes a kitchen knife, and cautiously check through the house. But after this happened a few times, I slowly realized it wasn't an intruder. It was something else entirely. I've had my share of paranormal encounters before, but nothing this obvious, especially during the day. Though, to be fair, Greg did enjoy making some noise at night too. Eventually, I started getting pretty annoyed. One evening, I was watching TV downstairs when, out of nowhere, The master bedroom door slammed shut, and the stomping and drawer noises began again. I'd been downstairs for hours, so I knew it wasn't a break-in. So I called out, something like, "Look, I don't mind you being here, but you seriously need to chill out. If you're cool with me, I'm cool with you." And just like that, the noises upstairs stopped. It felt like he was listening. After that, Greg mostly toned it down, though I'd still catch little signs of his presence now and then. I guess he just wanted to be acknowledged. I'm not exactly sure when I started calling him Greg, but it felt right, and somehow I think he approved. Sometimes when I'm alone in a room, I can really feel him nearby. Funny thing is, he's not a big fan of my dogs, not that he's ever harmed them, but when Greg's around, they get super cautious, watching spots I can't quite see. When he's close, there's this weird static feeling in my vision. I eventually moved out for university, and to my surprise, Greg came along. He mostly leaves me alone now, but every so often I hear him messing around, especially with my roommate. Things get moved to totally different rooms, appliances switch off randomly, and sometimes my roommate finds their bookmark pulled out of the book they're reading. I can't remember all the little pranks, but it's clear Greg's still around. Now, as I'm about to move again, I feel a bit sad thinking Greg might not follow me this time. It's oddly comforting knowing he's nearby. Maybe he's decided to hang out with my roommate instead. So, if you ever have a noisy, meddling spirit around, maybe they're just looking for a little company. Coexisting peacefully might just be possible. Hey, I want to share something pretty eerie that happened recently, and I hope you'll bear with me because it's a bit of a mixed experience between my husband's encounter and what I went through myself. So here's the background. We're in the middle of moving out of our home. My husband, let's call him Daniel, just got a teaching job in another part of the state. With in-person learning back on, the 3-hour drive daily wasn't going to work anymore. So we're packing up and preparing to leave. Last week, Daniel was cleaning the bathroom tiles in the shower, just scrubbing away like he usually does, and suddenly, 2 of the tiles just popped off. When he pulled them away, there was this crumbled sheetrock behind it. Honestly, this house was never really built properly. The walls are kind of a mess. A few days after that, Daniel told me something that gave me chills. He said he saw a figure in the bedroom, something he could only describe as a mix between Samara from The Ring, you know, that ghostly girl with long hair covering her face, and Cousin It from the Addams Family. So kind of this strange, eerie shape with hair all over, but standing upright. It was about chest height to him, and he's a tall guy, around 6 feet. The weird part? It just stood there in the doorway, less than 5 feet away, and then Daniel just walked straight through it, like it wasn't even there. He kept walking right past it and into the vacuum cleaner against the wall. Now, here's where my part comes in. We've been sleeping with just the covers on top lately because it's been way too hot for blankets underneath. One night, I'm not entirely sure if I was already asleep or just about to drift off, but I remember looking toward the doorway of our bedroom. And there it was. The same kind of figure Daniel saw. Same height, same eerie long hair covering the face. But this time, it did something different. It made this grabbing motion with its hand, palm turned inward, like it was reaching out to me. My heart just stopped. I was so startled that I slid under the covers and didn't dare look again for the rest of the night. This isn't the first time I've had ghostly encounters. Our dearly departed dog, Max, still feels like he's here sometimes, especially when we hear that familiar snore in the quiet moments. But this was the first time I clearly saw a human-like ghost. Not just a shadow or a trick of the mind. It felt real. I also remembered something a client of mine once told me when I worked at her house for a few weeks. She mentioned a ghost in her closet that grabs female caregivers if they don't enter carefully. Apparently, the last tenant in her home had hung himself in that closet. Creepy, right? Because ever since then, I've always made sure to knock and say out loud why I'm entering any room, just to be respectful and cautious. Back to our house. I don't know any history about it, no stories or legends that I'm aware of. Daniel thinks maybe the spirit is unhappy about us leaving. I don't want to be scared to fall asleep, but honestly, it's hard not to be. I keep wondering if there's something more going on here, or if it's just a weird coincidence. But the feeling in the room is definitely heavy, and that figure in the doorway still haunts my thoughts. I guess all I want to know is, should I be worried? Or is this just one of those things that happen when you're moving on from a place that's held so much of your life? Hey, I want to tell you about this strange experience I had while working at Carisbrooke Castle on the Isle of Wight. It was during winter, and I was part of a private security team hired for an event there. There were about 10 to 15 of us spread out across the castle grounds, which were completely dark at night. No streetlights or anything nearby, just the castle's ancient walls and the cold air. It was really late, like around 1 or 2 in the morning, and my buddy, let's call him Greg, and I got stuck with the less desirable job, the perimeter walk. This meant we had to patrol the entire castle wall, where it was pitch black except for the light from our handheld torches. On our right, there was the moat, silent and still, wrapping around the castle like a dark ribbon. As we started our second lap along the longest stretch of the wall, I suddenly heard footsteps. They were soft, but definitely not ours. Greg and I stopped a few times, shining our torches into the shadows, trying to catch whatever was making the noise. But nothing was there. Maybe just an animal, I thought. A fox or something moving quietly in the darkness. Then everything changed in just a few seconds. Out of the darkness, I spotted the figure of a man walking towards us. He was coming up from the moat side, the water's edge behind him. As he got closer, he said something to us. Something like, "All right, Greeley," or maybe, "Right, Greeley." It was a casual, almost familiar greeting. But here's the part that still haunts me. Instead of walking past us or around, this man walked straight into the castle's 12-foot-tall stone wall. I mean, literally walked straight into it, like the wall wasn't there at all, and then he just vanished. He didn't go around it, didn't disappear behind a corner, just vanished into solid rock. Greg and I just stood there, frozen, trying to process what we had seen. We turned to each other, eyes wide, and confirmed we both saw the same impossible thing. Someone walked into a solid wall and disappeared. We raised the alarm immediately, thinking it was an intruder. But after a thorough search of the site, there was no sign of anyone. No footprints leading away, no shadow in the darkness. Nothing that could explain the man who had just vanished into stone. To this day, I don't know what we saw that night, but I know what I saw. And it was like something out of a ghost story, right there in the cold, silent night at Carisbrooke Castle. Hey, I want to share something that happened to me recently. Something pretty eerie, but also strangely moving. So, I'm a 23-year-old guy living in this community housing project. Imagine a place that's kind of a mix between a hotel and an apartment complex. One big building with 3 floors, each floor having about 20 little studio rooms. Then there are 2 other buildings nearby, which have 2-bedroom apartments. Just to give you a sense of the place, I've been living here for about 8 months now, and honestly, nothing much weird had happened. At least, nothing that I'd call a problem. But right across the hall from my room, there was this older woman who lived alone. From the moment I moved in, I'd hear her at night. screaming, yelling, cursing, like full-on conversations with herself or maybe someone else. It was intense and, honestly, kind of heartbreaking. The way she shouted sometimes, it was like she was arguing with demons no one else could see. Sometimes she'd cry and then immediately apologize, like she was talking to someone she loved but couldn't reach. At first, this nightly noise was jarring, but after a while, I got used to it. It became part of the background noise of my life here. Sometimes in the hallway, I'd spot her, not literally bumping into her, but just crossing paths. No one really talked to her, probably because she was always so aggressive, pointing fingers at people and shouting the most vicious things. Our first meeting was rough. She gave me the same harsh treatment as everyone else. But I have this soft spot for old ladies, probably because I lost my grandmother back in 2014, so I smiled and asked how she was doing, just trying to be kind. She seemed taken aback, didn't yell or curse at me like she did with others. That little moment felt like a crack in the wall she'd built around herself. So, fast forward to July 1st, just a few weeks ago. Over these months, I'd probably seen her in the hall about 9 or 10 times, always brief encounters. We never really had a real conversation, but I always acknowledged her, and she started showing a little gratitude in her eyes, even if she didn't say much. But her nightly screaming was relentless. It was like she was possessed, sounding less like herself and more like an angry, middle-aged man. Picture this. It's 4:30 in the morning, dark outside, and after a 10-hour shift, you come home exhausted, only to hear this shrieking right across the hall. Then came the scary part. I was typing this story around 4:14 a.m., and everything felt surreal. On the morning of July 18th, around 6 a.m., the woman was found dead in her apartment, right across from mine. No signs of violence, no visitors, no family to speak of. A maintenance guy who checked on her daily found her and alerted everyone. They said it was either natural causes or suicide. I wasn't home when it happened because I'd been at my girlfriend's place all weekend. When I came back Sunday around noon, the building was eerily quiet. No screams, no curses. I walked down the hallway to my door, and then something unbelievable happened. I saw her. The old woman, but different. She looked cleaner, calmer, even happy. Her hair was neat, not wild and tangled. And she spoke, clearly this time. She saw me and said, "Hey." Just that simple greeting, but it hit me hard. It was like seeing a totally new person. We had a little chat. I can't remember all the details, but she seemed radiant, full of a peaceful energy I'd never seen in her before. She told me, "I'll see you again, young man," then walked back into her apartment. I was stunned. I thought maybe I was imagining things or dreaming. But then, right after, Miss Tate from the rental office knocked on my door. She's like a godmother figure to me here. She looked shaken, horrified even. She asked how I was doing, and then told me about the woman across the hall, the same screaming lady, who had taken her own life that morning. I was speechless for what felt like forever. I told Miss Tate about seeing her just minutes ago, and she was confused, even skeptical. We almost argued, but I insisted we check the apartment together. She was scared to go in, but eventually, she showed me the paperwork confirming the woman's death. Turns out, she suffered from severe schizophrenia and dementia, and the last years of her life were incredibly lonely and painful. I never even knew her name. But that day, seeing her like that, peaceful and kind, felt like she was finally free from whatever haunted her. So yeah, that's my story. It's strange, a little scary, but also strangely beautiful. That in the end, she found some peace. Thanks for listening. I was somewhere around 11 when it started, maybe a little younger. It went on for years, probably until I was about 15. And the strange thing is, it never felt random. It felt like whatever was in that house knew exactly who it wanted to bother. Mostly it seemed focused on me and my sister. I've thought about it a lot over the years, and I still don't really know what it was. Part of me wonders if it was just some harmless spirit making itself known. But another part of me remembers the feeling in that house, and honestly, it didn't feel harmless. It felt watchful, heavy, almost annoyed that we were there. There are a few things I remember clearly, even now. One night I had gone to bed around 10. I was lying there trying to sleep, and the very second I closed my eyes, there was this massive bang right beside me. I don't mean a normal bang. I mean it sounded like something exploded next to my head. My ears were ringing. My whole body reacted before my brain even caught up. I ran upstairs crying to my parents. They had heard it too, which made it even worse somehow, because it meant I hadn't imagined it. We all went back down to my room, and right beside my bedroom door there was this cardboard moving box. It had a deep, shoe-shaped dent in it, like someone had kicked it as hard as they possibly could. There was no one there. No one could have done it and disappeared. It was only a couple of meters from where I had been lying. Another night, I was home alone at around 3 in the morning. I was upstairs watching TV, trying to act normal in a house that never really felt normal. Then I heard footsteps. They started at the bottom of the staircase. Slow, heavy, deliberate footsteps. Not creaks, not the house settling. Actual footsteps, one after another, coming up the stairs. I remember turning from the sofa and just staring at the staircase. I couldn't move. My whole body went cold, like all the blood had decided to leave at once. The steps kept coming, all the way up. The moment they reached the top, I ran. I bolted out of the house wearing just a t-shirt, and it was freezing outside, something like -3 or -4 degrees. I stood out there shaking for hours until my parents came home. That fear is hard to explain unless you felt it. It wasn't just being scared. It was like staring into something that was staring back. There was another time when my childhood friend Marcus was over. We were in my room in the middle of the day, playing video games. Broad daylight, nothing creepy about it at first. Then we both heard footsteps coming down from the second floor. They stopped right outside my bedroom door. We looked at the handle, and both of us watched it slowly turn. Then the door opened by itself. Nobody was there. That one still bothers me because someone else saw it too. It wasn't just me being tired or scared. Marcus saw the same thing happen right in front of us. My sister had her own experiences too. I didn't witness all of them myself, so I can't say with total certainty exactly what happened. But after what I went through, I believe her. She had this little toy ice cream truck that only worked if you pulled it backward first. Then it would roll forward and play music. One night around 2 in the morning, it suddenly started playing on its own. Then it drove itself right off the shelf in her room. That should not have been possible without someone pulling it back first. But the scariest thing she ever told me was about her bed. She had one of those bunk-style beds where there was a mattress above and a space below. One night she woke up for no obvious reason. She was about to go back to sleep when she saw the top mattress slowly pressing downward, like someone had climbed onto it and was lying down directly above her. She said that was the worst thing that ever happened to her in that house. After we moved out, it stopped. Completely. Neither of us has had anything like that happen since. There were other things too, smaller things. Knocks, random sounds, little moments that would probably scare most people, but after a while, you almost go numb to them. The big things stay with you. The rest just becomes part of the background noise of living in a place that doesn't feel like it wants you there. I still wonder what it was. An angry man, a jealous child, something attached to the house, or something else entirely. I don't know, but I know what it felt like. It felt like something was waiting for us to be alone. I've never thought of myself as a skeptic, but I wouldn't say I'm completely convinced either. I'm somewhere in the middle, I suppose. I'm definitely not the kind of person who would dismiss what someone else has seen, felt, or believed. I do believe that places can hold on to something. A house, a stretch of bushland, a beach even. I think the energy of someone who spent time there can linger after they're gone, especially if they were close to you, or if that place carries some deeper cultural history. It feels to me like those energies can overlap with the shared consciousness we all move through in our own separate ways. But I don't really believe in seeing ghosts, not in the simple sense. I don't think spirits just appear in front of us like figures in a doorway. I think maybe that energy touches the brain somehow, and for some people, it's too strange or too big to understand as it is. So the mind gives it a shape. It creates an image we can process. And saying all that, I have this memory. It's one I come back to every now and then, usually out of nowhere. I thought about it again tonight. It doesn't frighten me. It never really has. It's just one of those memories I keep tucked away, something quiet that I sit with. I was about 11, maybe 12. We were camping near the beach, just me, one of my parents, and a family friend. It was early morning, right before sunrise, and I'd gone out for a surf. The sun hadn't quite broken over the horizon yet. The water was almost unnaturally smooth, like glass stretched out forever. The waves were coming in clean, perfect little sets, probably 4 or 5 feet high. They were so even they almost didn't look real. I was paddling out. The first few waves broke right over me, so I duck-dived under them one after another. Then I finally got far enough out that I could paddle over the swell just before it broke. And as I came up over one wave, right at the crest, I saw someone. A surfer. They were paddling over the next wave ahead of me, just off to my left, around 11 o'clock. They were facing slightly to the right. I saw them clearly, but only for a second. It was almost like a shadow had taken the shape of a surfer. Their right foot was bent upward, and their left foot was flat, like they were steadying themselves on the board. Then the swell rose between us. I paddled over it, expecting to see them on the other side. But there was nobody there. No surfer, no board, nothing. There wasn't anyone else out there with me, just the water, the waves, and that pale edge of sunrise beginning to open up across the horizon. I remember squinting toward the light as the sun came up, just trying to understand what I'd seen. I looked around for a while, but there was nothing to find. Eventually, I just kept surfing. That was the strange part, really. I didn't panic. I didn't feel some huge, dramatic rush of fear or awe. It was quieter than that. The feeling was almost underwhelming. Like watching a meteor come blazing through space, something ancient and impossible, lighting up the sky as it hits our atmosphere. And then, after all that fire, it becomes a tiny stone. Something small enough to put in your pocket. That's how the memory feels to me. I still don't know what to think about that morning. Part of me feels like that little meteor burned a hole through my pocket and slipped down through my jeans into my shoe. And now it's just sitting there. I can't get it out. But it's small enough that I can wedge it between my toes and keep walking. Most of the time, I can ignore it. Until I remember it again. until I get tired of holding it in place. This happened about 5 years ago, but I still think about it sometimes, and every time I do, I get that same cold feeling through my whole body. My dad passed away more than 9 years ago. We were never extremely close, mostly because my parents separated when I was little, but he was still around. We saw each other, spent time together, and even with everything that had happened in our family, he was still part of my life. When he died, I was upset, of course, but I didn't break down the way people might expect. I didn't fall into some deep grief. It hurt, but it didn't consume me. And for years after that, life just kept moving. Then, several years after his death, when everyone in the family seemed to have found some kind of peace, especially my grandparents on his side, I had a dream that changed the way I think about all of it. At the time, I was working a night shift. On quiet nights, if there was nothing urgent going on, we were allowed to sleep for a couple of hours. So I lay down and drifted off. In the dream, I was at my grandparents' house, on my father's side. I remember it felt like I had just woken up there in the morning, but something was wrong right away. The house was too quiet. The street outside was too quiet. Usually, you could hear cars passing, birds, little sounds of the day starting. But there was nothing, just this heavy silence. I walked out into the hallway, and there he was, my dad. He was standing there packing a travel bag, putting things inside like he was getting ready to leave for a train or a long trip. I remember feeling surprised, but not scared at first. I just asked him something like, "Where are you going this early?" He didn't answer. Then I noticed other people standing nearby. My mom was there, my grandparents were there, my sister was there too. But they were all young, maybe 18 or 20 years old. And somehow, even that didn't make me realize I was dreaming. It all felt completely normal, completely real. They just stood there quietly, watching us. My dad kept packing. And then, all at once, it hit me. He was dead. He couldn't be there. He couldn't be standing in that hallway with me. The second I understood that, he finished packing, picked up the bag, and walked toward the front door. He opened it and started to leave. I panicked. I grabbed his hand and said, "Don't go. Stay here. You don't have to leave." He tried to pull his hand away, but he still didn't say anything. So I said, "Then let me go with you." That was when he finally looked at me. His face was calm. His voice was calm too, and he said, "It's too early for you to go there. Everything is all right." And then I let go. But it didn't feel like I chose to let go. It felt like someone gently opened my fingers for me. He walked out the door. Right after that, I woke up at work. For about 10 minutes, I couldn't tell if I was actually awake or if I had only woken up inside another dream. Everything felt strange, like the real world had become thin around the edges. Later, I called my grandmother, my dad's mother, and told her what had happened. She wasn't scared. She actually sounded comforted. She said she was glad he had visited me. Since then, I've never been able to explain it completely. Maybe it was my mind finally processing grief I hadn't allowed myself to feel. Maybe it was my subconscious trying to help me accept something I had buried. Or maybe there really is something after this life. Some place people go. Some doorway we don't understand yet. What makes it even stranger is that I almost never dream. I can count the dreams I've had in the last few years on one hand. And I have never had another dream like that one. Nothing before it, and nothing since, has ever felt so real. My dad passed away in 2019 when I was 26. It was sudden and awful. The kind of loss that splits your life into before and after. I loved him so much, and I've always wanted to keep his memory close. But honestly, some days, it still hurts too much to touch. My little girl was born in May of 2023. That first Christmas after she arrived, my brother's wife gave me a gift that absolutely undid me. It was a photo she had made, with my dad gently added into the picture beside my husband, me, my daughter, my mom, and my sister. And if you've ever lost a parent before they got to meet your child, you probably know exactly what happened. I opened it, saw him there with all of us, and just broke. Full, ugly, breath-catching tears. Since my daughter was a baby, I've always played white noise while she sleeps. She's in her own room, in her crib, and we use the monitor every night. And I know how this sounds, but both my husband and I swear we've heard my dad's voice through it. Not long conversations, nothing dramatic, just little things. A soft hello. Once, something that sounded so much like all my heart. And that was his phrase. Every night when I was little, he would say, "Sweet dreams, baby girl. I love you with all my heart." Before our daughter was born, my husband asked me what I'd want her to call my dad. I said, "Papa." That's what I called my favorite grandparent growing up, and somehow, I felt like that's exactly what my dad would have wanted too. When my baby was around 9 months old, I showed her the photo my sister-in-law had made. The second she saw it, her whole face lit up. I mean, the biggest smile. She pointed straight at him and said, "Papa, that's Papa." Now, maybe my grown-up heart filled in a little of what she was trying to say, but Papa was clear, crystal clear. And the thing is, I hadn't really shown her pictures of him before that. I meant to. I truly did. But that first year of motherhood was tender and heavy. I had this beautiful baby, and at the same time, I was grieving the fact that my dad would never hold her. Add postpartum hormones, exhaustion, and all the changes that come with becoming a mother, and I just couldn't look at his photos very often. So when she saw him and seemed to know him anyway, it felt like something opened in my chest. She's 3 now. A little while ago, we were drawing together, and she asked me to draw our family. I asked her who she wanted me to include. She said, "My papa. He has blue eyes, just like mine." And they do. They have the exact same shade of blue eyes. By then, I had shown her a few pictures of him, but they were mostly from far away. Not close enough for her to really notice his eye color. I know not everyone believes in things like this, and that's okay. But I really do believe children can sense more than we can. Their minds are so new. They haven't built all the walls we adults carry around. So I like to believe my daughter and my dad know each other somehow. Maybe not in the way I wish they could have, not in the way where he could scoop her up and make her laugh, but in some quiet, beautiful way. And that thought fills my heart so completely, I don't even know what to do with it. I want to start by saying I've never really been the superstitious type. I'm not someone who jumps straight to ghosts or paranormal explanations. Honestly, I used to be the kind of person who would test those stories just to prove they weren't real. There was this old place near where I grew up called Ashwood Manor. People said if you took a brick from the ruins, strange things would start happening to you. So, naturally, when I was in high school, I took one. Not because I believed it, but because I wanted to show everybody it was nonsense. Nothing happened. At least, not then. Years before things got really strange, around 2006, I had just gotten one of those little flip phones with a camera on it. And you know how it was back then. If your phone had a camera, suddenly everything in the world deserved a picture. One evening, my mom and I were driving home when we got stopped at an old railroad crossing in my hometown. The tracks were historic, and trains almost never came through anymore. So when one did, it felt unusual. It was still light out, clear and sunny, and while we sat there waiting, I decided to take a picture of the train passing by through the car window. After I took it, I looked down at the screen. In the glare of the window, there was a man. Not a reflection of someone outside, not my mom, not me, just this clear shape of a man's head and shoulders. He looked like he was wearing a long coat and one of those old-fashioned fedora-style hats. I showed my mom right away, and she went quiet. She saw it too. There were only two of us in the car, and neither of us could explain it. When we got home, we started looking online for anything connected to that railroad. Accidents, deaths, old stories, anything. We couldn't find much. My mom was so unsettled by it that she even sent the photo to the local paper, hoping someone might recognize something about it. Nothing ever came of it, so eventually we just sort of filed it away under one of those things you can't explain. We didn't talk about it much, but we both remembered it. Then, in the middle of 2020, a few months into the pandemic, I moved out on my own. I had my closest friend and partner living with me, and that was the start of a really hard stretch of life. There was drinking, chaos, abuse, and a lot of nights where I didn't feel safe, even in my own home. Around that same time, I started having panic attacks in my sleep. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, gasping for air, heart racing, mind spinning so fast I couldn't catch up to it. It was awful. My bedroom had a walk-in closet with sliding doors. If you stepped out of the closet, my bed was directly in front of it, turned sideways against the wall. I usually slept on the side closest to the closet. One night, after a long, exhausting day, I fell asleep with the closet door open and the light still on. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up in a panic. But the second I opened my eyes, I saw him. A dark figure was standing right over me, looking down at me. He didn't have a face, but I knew him immediately. The coat, the hat. It was the same figure from that picture years anymore. And the strangest part is, I wasn't terrified. I know I should have been. Anyone would be. But the fear drained out of me almost instantly. The panic stopped. My breathing slowed. I felt calm in a way I hadn't felt in a long time. It was almost like he was saying, "You're okay. Go back to sleep." And I did. I fell right back asleep and slept peacefully through the rest of the night. The next morning, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I told my mom and I told a couple of friends. I'm pretty sure everyone except my mom thought I was losing it. But my mom remembered the photo. She knew this wasn't just something I made up out of nowhere. For the rest of that day, I kept turning it over in my mind. What bothered me most wasn't that I had seen him. It was that he made me feel safe. My mom used to tell my sister and me that everyone had a guardian angel. And for the first time, I wondered if maybe that was what he was. Maybe he had been there all along, quietly watching over me in some strange way I didn't understand. A few weeks later, I was listening to "Devil Like Me" by Rainbow Kitten Surprise, and when I saw the music video, I froze. It was in black and white, and it followed this tall man in a long coat and a hat. There he was again. I know it was just a person in a music video, obviously, but it looked so close to what I had seen that it sent a chill through me. After that, I started searching online for stories about figures like him. That's when I realized other people had seen something similar too. A dark figure, a coat, a hat. The Hat Man. That was honestly the part that shook me the most, because I still don't consider myself someone who believes in ghosts or paranormal things. But I know what I saw, and even now, as strange as it sounds, I still like to think he wasn't there to hurt me. Maybe he was there to protect me.